So the host is not longer.
No, we'll have to do the host.
Thank you for the double role.
All right, mic's working. Very good. So welcome to this second day of South Summit on the SANDBOX stage. It's a great program event, so thank you for getting here early this morning. And yeah, we're kicking off with a talk today with David Villaseca, Digital Transformation Director at Cepsa, and we're going to be talking about revolutionizing energy innovations in the transition to a sustainable future. As we embark on this journey, we're going to delve into the innovations that are revolutionizing this sector and taking us towards a sustainable future. So, David, just to start off, people might think there is some irony about an oil and gas executive up on stage talking about a sustainable future, but tell us why you're here and why people should trust fossil fuel companies like yours are trying to do the right thing.
That's a great question. Thank you, Tim, and thank you for the invitation. In Cepsa, we are focused on accelerating the energy transition. I think that we are all in this together, and we need to accelerate our common journey to decarbonization. And I think that you are hitting the nail. I mean, in Cepsa, we are one of the fastest energy companies investing on this decarbonization journey. And to show an example that we are not talking about greenwashing. We are talking about transforming our own business. And for example, in Cepsa, we are not going through this idea of being net neutral. We are talking about being net positive. And for example, in our new vision and strategy, which is called Positive Motion, we are betting that by the end of this decade, we will have half of our business, our EBITDA, coming from clean energies. So this is really, we are betting on this transformation. And for example, we are reducing our own Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions by 55% by the end of this decade. So this is the real effort. And we are not just working on our own transformation. We are helping our customers, whether in B2B or B2C, to accelerate their own transformation. So I think that these are some examples that this is real. And in digital, we have launched a new digital plan just this year, and we are betting that digital is accelerating this transformation as an engine of growth and also an accelerator of this energy transformation.
Got it. And just for members of the audience who might not know, define Scope 1 and Scope 2. So your indirect and your direct emissions.
Yeah. The focus that we are talking about, Scope 1 and Scope 2, is that we are reducing our own emissions, our own carbon footprint. And we are using for these new energy sources. For example, we are using renewables or green hydrogen. And it's important that we are also helping our customers. And we are helping in what is called the Scope 3 with other partners. And we are helping them to make sure that they are using this new clean energy. For example, again, green hydrogen or biofuel or renewables. So we are combining these different sources of clean energy to make sure that our customers are also reducing their own carbon footprint.
Yeah, so just tell us how the different forms of sustainable energy will fit into the mix as you build towards this 2030 goal. You've mentioned hydrogen, but how do you see the proportion of different types of energy fitting into this transformation?
I think that this is a great question. At the end of the day, the power is now in our customer side. It's the customer who decide their preferred mobility source. And we are helping customers with different options. If you're thinking about mobility, for example, we are offering new service stations with a new experience powered by digital, where they can choose, for example, to charge their electric vehicles with ultra-fast chargers, for example. But if you are talking about, for example, trucks, the opportunity it's on green hydrogen. So depending on the type of customer, we're offering different sources. If you think in terms of air travel, the opportunity is on sustainable air fuel. So we are making sure that we are using renewables, green hydrogen, to empower these different options. It depends on the customer, and we are helping our customers. And digital is at the core of everything, making sure that we are orchestrating this ecosystem of clean energies using data and artificial intelligence to make this happen in a smarter way and helping and empowering also our customers with digital solutions.
Got it. And you mentioned like petrol stations and gas stations. Earlier on, you told me that Spain, 95% of car parks are not electric. How quickly are you going to be rolling out these renewable filling stations?
First, we are building new service stations, offering different solutions to our customers. We have just launched a new app called Go, where the customers can be empowered to access this electrical charger, for example. And we are offering new solutions, for example, the ultra-fast chargers. Nevertheless, we cannot do this alone, and in CEPSA we are collaborating with different public organizations to accelerate the path of the installation of these fast chargers for electric vehicles. So the offer that we are launching to the market includes fast chargers, new service, new experience, and empowering the customers also to enjoy this experience at the service stations with this Go app, for example.
Got it. And you've spoken a couple of times about the role of digital technologies and data. How are technologies like Internet of Things going to go beyond hype and buzzwords to something that's actually useful? What will the Internet of Things mean for the green energy transition?
Now, for us, it's key. I mean, we are making sure that we are building new digital native plants. We are talking about biofuel, for example. We are using these technologies, Internet of Things, industrial Internet of Things, to make sure that we are building new plants that are smart and empowering our employees to make sure that we are efficient in building this clean energy. We are making sure that we are connecting all the different assets, and we are empowering our people with this digital control intelligence, where we apply artificial intelligence to make sure that these are safe plants and really efficient plants to make sure that we are building this ecosystem of clean energies in a right way. So this is important, and we are using also this same technology of Internet of Things to make sure that all the different energy parks are also efficient and reducing their own emissions and making sure that we have also sustainable energy parks and even the service stations. So we are using this Internet of Things to make sure that data is at the core of everything that we are doing.
And what does it mean on a tangible level, Internet of Things, for you guys? Does this mean having sensors in different parts of your energy production field? Like, how does it actually work?
Yeah. We are making sure that we are, for example, we have launched a new IoT lab where we are testing different devices. And you can think that these devices can empower whether physical assets or even our colleagues, the different employees. Let's think that we can connect with smart devices and make sure that sensorizing the different elements of the plants or the service stations, we are using the right source of energy, for example, to make sure that we are in the right path of this decarbonization journey. Or, for example, we are using also wearables, testing wearables, to make sure that we are also empowering our employees in terms, for example, of safety in industrial environments. This is one of the areas of focus on these years, and we are looking for over 100 innovation partners to make sure that we are accelerating with data, IoT, and everything, these two elements, decarbonization and safety.
Got it. And for someone who doesn't know how an industrial power plant works, like, what are these inefficiencies that you need to solve? If you could just describe the problems that you're trying to address here.
So far, we are using, for example, renewable in whether the petrol, the service station, or the energy parks, and we need to make sure that we are orchestrating this source. Or, for example, we are using the green hydrogen in order to use in the new, for example, biofuel plants. So we need to make sure that we are orchestrating this. Or, for example, we need to make sure that we are coordinating the demand of these different energies with the production, because at the end of the day, again, we are making sure that with data and digital solutions, we are orchestrating the demand of our customers, again, with different sources of clean energy, with our own ability to orchestrate the production.
Right, so it's about generating the right amount of power at the right time and sending it where it needs to go efficiently. And you mentioned hydrogen a couple of times as well. So how far off are we from seeing, a mass rollout of, hydrogen-powered, you said trucks earlier?
At the end of the day, we are making sure that we are offering these different types of energy, and green hydrogen is really important, both for our own production, again, with this idea of the Scope 2. So we are using green hydrogen to make sure that we are empowering our own plants. And at the same time, we are making sure that we are using this ability and these capabilities to offer to the new transport customers. How far are we there? We are building these new digital native plants of green hydrogen and biofuel. And we are collaborating in this ecosystem with different partners to make sure that we can get there as soon as possible, because as I said, we have just a few years to make sure that we're impacting. But again, it's about collaborating with the ecosystem. We cannot do it alone. We need to make sure that we are orchestrating with different corporations here, with startups, to make sure that we are accelerating the pace. And also, we are collaborating with different public organizations, because we need to go together at this faster pace of
yeah. Well, tell us about some of these partnerships, because you recently announced one with AWS, Amazon Web Servers. So what will that actually mean in terms of the work you're doing together?
Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, making sure that digital is an accelerator of this transition requires a joint effort. We cannot do it again alone. And for example, we are working with our key partners, for example, technology vendors such as AWS and Amazon Web Services. And we have been in a workshop in Seattle making a renewal of our agreement. And we are one of the leaders working with them in new decarbonization platforms. And this is an example that at the end of the day, we're not working alone. We are working with this partner. And again, we are using these data platforms of decarbonization to make sure that we are empowering our own teams, but also working with B2B clients to make sure that they are also benefiting for these data artificial intelligence solutions and helping on their own decarbonization journey. So data is using these twofold ways, helping our customers and helping our own efforts.
How do you see the sort of willingness to kind of engage in this issue? I guess let's compare big tech company like Amazon. I guess for a startup, it's harder to kind of, take expensive steps to become a sustainable energy partner with someone like yourself. How does it differ depending on the size of client?
I think that this is a good question. We have different levels of partnerships. You highlight the joint effort with AWS, but we are also working with corporations to make sure that we are working with them in order to help them to reduce their carbon footprint. We are working with academic partners also to include these efforts, including in terms of artificial intelligence. But for us, it's key working in the startups ecosystem. And that's why we are here talking with some of our colleagues in the environment, making sure that we are connecting with them. And the way to connect is making sure that we are building this, maybe sometimes just proof of concepts, MVPs, or making sure that we are building something meaningful to reduce the carbon footprint. So far, we have announced a new opening of 100 opportunities of collaboration with startups. Again, focus on two areas, decarbonization, IoT for safety or something in the industrial environment. And with the Open Innovation team, we are collaborating to make sure that we are accelerating with their knowledge. And I think that this is a good way to get together and a win-win for all of us and keep on accelerating our joint effort. I think that this is a great opportunity for all of us to work together in this new big challenge, to be honest.
Yeah, and as you say, there's many startups here who might be interested in partnering with a person like Cepsa. What would be your advice to anyone who wants to know how they can, make their case that they're the right partner for you?
To be honest, I have been just with Cepsa for 8 months. I've been living in Silicon Valley for several years in a tech company. And I think that the key elements that we're seeing worldwide, you can apply here. It's about making sure that you have the right idea, the right vision, but you have the right way to accelerate our corporate efforts. So I think that with the right actions and making sure that we can work together, for example, in terms of building in a fast-paced, maybe a proof of concept, something that we can make sure that we can add value, a win-win with the startup, making sure that we can touch something meaningful. I think that this is the best way to build and escalate. I think that that's something that for us is really important. Start small, but then escalate, because we are building something really with a big impact in the world and the society, but we need to begin working. That's why with the Open Innovation team, we are making sure that we are building something meaningful and physical and proof of concept, and something that we can make sure that we are showing to our teams and we can work together and we can use the different elements of escalation. I think that this is important. Start small and build something meaningful with us. We can work together.
What will these partnerships mean? Will you be connecting startups with, corporate clients, helping them to get into, different conversations with potential new customers? What will it actually mean?
We have different areas of opportunity. If you think in terms of decarbonization, we have different elements where we can add value in terms of the industrial efforts, making sure that data and artificial intelligence, IoT, we have been talking about, is empowering our industrial footprint, the energy parks and the new digital plans that we have been talking about. Maybe this is more internal. And then on the decarbonization side with the B2B partnerships, we can connect the startups in these different elements, blockchain, quantum computing, and everything, making sure that we are building this ecosystem with different corporations. And the good thing is that CEPSA can help all the startups to connect with these tech vendors, again, in the example you were highlighting on AWS, and also we can connect with different clients, because in CEPSA we work with different types of clients, bigger and smaller businesses, B2C, the customer. So we are able to connect with the broader ecosystem of business in the southern part of Europe, and we can work together in this ecosystem. I think that's the beauty of the fast pace that we are going through the green digital effort, joint effort.
Got it. And you've mentioned a couple of, exciting new technologies like Internet of Things and AI, but how do you see, some other kind of frontier technologies, quantum, blockchain? Let's start off with blockchain. How can that help this digital transition?
To be honest, in my past, I was working with different industries and financial services. They are more mature in terms of the usage of blockchain. But in terms of energy and this space of clean energies, there's a huge amount of opportunities and use cases for blockchain. For example, the first experience in a broader scale that we have, it's on the chemicals business. And we have been helping our clients in the chemical world to have the traceability, because at the end of the day, we are claiming, again, you were highlighting this at the beginning, we are claiming that we are offering to our customers a new soap, for example, that it's greener. And we need to make sure that this is not greenwashing. We need to make sure that you are using the right elements, the right source, the right technologies, and the traceability is a key element. And we have this first case of usage of blockchain for traceability of the different materials that we are using, the technology and everything to make sure that we are doing the right thing. Quantum is different because the maturity is not that big. But for example, we have some conversation with some of the startups that maybe they are here today, and we are exploring the opportunity of quantum for accelerating this decarbonization journey. So different levels of maturity, but we are also realizing that combining some of these different technologies, we can accelerate the way that digital it's helping our clients and ourselves in the decarbonization journey.
Right, so early days for quantum, but where do you see that it could fit in?
At the end of the day, we are making sure that we have this huge amount of data, and we can accelerate our ability to generate smart advice to our customers in their journey and our own way of handling the industrial side of the business. So we are exploring different use cases with some startups right now, and we identified the key opportunities. Are we sure that we have the right use case? We are working on that. I think that maybe for blockchain is more mature. With quantum, we are exploring, but we are identifying this couple of areas of opportunity, industrial production and smart decarbonization, where I'm pretty sure that although we still need to keep on working together, we'll have a huge amount of efforts and results in the following months. But again, it's not the same level of maturity. We need to make sure that we are collaborating with the startups and the ecosystem to accelerate the different use case at the different levels of maturity of these technologies.
Okay, so still a bit of time to work out exactly how something like quantum can fit in. And you touched on, the fact that you were working in a tech company in Silicon Valley at Oracle. People, I think, on this side of the Atlantic often kind of idolize the sort of, the innovation mentality from Silicon Valley. What did you learn there that you're bringing back to Spain?
First, I would say that they have been working on this for almost 60 years, so we need to catch up. But on the second idea is that we are in the right pace. I mean, if you are talking with people here in this room, with people outside in the South Summit event, we're realizing that although maybe we are catching up with Silicon Valley, we have really a great ecosystem. I think that the point of difference and the opportunity, even for the venture capital in Silicon Valley, when they look at us, is that we are really able to first reimagine the world. We are creative, we are really working in new ways. I think that this innovative view of the world, I think that is a point of difference. And in our world, if you think that maybe in the southern part of Europe, CEPSA and in general Spain, we are able to build this green ecosystem because we are betting not just in the energy companies, but the startups are really focused on this. I think that we are in the world one of the fastest countries, and we are really investing a lot of effort in accelerating the impact. So I think that these are two good elements for us. And the third one for me, it should be the way we are collaborating. Although, to be honest, Silicon Valley is great. I mean, you have venture capital, you have the Stanford University, you have the tech companies, they are all together. But if you think about, for example, the South Summit and the ecosystem that we are building in different cities in Spain, I think that we have really building something meaningful. But we need to stay together. We need to keep on talking. We need to keep on building together. And as corporates in CEPS and other companies, we need to make sure that we are at the core of this transformation and that we are able to build this ecosystem together. I think that that's the key message for me. We need to keep on working together with the startups and also the public organizations. I think that that's the key of Silicon Valley. Public, private, big corporations, startups, academic, working together with the same goal. In our case, the goal that we are working towards is the decarbonization journey. Mm-hmm. I think that we can really join efforts. And the Silicon Valley way of building the ecosystem, I think that it's right for us and we are in the right place. And we want to really lead this green digital effort in Spain.
Yeah, and we haven't got much time left, but I just, you mentioned the need for, business and government to work together. And I think one thing that people have seen in Spain is recently there have been a lot of new solar startups, and this is partly to do with the context of the sun tax and some, quite questionable policy making from the previous government. Mm-hmm. What do you think, how big is that opportunity now? How much are you kind of seeing solar startups that you can work with, and how much are you building that yourself?
At the end of the day, again, if you're thinking about this huge ambition, even for us or for the society of decarbonization, the message, we cannot do it alone and we need to work together. If you think in terms of the opportunity for startups and corporations, it's huge. In our case, in CEPSA, we are investing 8,000 millions in these clean energies. And also the digital solutions for them. So the opportunity in our case it's really important, it's really big. I'm sure that different companies are working in different paces, and the opportunity for startups are huge. The message that I would like to share today is that we need to do it together. I think that that's a key message for me. Learning from Silicon Valley, coming back to your point, we need to do it together. We need to make sure that the startups are not working alone in silos. They're working together with us. We are also working with the academy. We are making sure that we are also investing in the scientific efforts. And I think that that's a message that South Summit summarizes also. We are in this together and we need to work together. I think that that's the message. You cannot do it alone. And in CEPSA, with the Open Innovation team, we are really focusing on accelerating our joint efforts because this is huge. I mean, to be honest, this is a great moment in history, a great moment for transformation. But we need to work together. And that's why Open Innovation in our team, it's working that hard to looking for these 100 startups. And I'm sure that all the people that is here today, early morning in Madrid, in a rainy day, they're also focusing on accelerating and making an impact. I think that that's a good news for us. We are in this together and make sure that we are collaborating. And the public organizations, again, they are part of this joint effort.
All right, well, David, thank you very much. Thanks for being here early morning. Thanks for you guys, and give a big round of applause for David.
Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Nice to talk to you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
It's Mike. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. I hope you are enjoying South Summit so far. We're on this rainy day. It's been quite a challenge getting here, but here I am. Okay, so we've just been talking about renewable energy and energy transition. And we're now going to be talking about bioeconomy and the treasure of communities, a trove of resources and opportunities, and the importance of understanding a region to generate social and economical value is key to develop a net zero economy based on sustainability. I think we'll just wait until people have gone out and then let people come in. So we had this sort of block yesterday, so I just want to see if there's some more people coming in. Okay. Yeah, because, yeah. Okay, I'll welcome you to the stage. So today, talking about the treasure of communities and a trove of resources and opportunities, we have Maya Castro, who is founder at Invest Amazonia. Myra, welcome to the stage. And Diana Kruger, co-founder at Motherland Earth. And Luis Philippe Adame, who is CEO at Moss, who will be moderating this discussion. So over to you.
Are we ready?
Yeah. Should we begin?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for the attention and the attendance to this very important topic of trying to build, conservation from the ground up. So, from the community level, going to a more macro policies. So I'd like first to maybe ask an intro from our panelists. So please, Maya, if you could go first, talk about a bit of what you see in the Amazon and what kind of effort you think we should be taking, both at at the government level or at the private sector level.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Great pleasure to be here with you, and also to be, in a certain way, representing my region, the Amazon, which is widely known in other countries. So taking your question, which is a very great one, from my perspective as an Amazonian, we see that the scenario is changing very fast in the region, meaning that we have new actors, projects, money coming from different types of capital, yes, as well in the region. I can tell you the effort of my own state, the state of Pará, which is the second largest in the region. Our governor is taking a lot of action towards bioeconomy and protecting our biodiversity. So it means that we have a plan, how to do it. In the federal level, we changed the government, and for us, it's been quite positive in a way, because the communication between all the governmental levels are there. So the cities, the states, and the federal level. So it makes a flow of information, policies, and also investment. So we are seeing that. From the private sector, we have to understand that we do have companies, we do have investment funds, and we also have a civil society when we take that, as a whole sector. Again, it's changing a lot as well, because before we could see that we were more isolated from the rest of the country, and we are seeing that Brazil has discovered the Amazon, basically, and it is a very recent movement, meaning that now everyone is talking about the Amazon. But the truth is, what is that about? What type of Amazon we're talking about? Well, we do have the region, but we also have the brand. It's a worldwide know as a brand as well. Everyone now wants to use Amazon and in a certain way. So we are aware of it. But what is happening is that we need to mix up more in terms of people. Because what happens is, as Amazonians, sometimes or usually we are not part of the decision-making processes, either for public policies or for projects from the private sector. And this is an issue because the Amazon region is very complex cultural-wise, and we've been isolated not only geographically from the rest of the country, but also historically and emotionally as well. So everything that you try to do there, and you don't include the locals, you tend to waste money and time. And this has changed a lot in the recent years, because before, like 3-4 years ago, I was very approached by people from outside the region, from the country, but the way it was done, it wasn't, I would say it wasn't respectful to basically what was already being done in the region from the locals. Now it's changing a little bit, but yet the projects for the Amazon are not with the Amazon. So when you look at the team from projects, you know, we don't see Amazon as part of the game, part of the team. So it means that we are creating something for, but not with. So that is basically the general scenario that I can actually share.
Terrific. Maybe to just put in perspective the importance of the Amazon and of Africa, and specifically Kenya, that Diana is going to talk about. The Amazon holds 1/3 of the world's trees and 40% of the world's rainforest, being that another 30% are in Africa. And out of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, globally, 20% are coming from us burning trees in the Amazon in Africa. And in the case specifically of Brazil, 60% of the emissions are coming from burning trees, basically. Out of the 2 billion tons, 1.2 are coming from deforestation and burning trees. And there's the question of legitimacy, as Maya put. You know, you need to engage the local communities with the solutions, otherwise it doesn't really work. Diana, if you could talk, of course, Africa having, you know, 1.4 billion people, so I know a little over 20% of the global population and its importance for natural resources. What kind of a solution are you pursuing? And if you could talk a bit about, you know, introduce yourself and your company or your efforts in the region and especially in Kenya, we would really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. And good morning, everybody. And thank you for sharing this space with us. I'm very grateful and honored to be here today. I'm actually a co-founder of an ecosystem orchestrator. We are operating in West Kenya, as precisely in Siaya County, which is very close to Lake Victoria. And what we are basically doing is we are in conversations with African farmers and startups since the outbreak of the pandemic. And we had very in-depth conversations, actually, how can we uplift a vulnerable community from poverty to prosperity. And what we have learned is that one of the greatest game changer is to really focus on the post-harvest loss. So the farmers we are working with at the moment, they are 405 from Siaya County, and we have learned not only that they don't have access to basic infrastructure, no access to clean water, no access to education for their children and so on, we all know about it, but on top of that, the smallholder farmers, each of them facing a food loss of staggering 65%. And the purchase price of their produce is absolutely heartbreaking. And we strongly believe as an ecosystem accelerator that actually the farmer should be the richest person on this planet, yet they are the poorest. So what we are doing is we are collaborating, we're creating an ecosystem with the farmers together, have strong bonds with the local community, and we plug in different, at the moment, Kenyan startups who solve all of the challenges the farmers are facing at the moment, and so far very successfully. And I would like to add something to what you have said. It's so important that you have from the beginning of any project, especially in vulnerable communities, you need to have community buy-in. If you don't understand the needs of the community, of the people you work with, your project or your mission is going to fail, absolutely. So, and this is one of the things why we so much believe not only in technology, right? It's absolutely important. So we basically work a lot with value chain data traceability, with high logistic intelligence. But actually what I strongly believe is the most important core technology is really human precision technology. It's working from human core to human core. It's actually trust. So, and that's what we're also doing within our ecosystem accelerator in Kenya, work with the different technologies of the startups, but also to gain and maintain trust, because we're just working with 400 farmers, but just let alone Siaya County has 90,000 smallholder farmers. And on top of that, as you might know, Africa is really the youngest continent, right? And from a CO2 emission perspective, it has the lowest CO2 emissions, but where it's really lacking is actually the social foundation, if we look at the donut economy model, right? So, and we are basically there in this area, and we want to scale throughout Africa to also really impact social ecosystems as positively as possible.
Terrific. Thank you, and congratulations for your efforts and important work. You touched upon two aspects that I would like to hear Maya's view and opportunities in the Amazon. One, you mentioned, Diana, the donut economy, that it's important, to attract investments, to attract to the ecosystem, not just to focus on financial results, but a broader look at how we measure returns, right? Not just financial money, but also social return, environmental return, on a more holistic view. And also the use of technology. Maya, could you please give a couple of examples of the investment opportunities that you see in the Amazon so that we can value more or attribute more value, to the communities and to the ecosystem there? And maybe if you can think of or show a couple of examples on the use of technology for these efforts. I don't know if there is much of an application of technology per se, but on this holistic view of the donut economy and the triple bottom line and the kind of investment opportunities that you see in the Amazon forest.
Right, so I'm going to divide that into two parts. The first one about technology. Interestingly enough, disruption in the Amazon when it comes to technology is very simple. It's access to internet. Basically, the vast majority of people, if you take the whole region, don't have access to internet. I currently live in a traditional community close to Belém, which is, by the way, confirmed as a host for the COP30 in 2025. So I only could move to this place because there was internet available. Otherwise, I couldn't work. But yet, at 5:30 in the evening, I can't make any call because the internet is not great. So the next step, if I want to improve, I had to get from satellite, and it is extremely expensive. So responding to your question, when it comes to the Amazon, we have to understand that the logic there might be very, very different from other places in the world, even in Brazil. So if you want to make a huge disruption in the region, we have to make internet available, accessible to everyone. So the impact that can have on the grassroots, on the ground, is huge. Imagine that we are talking about a region that is the whole size of the European Union together. This is basically the size of the region, the Brazilian Amazon. So when indigenous people, they are having problems with their lands, how can they communicate to, the local policy, for example? So if they have access to internet, they can do it immediately. But if they don't, it's quite difficult to actually make communication happen. So this is the importance, just to give an example of the importance of internet for us. But then we can go to another level, to the cutting-edge solutions and technologies. like artificial intelligence and so on. So Google has created a whole brand, actually, only focused on sustainability, and they have a couple of projects done with partnerships regionally, and it's quite interesting what they want to do, because as they have satellite images, that can be used to understand the size of deforestation in the region, for example. So that's why they work in partnerships, because they can't have the access to the grassroots problems, but they have the technology. So when we do it together, we can make solutions happen. So Google has done that so far. They do have a very interesting project that actually grabbed my attention. It's called in English, Digitais da Floresta. So basically, they can understand it, with technology where a tree comes from, because they know that this tree technically have the same chemical and physiological aspects of the land. And they want to use that to identify if a tree specifically is illegal or not. So it's very interesting how technology can help, but yet it's about people at the end of the day, you know, because if you have technology but you don't have people, I mean, nothing happens. So that's basically that's the message about technology. Internet access is disruption in the region. Now, going to investment opportunities. What I say now, maybe in 3 months it will not be there anymore, because it's changing so fast. I see a lot of opportunities for blended finance in the region. Because basically, if a VC, for example, from the United States wants to do any investment there, $1 million is 5 million reais. So, I mean, for us there, it's a lot of money. It means that our ecosystem is still a bit incipient. So we need a lot of investment, you know, that can buy the risk. So now is the moment for blended finance. That's what I can say. But if you want to move forward a little bit, I would say that the average ticket is between $1 million to $3 million. And where are you going to direct this money to? Well, from my experience in talking to, you know, entrepreneurs, it goes for bioeconomy. But again, bioeconomy itself is a very, you know, huge sector. And we have to understand exactly what type of, you know, businesses in bioeconomy we're talking about. In this case, I'm talking about biocosmetics, for example. We do have companies in the region that need to grow. They need actually beyond money. And this is the opportunity that we have there for this type of ticket. But I know that people want to invest, for example, more in traditional communities. So that's a pretty hard job to do. Why? Because it's not about money. You know, why do I say that? Because we need to build the processes. And these processes have to make sense for everyone. It has to make sense for the investor. It also have to make sense to the people there. And this is actually when we have the clash, lack of understanding. Sometimes it's language, because the vast majority of Brazilians do not speak English. That's the first point. But it's about, it's not language itself, but understanding each other's sector, where we're coming from.
The value systems. Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's basically what happens there. I would say that if you have $1 million, we do have a lot of opportunities, but yet you need to find exactly how to make that happen. And usually the entrepreneurs in the Amazon are not yet used to investment language. So it's a lot of effort, but it is possible.
Nice, a hopeful message. Diana, as you know, Maya mentioned, and as we know, there's a lot of money, of course, in the global north. That money, you know, our challenge, you know, for your company, for your efforts and for Maya's, is to get, you know, attractive investment opportunities in, you know, Kenya, in the Brazilian Amazon, to bring this money down. It's kind of a sign, you know, that the attendance here is, you know, lower, or there are fewer people who want to listen about the global south relative to the global north, and that usually leads to opportunities. So if you could give a couple of examples of your efforts to, you know, attribute more value to the work of the farmers and the communities in Kenya, and how to make it attractive for, you know, the investor in the global north to bring the money to Africa, to the global south.
I mean, so first of all, we strongly believe in regenerative agriculture and economy, right? So it's really about how much can we give for all we get, first of all. So I think there are absolutely amazing investment opportunities throughout Africa, exact at this moment in time, and yet we really push for green growth. Right, so it's really about how can we regenerate social ecosystems, how can we regenerate the cultural and financial ecosystems as well, the capital. So strongly, I mean, we can't do the same mistakes we are doing in the global north, right? And if we look at Africa, we have almost very little CO2 emissions, and the question is, how can we together, and I don't want to say empower because Africa is really strong on itself, but how can we collaborate together towards a really good future for all of us? And beyond exploitation. And there is so much potential, especially if we look in the agricultural sector. It's not yet fully, let's say, I say this very consciously contaminated, right, by Western practices, also by chemical fertilizers and pesticides. So the majority of the African farmers, they actually do regenerative agriculture without knowing it. So, and so I think there's great potential in really cultivating healthy soil. If we have healthy soil, right, we have a healthy planet. And that's something I would really like investors to look into, how we not only measure and impact the financial flows, but actually how do we measure wealth itself and find a new narrative. And there is so much actually to do in Africa because, as we said earlier, it lacks the social foundation, right? So, and economic growth, of course, it's important. It's a great driver to also give access to education and all the other basic infrastructure. And for me, it's really about a regenerative agriculture, regenerative economy.
Are there already...
And it's hard. It's hard, right? So when we talk to people and we share our results, right, during the last 6 months, we have tripled the revenue of each farmer. You know, it's untapped potential. And if you look at, we have more than 900 million smallholder farmers throughout Africa. And with our ecosystem approach to really work together with all the startups on the different challenges, it really shows that it's not only about the money. And I think we all agree on really, it's really also about building connections and partnerships and to mutually care for our earth. So the question is for all of us, how can we really move away from the actual GDP and how can we measure the impact on the social, emotional, health, and whatever level? I think that's super vital. And I think, as we discussed earlier today, it's really about the shift in the mindset. And we are all part of one organism, right? It's this blue, precious planet. So, and I think it's fundamentally that we look into more, I call it soft or social investments. Yeah.
And does technology, I imagine it plays an important role to reduce the information asymmetry so that people, you know, from outside Africa, Kenya specifically, get to know about this kind of opportunity, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Lots of startups working on that, you know, giving more
so we have many
transparency
startups and we are attracting more and more at the moment. So at the moment we are collaborating with 5 startups and there are more already. We are also having conversations, or our advisory board consists of many Africans from 6 different countries, and they're actually waiting that motherland could also build a hub in their specific regions. Yeah.
Very nice. We have, you know, a little over 2 minutes left. Maybe a final message for all the investors, funds, VCs that are here, you know, watching us or watching you. Do you want to go first, Maya?
Yes, with pleasure. I used to say that we have to think, obviously, of return of investment, but I also tend to use return of impact. So we can think of still the same letters, but return of impact, I think, is the message. It can come together, and it should.
Mm-hmm. And then it's obviously tends to be more permanent or more sustainable than just purely financial focus. And you, Diana, what do you want to?
Yeah, so it's just really, so my core message is, how much can we give for all we get?
Right. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations again. And I hope that we were able to, spark a bit of interest in sustainable investments with a social focus in both Brazil and Africa. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
That was great, very insightful, and return of impact. I like that. So over to you. I mean, I'm going to move on, but that was great. Thank you very much. Okay, so we've just talked about the treasure of communities and a trove of resources. Talking about, in relation to bioeconomy, we're now moving on to leadership and talent, which is a very interesting topic, especially. I'm very keen on it. Today we're going to be talking about unleashing creative potential, the journey of talent in the marketplace. We're going to be talking about embarking on an exhilarating exploration of the limitless possibilities offered by tools and technology platforms in unleashing talent and fostering remarkable content creation. And today, who's going to be joining us on the panel, we have Margot Miller, who is Global Head of Community at TopTel. Welcome to the stage, Margot. And then we have Jorg Bestard, VP Europe at Canva. Welcome to the stage. And moderator Miriam Tejada, Country Manager at Hotmart. So over to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you, everybody. Just reminding, we're going to talk of the unleashing creative potential, the journey of talent to the marketplace. So, first go first. Margot, maybe you want to introduce yourself and what is TopTel?
Yes, of course. So I'm Margot Miller, all the way from Canada today, and I am the Global Director of Community for TopTel. TopTel is the world's largest professional, fully remote talent marketplace. So we have talent in over 80 countries around the world, thousands and thousands of people who are experts in development, in design, which of course we'll talk about today, because we're talking a lot about creativity, so lots of designers, as well as product and project managers, and some finance experts as well. And so we put them out to our clients to support them to be innovative and move really quickly with our on-demand talent from our network.
Good, thank you. Jorge, what about Canva? How can you explain a little bit of it?
So Jorge Bestard, I'm originally from Madrid, actually, and Canva is a platform that helps people communicate visually. We believe that everybody should be empowered to design, and we do so through a very easy-to-use tool. We have 150 million monthly active users in the platform right now, and 1 out of 10 people in Spain are using Canva today. When it comes to enabling talent, it's one of the things that we say. We have to make the tools very easy and help people communicate wherever and however they want to communicate.
Good, thank you. In my case, I'm representing Hotmart. Hotmart is an all-in-one platform. It's a platform where all solutions are available for those people who are in the will to host their content, distribute their content, and they also can sell it not only in Spain. Hotmart is a worldwide solution. We are selling products in 188 countries. We have more than 85 million of digital products, mainly online courses, ebooks, podcasts. So mostly it's a solution for those people who have a talent and they want to start monetizing as well their talent with several solutions that we can provide. So if you want, we can start with our discussion on how this talent is bring to the marketplace. And the first thing I wanted to ask to each of you is how your company is contributing to the development of the talent and the creating of the content. You can start, Jorge.
Sure. So Canva is essentially a content creation tool. We started about 10 years ago. It was started in Australia by Melanie Perkins and Cliff Obrecht. And they had the idea that there are tools that are inaccessible to 99% of the population, which are things like Adobe and Photoshop, which are very, very difficult, right? The most important thing that somebody can do when they have a great idea is how they communicate it, both internally or externally. So they said, let's grab these very difficult tools, let's make it very, 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 very easy, right? So I think probably the hardest thing a company can do is hire the right people, ramp them up, and make them very, very, very productive, and grab the brilliant idea that they have and put them on somewhere where they can share them. If you do not provide the right tools, you are basically handicapping them, right? So we believe Canva is one of those tools that is enabling talent and getting people to, for the first time, communicate in a way that they did not know possible.
Okay. In case of Hotmart, the way we want to contribute is there are different stages. On the first thing we do is a lot of effort to create awareness to people who are already creating content, most of them just having a monetization of it with their YouTube channel or whatever. And, but they already have a good community demanding for more content to be created, to be consumed. So we make awareness to them in order to know that there are other solutions in where they can give this additional value to their communities or to their audiences. So first thing we do is to be the motor of the ones letting them know that there are other solutions in the way they can monetize these audiences they have. So a part of that, Hotmart, what is made for is to have in a single place all the solutions, technical solutions that they are going to need. Starting for the creation of the content, they can allocate the videos, the podcasts, the downloadable files, whatever, in a very sensitive way. They can also create the landing pages they want to use as a funnel in order to bring the audience from the awareness to the lead to finally a consumer, which is actually a student, not a buyer for them. It's a buyer, but for them it's going to be a student. And they also have the possibility to distribute this content worldwide. So most of the work we do is not only based in marketing or sales and so on. We believe that it's part of our philosophy to let the people know that they can exploit this potential, that there is opportunity for them to make business with the knowledge they already have, and it doesn't matter if it is how to grow plants, how to invest in crypto, how to, I don't know, write a book, or how to speak in public, for instance, no? So it's we believe that there's a lot of people who has a lot of things to say or to share, and they need to know where they can do it and how they can do it. So our philosophy is to make them easier things for them.
Yeah. For us, it's a bit of a different angle, right? Because we're not a content creation platform or a content hosting platform. We are, in effect, a talent marketplace and a very highly vetted one. So there's lots of screening for talent to get into our marketplace. It's not kind of a public showcase. So in that case, for us, we have, like I was saying before, these amazing designers and many other skilled people, but we're talking about kind of that content creation side. So I'll stick with designer as my example today. But we have these amazing designers. And so we're not specifying the creative tools that we ask them to use. But we are putting them in a position to kind of be the most creative with their skills that they can be, because we're not limiting that tool choice, although you have a good point of making sure it's clear that they can use certain ones. We do have, of course, like many playbooks on the kind of tools that we recommend, but when they're working with clients in different countries, there's different opportunities, different expectations of the skills they have and the tools they have. So what we do in a talent marketplace like ours is we take out all that extra burden of having to find your own clients, having to run your payroll, things like that. And so when we do that, our talent then can really just focus on the thing that they're truly passionate about and truly skilled at, which is that design and creative work. And so I think when you take out a lot of those like standard workplace burdens, if you will, the talent then are able to really like thrive in the thing that they're most skilled at. And so that's where I think creativity can really flourish.
Mm-hmm. I believe that in the way our companies work, these allow us to be like democratizing the access to explore your talent, to access to designers that I need to work with. So what do you think are the keys for companies as the ones we represent to impulse or to boost this kind of way to work worldwide and arriving to people that in other conditions may never reach to this kind of contents or solutions?
Yeah, I think something very interesting happened in the last 10 years, which is the biggest headaches that CIOs had maybe 15 years, 20 years back was, I'm buying this software, and how do I get people to adapt this software to unleash that creativity, right? That changed, that has subsequently changed in the past 15, 10 years with a product-led growth motion. As you know, people are taking the software experience into their own hands, and they're choosing the tools that they use. So when it comes to unleashing that talent, people feel a little bit more independent, and they feel a little bit more free to select the tools that they use, how they operate, and how they like to work. And that's mostly due because before 20, 30, 40 years ago, the first software experience that people had was at work. Now the first software experience that people have is in their personal lives. Mm-hmm. That's where tools like Slack all of a sudden became very popular, because people did not want to use the internal intranet or the internal messaging system that they had, and people started using Slack. Or how tools like Canva as well became very popular. One of my favorite conversations with my clients is I go to their CIO and say, hey, do you know how many people are using Canva in their company? And it just blows their mind. They have no idea about it. And we tell them we have thousands of people that are using Canva, and you don't know about these guys. So let's get them all on one account. These are people, as you say, they're free to create their own content. They're free to work in ways that are very natural to them. Mm-hmm. And I actually think that's a very good thing, that the expectation at work is that you have a suite of tools out there that you can use that are going to enable you to do your best work. And that's something that we should really cherish, that we have right now.
Yeah. What about you, Margot?
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about democratizing tech from our side too, like again, I'm going to always come at this from a slightly different angle, but in the fact that we have talent in over 80 countries, and many of them in countries where there's a ton of amazing, talented people, but there's not necessarily always amazing job opportunities and companies in their city or in their remote or rural area or even maybe in their country. So with TopTal, they're able to leverage that and get access to really amazing clients. We have, great startup clients, but we also have many amazing Fortune 500 companies and large organizations that they wouldn't have access to in their home countries. Yeah. So when we talk democratizing like talent's access to that, I think that's a really exciting piece that that marketplaces like ours can offer to talent. And again, like it allows them to be working on these skills and showcasing themselves across the board, much like your platform can do for people, right? Because they can showcase their skills like and use a tool that is becoming so popular that then, in your example of Slack is a great one too, if tools like that become so widely used, then when they pick up from one country and go work for one of our clients in, say the US or the UK, where they're using the Slack tool, they already have those skills because those tools are so broad and widespread now.
Yeah. In our case, it's kind of very similar approach. For us, for instance, in the last years, we're seeing an explosion of users and new creators coming from the from Latin American countries. And it's very relevant for us because we believe that at the end of the day, we're giving the opportunity to some countries where they have less access to work in big companies, or they have less opportunities to work internationally because of the many reasons, politics, borders, taxes, whatever. So one of the things that we found that we are doing is that we are like allowing the access to each person in the world with the only requirement for them to be connected to a Wi-Fi connections, to be having the market, all the world as their own market, because they have the opportunity to distribute their content, to talk to their audiences wherever. And we also help them as well to localize part of the copy they need to use or whatever, in order to be also aware of how in different countries they can allocate in a more localized way to sell or to do the speech or whatever. No? So I think it's very nice.
Miriam, I'll add to that too. When we talk about democratizing like talent and tech, I think like a piece of it, it's not our main focus today, but when we look at like different populations, even so, I'm very passionate about women in tech.
Yeah.
And I heard a really great story from one of the talent in our network a little while ago. She was saying that in this like future of work that we live in, where she's able to be remote and working from home, which of course, very hot topic in the last few years, she was explaining to me that in the workplace, she often was put into this position of being the woman in tech. She was a developer, and she had designers on her team, and there was, in that big team of designers and developers, there were 2 women. And so she was in this position all the time of like being brought to the table for being the woman and things like that. And this democratization angle is that she was telling me when she was in this remote work from home environment, she could raise her hand when she wanted to play that role, but wasn't always finding herself like in the office situation, like forced into that position. And so then she could focus more of her time on the passion she had for her work, the creativity she was putting into her work, and not kind of this extra burden that she found she had when she was in that all-male environment in person. So I think this like concept of future of work and how we're working all over the place and remote, it also is giving different populations, in this case, in my example, women, that ability to thrive a little bit more.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah. Let me bring out a different topic, a third one. What do you believe about artificial intelligence? Do you think this is a boost for the talent, or is probably something like speeding up the probability of boosting it?
I'll let you start with this.
Yeah, I mean, we can't not talk about AI in any panel right now, I think, right? So, of course, I mean, am I using it to create content, which is our topic today about content creation? Sure, like I'm updating my LinkedIn posts sometimes using AI to make them even stronger. But, there's still a big, like when it comes to imagery and things like that, still a lot of copyright issues there, right? Like you can't really copyright a lot of it, so you could create something amazing and run into that issue. But I mean, I can say for us at TopTal, we're certainly embracing it. Like as a very future-forward-looking company, we are encouraging our teams to use it. It's not, you're not going to get in trouble if we catch you using AI. Like it's in fact quite the opposite. So we're finding ways to employ it, and we really do see it as a transformative tool and a really good opportunity for the future of work. Of course, always with the caveat of monitoring and watching, because right now there's still a lot of questions.
Yeah. What about Canva, Jorge?
Yeah, so one very interesting stat that I read yesterday was that there's more content created through AI in 1 hour than what was created in the 20th century, right?
Whoa.
So what that's going to do is it obviously opens up the ability to just create a huge proliferation of content. That can be text, it can be imagery, it can be many things. I think the people that will harness AI and use it in a way that really flourishes their talent are going to benefit from it. Let me give you a very concrete example. One thing that we started developing at Canva is you can drop an Excel in a presentation and say, give me a 15-slide presentation based on this data, and it will just develop it for you, right? Pretty basic, and then you can use our integration with OpenAI ChatGPT and say, expand on these 2 or 3 topics, right? So for somebody that is not a designer, that doesn't have access to a design team, or that uses an external agency, all of a sudden they're saving a lot of time, they're saving a lot of man hours, and they're saving all the money that they're spending with design agencies for something that they're able to develop in 5 minutes, right? So our stance is that if you use AI and you're using it to enhance the work that you do, not replace the work that you do, it's going to make you better professionally. So ultimately, it's a tool that we're at the infancy of what it's going to look like, but right now it is saving a lot of man hours. It is saving a lot of time, and it's making people better designers, I think.
Okay. We in Hotmart, we are also in the middle. We just launched an AI solution for the creators who are uploading an online course. It's mostly a place where you can choose what topic are you going to talk about, and it will select what are the more appropriate models in order to expose that content. It will be taking into account what other courses on the same niche are distributing, are providing, and it will help the creator to have an idea of the structure of how the learning he wants to share should be done in a very didactical way. Yeah. Still, we believe, and this is also a question I'm very, from time to time, many times they ask me, why will anybody pay for an online course if the content is already in YouTube and whatever? So it's free in YouTube or in Instagram or whatever. But at the end of the day, there is and this will not change with the AI. There is a voluntary, there is a will behind in order to put the content in order, explain it in a very didactical way. So when you go to YouTube or whatever, you are gonna be just consuming the content without any structure, but just depending on the views or on the placement you will receive. But there's something we will never be able to substitute with AI, which is what do you want to communicate? What you want the other person to learn, and in which way? So we're gonna be developing solutions to help this road to be easier, but still we believe that in the talent of the communication, whatever, there are some things that cannot be substituted from my point of view, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, with the proliferation of content, I think it kind of equalizes the bar for everybody, but there is going to be standouts, right? And actually a segue to a question I wanted to ask you as a community leader. Part of what I've seen this year in creating community is that you are able to surface a lot of those standouts. And I'd be very curious how you think about community and what's your take on bringing community to a product or a region or.
Yeah, of course. I mean, thank you, Jorge, because of course I like talking about community as it is my full-time day job. But I mean, I think we can think of community in like a very simple sentence, which is that no one is growing in a silo, right? And so when we think about community in these ways, like even just the tip that you just gave of, hey, take your Excel sheet and do this, you're not going to find that if you're not communicating with other peers in the industry or peers who are enjoying the same topics as you are. And so growing and leveraging communities is a really important way for people to continue to kind of grow and leverage these tools that exist out there, right? So, you know, as an example with TopTal, we have over 10,000 talent that are in our network, and they're all in a Slack community that we have. So, you mentioned that tool earlier. And so we are encouraging them to connect over whatever topic they're most interested in. So if that right now is AI, or if that's 3D printing, or if that's using Canva or a tool like that, we'll have all these different channels where they can go do that. And we help them find each other in those channels, and they might be from all over the world. So what might be like a trending topic on how we're using AI in one area, or a trending topic on how we're using a certain design tool in one area, may not be the same in another country. And that's what's so cool about building a community, is that those two people who are super experts in 3D printing or super experts in Canva can come together in that channel and really like grow off of each other. I think I would encourage anyone here who's watching this panel thinking like, how do I continue to grow my skills? Literally just Google like community and then whatever the tool is that you really love. I know you guys have an amazing community. And so you could literally Google Canva and community. I'm just plugging you here a lot. But like TopTal, our community is private. You can't get into it unless you're in our network. But anything, like if you use Jira all the time, like go Jira community, like Atlassian, whatever, and you'll find a separate page often from their same web page, and that's where their community lives. They might invite you to a Slack group, or they might have kind of an intranet type thing they use, and there's going to be a wealth of information there that you can find, like Q&A, upvoted, product improvements, all these kind of things. And it's such a great resource to continue to evolve and grow. And again, like we're not growing without being around other people. That's why people come to these events even, right? But online communities everywhere are, highly recommended, of course, from my biased opinion.
Good. So people, it's 1 minute left. Maybe each of us, we want to share a final message about talent and how to unleash the potential of the talent. You start.
Yeah. No, I want to latch on to the idea you mentioned around community. I mean, the philosophy around building community that what we've seen is that there's whoever you meet, they do something better than anybody else, right? And I think when you get those people together, and you share that knowledge, you kind of unload that data and that knowledge, and you pass it to somebody who is able to fix two things together, right? There's a company that I saw recently called Gadex, and what they do is they actually get people physically in a place within a company to build that community. And I think part of unleashing that talent is getting people together in an environment where they generally do not have the ability to work together, and help them work in a different way that they've ever done before.
Absolutely. So,
I mean, well said, and I had my opportunity to kind of talk about community. Miriam, I know we're right at the end. So.
no, well, it's just wrapping the same. Exactly, it's just that ask to everybody to trust in their knowledge and to look for the communities or the solutions that will help them to unleash this creativeness and this talent. So I think that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was great. Thank you very much. All about communities these days, and how do we build them? So important. So our next talk, having talked about leadership and talent, we're moving on to food intelligence. And we're going to be talking about from mind to plate, hacking sustainable eating, and how we bridge the gap between our mindset, healthy habits, and consumer trends to create a more sustainable future. And with us, joining us today for the panel, we have Moody Solomon, who is CEO and founder at Ripe Labs. Welcome to the stage. Ariadna Masso, founder and CEO at Sano. And our moderator, Beatrice de Cost, who is director at KM0 Food Innovation Hub. So over to you guys. Thank you.
Designed to empower women. It's actually to enhance feminine.
Hi. Yes, I think it is. Yeah. Good morning. I'm very excited to be here with all of you today, especially because I'm sharing stage with these two food heroes. I believe that we haven't been speaking a lot about food in this summit, but if we aim to create that sustainable future, it's a topic, a concept we should discuss in depth. So this is a great opportunity for us to do so with these food heroes. So as we mentioned, we are joined by two food entrepreneurs, food founders that are tackling some of the most essential issues of our food system. And as the topic of this panel states, we need to hack sustainable eating. But first of all, I'd like to discuss why we need to do so, why we need to reflect on what are those challenges. But before doing that, I'd love if you could also share why you came into this sphere, in this arena of working to tackle those challenges. So you can,
Awesome.
You can go. Yeah.
Well, I'm very excited to be here, and as you were saying, it's so important to talk about, this topic and in such a summit. And well, basically, I'm Ariadna, and my connection with sustainable and healthy eating actually came from, a very personal condition. So in 2018, I was diagnosed with a chronic bowel condition. So it's basically a chronic inflammation of digestive system. And in that moment, I developed quite a hard relationship with food, and I was like, okay, I want to eat healthy food, but also every food is different. So we'll talk later about personalization and how could I make that sustainable. So that's how I got into nutrition science, and for me that was like a big wow moment. And then as a result in this journey, I created Sano, which is a digital platform. It's a data platform. We compile data sets for basically not only diet pattern, we actually also look a lot into gut and microbiome. So I can't wait to talk a bit more about, also plant-based and benefits of microbiome. Correlated with symptoms, biomarkers, and in the end of the day, we do a lot of work also for, healthy eating and helping not only patients, but actually consumers around the world on how to develop a good relationship with food for their own health.
And actually, gut health and knowing more about gut health is one of the big promises for our longevity, our health, our future well-being, right? So I read you're an award-winning founder related to your gut initiative. Last year you won the Johnson & Johnson Award. So congratulations, and I'm eager to hear more about personalized nutrition and how we can really tap into what each one of us needs. Maybe, Moody, why did you get into this very exciting and complicated world?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with both of you. So I'm Moody Solomon. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ripe Labs. And our mission at Ripe Labs is quite simple, ambitious but simple, and it's to put an end to food waste. And how I got into this, I'm actually an engineer by training. I started my career in medical devices, and then eventually went over to biotech. And so I spent the first half of my career really working on high-tech innovation products that saved people's lives. And when we looked at the problem of food waste, I first got introduced to it about 7 years ago. I was really floored by the magnitude of the problem. And interestingly, despite all of the advancements we made, how little innovation was in the industry at that time, relatively speaking. And so, you know, coming from the medical device industry where we developed products that could, you know, impact millions of lives, or 1 in 100,000, for example, food waste was something that was impacting every single person on the face of this planet, regardless of background, economic conditions, where you are in the world. It impacts every single person. And to put it in perspective, it's always interesting to look at the statistics. So over the next 30 minutes, by the time this panel is done, we will have wasted enough food to feed over 30 million people. Right? Just the next 30 minutes, that's enough to feed over 2/3 of all of Spain. And that very same food waste ends up in landfills, releasing tens of thousands of CO2 gas. In fact, if food waste was a country, it would be the 3rd largest greenhouse gas emitter behind China and the US. So the statistics are staggering, and obviously it's a problem that's economical, social, and environmental. And so when we looked at that problem, we realized that, okay, why is that? Well, food waste is experienced all across the supply chain, from the farm all the way down to the consumer at every single stage. So we have a very inefficient food supply chain issue, and it amounts to over $2.6 trillion in losses. So I'm throwing a lot of negative statistics here. So what are we doing about it, right? So we wanted to develop a technology that was very easy to use, simple to apply anywhere along the supply chain, and can be adopted by anyone along that supply chain, from the smallest smallholder farmer to the largest distributors and packers in the world. And so what we ended up developing at Ripe Labs was a formulation, a bioactive plant-based food-grade formulation that can be applied to a variety of surfaces, including stickers. You simply take our stickers, apply them to a fruit or a package of the fruit. They release the food-grade bioactive compounds and can extend the shelf life of fresh produce, in certain cases doubling the shelf life. To give you just a little bit more context, because a lot of people hear that and, you know, they get a little skeptical. It sounds like magic almost. And the science behind it, again, is really plant-based. So plants produce these secondary metabolites, natural compounds, to protect themselves. You could smell it at a distance. For example, a lavender plant that you have planted somewhere, you could smell the lavender that it releases. And why is it doing that? It has a variety of attributes, but one of which, the key ones, is to protect itself. And so we take those very same compounds, and we can develop that formulation that goes on the surface of stickers, and stickers is just one mode of way of applying it. And so in a nutshell, that's what we do, and this is how we're tackling the issue of food waste and sustainability.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we have mentioned, our food system is totally broken, and we are being very irresponsible and doing very absurd things, because you stated some data that is completely mind-blowing. And it's broken specifically from 2 angles, from the health standpoint and from the climate standpoint. So in the beginning, our food system was created with the intention of providing nutrition to people, of serving that purpose, right? And at the moment, what we see is that our food system is making people sick. If we look at the data related to health, we see that 40% of the people nowadays are suffering from obesity and diet-related diseases. We see that 800 million people don't have access to enough food. As you mentioned, almost 40% of all the food that we produce is wasted and could be used and redistributed to actually feed those people. it's also a public cost problem. So we don't have to tackle this only from an ethical point of view, but it's also costing us a lot of money. So it's not serving the initial purpose of our food system, which was to provide that nutrition to people without harming the planet and being able to do so for the following generations. So maybe Ariana can elaborate a bit more on how this food system is very absurd from a health standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we step back, right, we see, the prevalence of chronic inflammatory related, conditions is just booming. And I know in this room here, I'm sure you guys know anyone with food allergies, with some sort of digestive chronic disorders, metabolic health conditions. It's kind of also correlated, right? And food more and more is processed, right? We live in a society where all the food is manipulated, and all that obviously translates into, we are not made for this, right? I mean, I would love to tell you a bit more about, microbiome, because it's something that we really look into in terms of, this health assessment and nutrition. But, each of you here, we have trillion of good bacteria living in our digestive tract, right? And it's kind of the second organ in itself.
Good and bad, right? Depending on what we are eating.
Well, it's an ecosystem, right?
Yeah.
We all have like good and bad as long, they need to be in harmony. But the key here is that these bacteria, these good bacteria, they eat from fiber that is typically found mainly in plants, right? Those the polyphenols and carbohydrates that are typically found in plant-based diets. So obviously with all the manipulation in the industry of foods, a lot of added sugars, a lot of, whole grain foods, even some of them are manipulated, all that over time has changed this microbial composition of the gut microbiome. And that's why, you mentioned some of the stats, right? We see 20% of the world population is struggling with some sort of chronic digestive intolerance. 3 out of 4 people in the world struggle and are affected by chronic inflammation.
And I would say it's also a problem in countries of the Mediterranean. So we remember the Mediterranean diet, and we believe we are still carrying on a healthy diet, but it is not so. And if we see the stats regarding child health and nutrition and obesity rates in Spain, for example, it's staggering. And we are not doing that well in Spain either, actually.
But it's very interesting. Obviously, the Mediterranean, there's a lot of research, right, around this, all the benefits of the Mediterranean diet, but still, depending on, what foods have also been processed and added in this diet, as you say, right, the stats speak by themselves that there's something quite off balance there. There's still a lot of work to be done. So yeah, I hope that this helps all of us to understand, okay, this is a big fundamental problem in terms of what we eat, all the inflammatory, right, and gut irritant foods, and how this is really disrupting, health in terms of, allergies and many chronic inflammation diseases.
Mm-hmm. And actually, it's very correlated to climate health. Sometimes we visualize these two issues of the food system, climate and health, as two separate ones. But in the end, if the soil is not healthy, the food will not be as nutritious. If it's not biodiverse, it won't capture as much nitrogen. So we do have to tackle this from a 360 point of view. I would like for you to share some examples of what you are doing. You already mentioned a bit about your companies, but especially how you are trying to scale this and bring this to a larger impact and to a larger scale, as we are all very mission-driven, and what we want to do is to change the world for the better. So we might have a brilliant idea, but if we maintain it in our own community, it's not going to change the lives of people. So how do we scale up these very disruptive and revolutionary startups that can have a potential, but if they don't grow, they won't?
Yeah. No, that's a great question. And so for us at Ripe Labs, what we did was, you look at food waste as a whole, right? And for our technology, it can and it will be applied to all different food groups given its mode of action. But what we decided to particularly focus on to begin with, because we say this all the time and remind ourselves of that all the time as a startup, that if you try to do everything, you'll end up doing nothing. So we decided to particularly focus on fruits and vegetables, which is very relevant to this discussion about plant-based diets. And fruits and vegetables in particular have the highest wastage rates in comparison to all other food groups. So, for example, in the United States, it's up to 50% of the fruits and vegetables we produce go to waste. So literally for every apple or strawberry you're eating, there's one going in the trash. And in developing countries, that could be as high as 60%. And so by focusing on high-value, short shelf-life produce is how we started to look at the problem and tackle that problem specifically. And that included a lot of some of the most healthiest but least accessible produce, such as berries, for example, for which we have been able to double the shelf life in certain scenarios and in certain cases. And so from that standpoint, that's kind of where we started to focus.
Mm-hmm. And it's very important to keep in mind that when we are wasting an apple, as you said, we are also wasting all the resources that went into it.
Yeah.
So 70% of all the fresh water we have available in the planet is devoted to growing food. So it's really absurd, as I said in the beginning, that we are then throwing not only those tons of fresh produce, but also that very scarce resource that is water. We're also throwing away the job of the farmers, so all the hours put into that, the transportation, so logistics. So that all sums up to more than 25% of global greenhouse gas emissions.
That's exactly right.
So absolutely, food waste is one of the main challenges we should be tackling, and I believe we have to reconsider how we are trying to tackle this issue. I'd like to share with you an example that I had not thought of too much, and lately in Spain there has been a big controversy about the single plastic use and the limitation to this through regulatory limitations, right? So some growers in Almeria were telling me that they normally ship the cucumbers packed in plastic, so that when they arrive to Germany, let's say, they arrive in perfect conditions. And now with this law, they have to ship them without the plastic. This is great on the one side. We are not throwing plastic into landfill, but on the other, we are generating more food waste. So we really have to view this problem and all the externalities of what can happen if we put forward a law. Right?
Yeah, no, very, very well said, and you know a lot about the supply chain, which is fantastic. And you're exactly right about cucumbers, about plastic usage into the supply chain, and all the initiatives that are being put into place to minimize that use. And that's exactly why technologies like ours and others, actually, there's a lot of other different angles, as you mentioned, from a 360-degree standpoint. You have to tackle. It's such a huge problem that you have to tackle it from so many different angles to solve these exact same problems. Reducing plastic is great, but then that could contribute to larger food waste. So what's an alternative solution? And this is where innovation becomes a very exciting avenue to explore, especially in this industry.
Absolutely. So both innovation and investment to really make that better product widely available. So speaking about supply chain, I'd like to tap into how can we incentivize all the different stakeholders to make that change towards that better food from a nutrition and climate standpoint.
Yeah, and actually, one thing I would like to share is connecting a bit, the quality of the soil, the waste, and translating that to human health. I mean, we see a lot of users reporting through our platform that, for example, they were feeling a lot of, bloating and different type of, symptoms. And then some of the studies we conduct through the platform ask the user, but what do you eat and where do you buy it? Right? And basically, it was so interesting to see some users saying, oh, wait a second, now I'm going to buy organic food. And then basically they were not reporting as many symptoms as before. So one of the conclusions was that all the pesticides and basically all the different products that are added as well to preserve the product, and that fruit and vegetable was impacting them as well. But yeah, to your point about how we can make an impact also like on a large scale, right, involving different stakeholders. So what we do is gathering all this data, and we do a lot in the clinical research setting. So for example, through our platform, we can validate certain nutrition protocols. And for certain collectives of people with different symptom groups, also different geographies, right? I mean, also it's very interesting because each country has different soil, different value chains, and how all that environmental factor also has an impact. But it's all about, in the end, the data and the correlations and how we can help users, people like all of us, also personalize that down the line, right? Whatever food works for you might not work for me or for you, right? It's all about also different conditions, different food allergies, different inflammatory conditions. So for us, really, our vision is, well, we work a lot with clinicians and also researchers. I mean, at the moment, biotech is also, a type of population we work a lot with, precisely for, to power up and speed up this research with very, insightful data sets that are also very comprehensive, a 360 perspective.
Yeah, no, and it's amazing how everything is so interconnected, right, between health, between food waste, climate impact, and perhaps one of the things that is always of value to highlight and to emphasize is, again, the magnitude of this problem. It's such a big problem that, and we remind investors of this all the time, right? Investors are looking for the next big thing, the biggest company that's going to be out there to tackle this problem, and we remind them that there's no way that this is going to be a one solution type, a one solution type application. It's going to have to be tackled from different angles. So, speaking of educating the consumers and different solutions that are out there that are very interesting, in addition to extending the shelf life, we're actually seeing, and I've observed this firsthand, having started Ripe Labs about 6 years ago or almost 7 years ago now. It was really interesting because we would walk into those retailers or those distributors, huge customers, and you talk to their R&D team, which is typically who we interact with at first, and it was really interesting to see that they had 3 or 4 people in their R&D team that did everything, right? From the vision systems they're implementing into their stores to the transportation systems to the processing lines, and also sustainability and extending the shelf life of produce was just one other element that they were looking into. And fast forward a few years later, as people started to become more and more aware and sensitive to food waste, sustainability, health, today you go to those very same customers and they have a dedicated team that's just focused on exploring technologies that are going to tackle these issues, whether it's shelf life extension or healthier, more sustainable ways of producing food. So there are technologies out there today which is quite exciting, in addition to things like ours that extend the shelf life, that can connect neighbors, for example, to one another. An app literally that connects neighbors. So if you have produce that's about to go bad, you can find a neighbor that can maybe use it. There AI, of course, is playing a huge role in this. There are many very exciting startups that are coming up with innovative ways of tracking consumption, whether it's at the consumer, restaurant, or even the retailer side, to better predict consumption and really empower the users to be more efficient with how they're ordering food and how much they're ordering and how much they're processing. Because for the longest time, food waste has just been a part of everyday business. It was just taken for granted. In fact, one big retailer in the U.S., one of their VPs would go around and look at how much produce they were throwing away, and that would tell them how well that store was doing. The more produce they were throwing away, the better the store was doing because there's more turnover. And that's really changing, and it's quite exciting to see.
Absolutely. Data is going to be one of the keys to being more intelligent in regards to what decisions to make from a personal point of view, but also farmers using AI to be able to predict how much pesticides they have to implement in their land. So there is a lot of promise. At the same time, there is still a big green premium to pay for all these better solutions for you. So both of your solutions are still exclusive in somewhat way to a niche of the population. And you also mentioned that there will be differences between geographies, also regarding the adoption of all of these innovations and changes, right? So we need to have that in mind when we bring new products to the market. They need to be culturally accepted in those different markets, and we need to see how to lower the green premium if we aim to really make an impact at scale. So I'd also like to see what's your view on that better food system, because whenever we speak about the fact that we need to change the status quo, we need to create something different, what would that look like in your views, and what do you think are the main areas we should be focusing on?
Yeah, I mean, for me, there are two. One is education, with Moody, you touched upon, right? I mean, it's all about educating consumers when buy foods, which foods can be helpful for us, and having all that very available, right? It's all about democratizing. There's a lot of misinformation as well out there. So as long as we keep it also backed by evidence, by research, right, about different studies that can help. But also, right, we spoke about this whole ecosystem, so it's all about educating as well, the retailers, educating, and that's, you know, why the emphasis also on a lot of research, cooperating with specialists and experts and nutritionists and really people that are leading the space. So that's one, for me, key point, education. The other one is personalization. I really believe that we are seeing there's no really one size-fits-all approach to this. There are so many factors involved, right, in healthy eating and in each of the countries where we live and where we buy. And so we really gotta do something to personalize, and that's why, you know, my team and I are really obsessed about this, you know, like all these, using all the power of this data to really make sure that, you know, each of you have your own data and have like different also benchmarks and studies to show you, okay, what can be done here to help.
Absolutely. Definitely, education is one of the key points we are also focusing on. And in our foundation, we have a methodology with which we work with children to raise awareness around all the implications that our food system has. So education is definitely something to keep in mind. At the same time, when we are educating, we have to convey a message. And what I see is that we have no consensus on what that message should be. So when we think about a healthy diet, there is no consensus. And I read recently the Eat Lancet report. So in 2019, supposedly, the medical community around the world and nutritionists said what a healthy diet, healthy and sustainable diet was supposed to be. And this year they had to reformulate and correct what they had stated some years ago, and they had to put some animal protein back in the equation, in the plate. So that worries me, because before it was super clear that a sustainable and healthy diet was in line. And now with this change, we get some doubts, but especially the fact that there is no consensus.
Well, exactly. The guidelines need to continue to be updated, right? This is like dynamic, it's fluid. There's so much research going on. I mean, when we look just, you know, in terms of food and microbiome impact, 80% of all the research around this has been produced only in the last 4-5 years. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that we gotta really catch up on this. And, you know, the guidelines, nutrition protocols, they gotta adapt to this, as long as obviously there's backing by evidence, and there will always be polarization as well. I mean, there's, again, no one-size-fits-all approach, but, you know, where research is going is really trying to, you know, personalize as well depending on multiple factors.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with everything that's being said, and perhaps to add just a different angle to it for the startups in the room and the innovative people that are looking to come up with solutions themselves in the room is to just always remember to really find a problem, a real problem within the supply chain, and there's many, that needs solving, and then come up with an innovative solution to solve it. Because oftentimes, and it's not just this industry, it's all industries across the board, we come up with amazing, innovative solutions and then try to find a problem that it solves. So this is just a reminder, and this was something that really helped us a lot, was that one of the biggest challenges for adopting technologies is the existing supply chains are very, they have very thin margins. They've been around for decades. And so our target customers are very hesitant to adopt new technologies that are going to disrupt their existing supply chain and their existing, their day-to-day work habits. And so one of the things that we wanted to implement in our solution was to really come up with something that can be easily adopted by these customers. So just to remember that, and to always look at the problem first that you really want to solve, and oftentimes that's how some of the best technologies come on the market, is someone has a problem that they're just facing personally, they look for a solution, they can't find it, and then they start coming up with a solution.
I love that, and I guess there are many entrepreneurs in the audience that will for sure adopt that advice.
Yeah.
So just to summarize, we are coming to an end, unfortunately. We need more education, we need personalization, and we need to tap into a real problem. So thank you very much for staying here with us until now.
Thank you very much. That was fascinating. And yeah, there's a lot we need to do. So thank you for moderating and being part of that. So we've been talking about from mind to plate, hacking sustainable eating in the food intelligence sector. We're now going to move on to the future of work and talking about the synergy of Web3 and AI, opening opportunities across frontiers. And joining us today, we're joined by Dr. Marwan El-Zarouni, who is CEO of the Dubai Blockchain Center and strategic advisor at Dubai. Do you want to come on stage? No, I'll introduce you properly. And then also we have Alvaro Martinez-Higgs, who is co-founder and CEO at Soy Lucia. So welcome. Do you want to take a seat? Sorry.
Yeah,
there.
I was told there.
And then I'll be sitting here moderating. So I hope that works. There we go. Take a seat. Okay. Oops, I have to bring up my questions. It's all been very sort of, because obviously busy, both of you have busy lives. And getting you together was quite a challenge.
It was.
So, yeah, just basically, I want to talk about the synergy between Web3 and AI and how it sort of holds immense potential. And also, in terms of, blockchain as well. And Soy Lucia is another, industry that we're going to talk about. So, but first of all, I would love to sort of, dive into both of your backgrounds. So, Dr. Marwan, you are, you have extensive experience. You're the CEO of Dubai Blockchain Center and strategic advisor at Dubai Department of Economy and Tourism. Can you tell us about your background and sort of, what you do? What is your role in that position?
So I started my own companies as well in the crypto space and blockchain space, as well as advised the government when we had a blockchain strategy back in 2016 until 2020, where we executed more than 40 projects across the whole UAE. We started with Dubai, but that blockchain strategy became a UAE-wide kind of strategy, and literally realized the value take from a lot of the aspects that blockchain provides value in. And then after that, I started advising Dubai Economy and Tourism on a new initiative called D33, which is the Dubai Economic Agenda 2033, which is from now until 10 years to come, with 10 different focus areas, including digitization, including sustainable manufacturing, and a lot of other things like precision medicine, health tourism, all of them revolving around making Dubai at the forefront of innovation.
Okay. And you've also written quite a few books as well.
I've written books, reports, as well as peer-reviewed journal articles as well.
Okay, perfect. So I want to hear more about how blockchain sort of interacts with AI and Web3. But first of all, I'm going to introduce Alvaro. So, Alvaro, obviously, you're now CEO at Soy Lucia. So, can you just tell us about Soy Lucia and how it works?
Yeah. So, Soy Lucia right now is the leading personal intelligence system worldwide, especially in Spanish-speaking countries. What we do is we actually try to break or avoid the gap between people that knows how to use this new technology, the generative AI, and the rest of the world. And we do that by bringing accessibility and bringing this technology in places where people knows how to use it. So our average user is that person that has not had contact with this technology before and is exposed to things like ChatGPT for the first time.
Okay, and in particular, using it on WhatsApp?
Right now, we are distributing through WhatsApp mostly, yeah.
Okay, great. I was actually trying it out yesterday to see if I can come up with some questions for today.
It is actually really good for that.
Yeah. So, interesting on both parts. So, let's talk about the benefits of AI and Web3. How do they work together, just to get some background? Specifically, let's talk about how it works together, but also I'd like to know how it works with blockchain.
Sure. So blockchain brings three value takes. I talked about how we utilize those value takes in the government use cases, but it doesn't stop there. So one value take is as a settlement layer. So for AI, for example, it can play a huge role in understanding where the expenditure is, how to optimize budgets, and really help you optimize your spending, literally, especially when it comes to startups and accountability for who is spending what money. So that's the settlement layer. The second layer is record keeping and validation or notarization. And it's a huge use case for the government, but it also applies in the private sector, issuing certificates for something, and really making sure that the source of the information comes from a legitimate source. In the case of AI, this could be as well to making sure that the answer you got from an AI is actually signed properly. This use case is not there and it's not realized, but it's going to become extremely important in the future as well. And the third value take from blockchain and cryptocurrencies is the ownership aspect. So with Web3, which is literally the internet of ownership, AI will play a huge role in creating new kind of assets, but also making sure that the asset itself is properly accounted for, and also when it's sold, all the AI related to things like authenticity, IP protection, and that kind of stuff will become extremely, extremely important moving forward to realize and evaluate different types of art, because those arts or virtual lands or things like that will be open to things like investment with DeFi. You can take collateral loans on top of them. And it's really important to understand that you own it, first of all. Mm-hmm. Second thing, that you own the IP for it, and which is a huge problem that we've had with NFTs. And AI will play a huge role, because even if you change one pixel, the signature changes, but AI can define the similarities between them. All of that, and I haven't even touched generative AI or large language models, which is now becoming a huge player in this space. And in that case, in large language models, the AI can bring in a lot of the investments into companies that are doing that. A lot of companies that are doing generative AI want to raise funding because it is really expensive. The compute is expensive, the hardware is expensive, the engines that are actually digesting or creating the corpse or the knowledge base for the AI to consume are extremely expensive as well. And one of the sources of capital, and it continues to be a really good source of capital, is Web3 and the crypto ecosystem in general.
Okay, so specifically in cases with decentralization of these systems, it's showing sort of transparency, basically.
100% transparency, and also access to finance, access to liquidity.
Okay, and Alvaro, we talked about AI, and right now, Soiluse is not using Web3, it's only an AI-based tool.
Correct. But like I would add to that one, like if you think a little bit about AI and generative models, like there are three things. Like there is the model, there is the training of the model, the fine-tuning of the model, and the usage of the model. Web3 and this whole blockchain idea, what is going to be very, very, very useful in that situation is actually because for the training data set, there is a lot of discussion on copyright and knowing where that data is coming from, where, like who can access that one and who cannot access that one, and even monetizing that. If I own my own data, I can put it there and I can say, hey, I'm going to train the model with, like, I'm going to allow models to be trained on my data, but I'm going to be paid for that. Or I am allowed to say, I'm going to be living or letting people train in my data, but only if it is this type of corporation and not that type of corporation. That flexibility and how that is going to impact the growth of large language model is going to be extremely important. And I think the other key area that I would highlight there, and this is a little more futuristic maybe, but once we start getting into open source models that are extremely, extremely powerful, close to, let's say, AGI, like the ability to have decentralized DAOs that govern those models is going to be extremely powerful, because then people will be able to decide, hey, what do we do with this super powerful model that can do these amazing things? And that's something we don't have right now. And we will embed those things in the culture of the company as we grow and we get the opportunity to get there.
Yeah, because right now DAOs are a mess. The governance models are a mess. And I think AI, also accountability is a huge problem right now with DAOs, because everybody is like using pseudonyms and anonymous profiles and DAOs. And when there's no accountability, it's really hard to pinpoint where the problems are. But using AI, using accountability, and using IP, realizing who added what. And things like sovereign identity will come in, a lot of other things like IP on the fly, like for example,
federated training. I'm super excited about federated training.
Yes.
Federated training for the people is like this idea. It was a paper from Google that, okay, I'm going to let people train, like, I don't want to expose my data, but I want my data to be part of the model. How do I do that? I split the training of the big large language model in different pieces, and I set it into different organizations. Then they train the model on their data without releasing that data, and then we combined everything in a more global. But the data is still yours. You haven't shared anything, and that for me is one of the fascinating synergies between.
Not only that, you can get paid every time that data is
used. Get paid, yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
So, I mean, we talk about there's so many areas it can help with, but what are the challenges you sort of see right now with, AI and Web3 and sort of, where are we going with it?
Yeah, for me, there is one that touches me personally very, like, because of the company and what we try to do, which is trying to bring AI to everyone, is like Web3 has come a long way to simplify the experience, but it's still complex. And one of the things that I'm afraid with AI, which is like there will be people that knows how to use it and people that won't know how to use it, could be even more like serious if we get into the picture also with Web3, because now we are adding another layer of complexity that if people don't know how to use Web3, there will be people that are able to monetize their data, but there are going to be people that are actually not able to monetize their data because they don't know how to get it into Web3. So that digital gap is one of my main concerns. The second one would be like if we force large language model and all the generative AI to be trained only on Web3 type of data, there needs to be enough data there. And that's going to be a challenge because the adoption of Web3 is big, but is not where we need in terms of data amount. So those are, for me, kind of the two challenges of bringing these two worlds together.
Yeah, and it's like catch 22, whatever they call it, where you have really a requirement, which is mass adoption. But to have mass adoption, the applications have to be easy. And like you mentioned, the gap in the knowledge is becoming bigger and bigger. We have multiple layers. First, understanding Web3 and blockchain technology. And then on top of that, we had also the metaverse, which is by itself a theory or a hypothesis that not a lot of people understand. And then you add on top of that AI, and all of them came in great succession. So if somebody wanted to understand the holistic picture, it's super hard. There's a handful of people around the world that are experts in all three. And it's extremely going to become more compounding kind of complexity, because we're going to have more and more layers coming up in the future as well. So good luck.
Do you understand it?
I understand AI enough to actually do something about it and create projects. A lot of people know and understand how to use it, but they don't know the underlying opportunity with it.
Right.
The opportunity is what you should focus on. It's not how to use the AI tool, but rather how can it help you and how can it help your employees or your company to actually push forward. And that's a lot of deep dive and deep tech kind of things that you need to understand.
Okay, so we're getting there. We're getting there slowly. So let's talk about how it helps with frontiers, for example. I mean, Alvaro, Soy Lucia is already in 40 countries.
Yeah, more than 40 countries right now. Yeah.
So can you give examples of how it's helping humanity and what causes, for example?
Yeah, we're getting crazy feedback from people. Like, one of my favorite one was this teacher in Meta in Colombia that brought us saying, I've been trying to teach ChatGPT in the school for a while to my students. I couldn't because data plans here are extremely expensive. Thanks to put it in WhatsApp, because WhatsApp is included in my data plan, I can teach it. Please keep doing these things. We also have people that with hearing disabilities because one of the things that Lucia allows you is to transcribe audios. We have people with hearing disabilities that are telling us for the first time and actually able to understand what people say in group chats when they send audios. People that are, and this for me was fascinating, that wasn't the original idea when we launched Lucia, but people that uses Lucia and connects with Lucia just because they need to chat with someone, because they are missing that human connection and they are in the bus, they are bored, they are sad, and they send a WhatsApp to Lucia and they start chatting about their life. And that human connection that we are providing people, I think is extremely, extremely powerful. And if I think a little bit of where we're going, I see that future in which everyone has their own assistant, companion, in which you can chat about things and it's going to be available for you everywhere, anytime, to discuss anything you need.
Amazing. So human connectivity through Soy Lucia.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. So yeah. Wow.
that wasn't something that we didn't know at the beginning. It's something that we are discovering, and that people actually want that connection. And for us, we're investing a lot on giving Lucia that personality and making that personality work the best for you. It's a key area for us right now.
Okay. So in sort of Latin countries, for example?
We are speaking mostly in Spanish-speaking countries, yeah.
Okay. Will you grow into in English-speaking, or?
Yes, it's a more crowded market, a little bit more difficult, but we will grow everywhere.
Okay, wonderful. And Dr. Melwin, what initiatives or policies has Dubai implemented to foster development and adoption of Web3, for example? So, artificial intelligence and blockchain. How do they support businesses and startups?
So, like I mentioned earlier, we have an initiative called D33, and that's across 10 different sectors, including digital economies, and this is a huge focus for Dubai. We have also, a couple of days ago, launched the Dubai Center for Artificial Intelligence, which is in the same area as Dubai Blockchain Center. Having those kind of collision spaces is extremely important to maximize the use of AI and blockchain. Using them together is a no-brainer in this case, but also the metaverse strategy was launched very recently as well, and that's taking off in a huge way in the UAE with partners, as well as a guideline, a metaverse lab, and this is all happening again in the same physical space in Dubai. And Dubai is right now at the center of the adoption when it comes to cryptocurrency, and is becoming a world leader in the space. So we launched the world's first independent virtual asset regulatory authority, and that's actually speeding up adoption like no other area in the world. And the companies that are coming to Dubai are companies that utilize multiple areas, so either metaverse and Web3, or gaming and blockchain, or AI and other things like fintech, food tech, agri-tech. All these areas are focus areas for us, using technology in different kind of ways, including things like sustainable manufacturing, using AI to optimize everything, create efficiency across the board, is what we're doing in Dubai. You talked about the different ways where AI can augment people, for example, with hearing disabilities. I call AI the sixth sense. So you have 5 senses, and then augmented intelligence and augmented sensory for you as a person or a country, or at any level. It brings a huge value. It's almost like having a sixth sense. And this is, I think, where the value of AI is.
Yeah. So can you give me examples of, companies coming from here who are sort of moving to Dubai? How are you sort of assisting them?
We're doing both, actually. So we're helping companies in Europe and across the whole world scale up through Dubai. So we have a 400, the target is 400 scale-ups program from different regions. So we're creating corridors with new areas that we haven't explored before, like Southeast Asia, South America. We were not looking at those before, but now we're bringing in all these guys to Dubai, scaling them up. We're aiming also to create 30 international unicorns in the next 10 years as well. So it's a huge undertaking, but we're already starting. So.
Okay, yeah, because Dubai is the center for smart cities, really, isn't it?
Yes, 100%. So Dubai Smart Government, or the Smart Dubai, was actually changed to Digital Dubai. And the reason it was changed to that naming is we're no longer target government efficiency. We target the private sector as well, and life as a whole in Dubai. Digital life is going to be the part of everyday life. Physical life is still there, but it's completely after COVID became more digital than ever before, and we'll continue to do that. And this is how we're positioning ourselves.
Okay, and just give me some examples of success stories that have happened so far.
Everything, every touch point in Dubai has transformed dramatically. Everything from buying something in the supermarket, getting prescription medicines from a pharmacy you can do at your home, buying a car. You get the car delivered to your house. We have an app called Cars24, which was not from the UAE. It was an Indian startup. But they actually came to Dubai, and they're scaling up from Dubai.
Wow, very good. So, yeah, they're ahead of us.
Yeah, they're ahead of us.
And you might be able to help Soylucia, for example, expand into Dubai. So, where do you see the sort of, in terms of the regulatory environment surrounding Web3 and artificial intelligence, where do you see it sort of going? Can you sort of explain more about that, the regulatory, how do we manage that, basically?
You want to do that? Or so I'll start with Dubai. So we started VARA, like I mentioned, the world's first independent regulatory authority. I'm part of also, for the AI side, we have something called the Dubai Ethical Committee, so for AI. So we started with that way before all this hype around AI came out. We started that more than 3 years ago with partners from big tech, including Microsoft, which is now at the forefront of innovation with OpenAI and other partners. So the idea is very simple. How do we create sustainable AI projects that actually not cause people to lose jobs, but augment their job? And like I said, the sixth sense idea is extremely important, but also making sure that these use cases are ethical, responsible, as well as using it for creating efficiency. We had the fourth industrial revolution, and we have a center for that in Dubai as well, in the UAE, which is in partnership with WEF. Having this global kind of perspective, but a local kind of, on the ground, execution-focused, mentality is extremely important. Alignment plus execution. Those are the two priorities.
Alignment and execution. Okay, and what about Alvaro? What about Soylucia?
Yeah, so one of the things that we really think we need to do is by bringing Lucia and this technology to people, we will make people less afraid or less scared of the technology, and that will help a lot in the conversation. And why I think it's important is because, as I mentioned at the very beginning, there are going to be two groups of people, right? The one that knows how to use the technology and the one that needs to catch up, because that's the future. And we cannot get to a situation like the one we got in Italy, in which suddenly they decided to jump and ban ChatGPT because copyright issues or because whatever reason that you can come up. So we first want to focus on that part of the education. Like AI is not bad, AI is going to help you. Is that we call it superpowers to the people. It's going to bring superpower to the people. There will be some job displacement, but mostly will increase productivity. So for that side, I'm good. Now, the other side, or something that is very worried, like people in the European Union are very worried, is the copyright side of things. I think Web3 is a good solution for that, together with other alternatives that are still in research in the university, like how we do watermarking in large language models. Watermarking is similar to the watermarking in images, but in large language models. Those kind of things are things that needs to come from the industry that more than regulation. Regulation is going to be necessary, but the industry is changing so fast that it needs to be very careful how you act. You need to give a framework, you need to respect some basic human rights, and from there, I will let the industry to try to regulate because it's the only way forward without killing innovation. That's what we try. That's why we really think that bringing AI to everyone is going to help with that debate, and it's going to help not stop innovation while taking care of the bad side, negative consequences that could come with this.
I love that idea. Sorry I have to interject on this one.
Yeah.
So data sovereignty is extremely important, and people were looking at data sovereignty as border.
Yeah.
But now this completely changes. The internet is borderless, Web3 is borderless, AI is borderless. So in that case, it doesn't become data sovereignty physically, but rather ownership through digital signatures, through Web3.
Correct.
And this is doable. Things like micropayments, you were not able to do that with normal traditional fintech. You can do that with Web3 with extremely small payment amounts, and you can get paid granularly and transparently as well.
So we're creating borderless systems.
Yes, of data.
Borderless systems of data, exactly.
Yeah, automated. Look, you don't have to chase people for AI. You put the content there, you put your data there, you have sovereignty over sharing it, and once you share it, the contract is there already where you get paid automatically.
Amazing, amazing. So they're all speaking to each other.
100%. Yes. And it's a force multiplier. That the scalability that we're looking for will not happen AI in solitude or in silo, and Web3 in silo or metaverse in silo. Together, the combination is way more powerful.
Okay, it's just the governments and everyone else that needs to work together to understand how it works. Basically.
And it's all education, 100%.
Yeah. So, well, thank you both very much for your insight on AI and Web3 and, breaking down borders, and look forward to hearing more from you in the future. Sorry, Lydia and Dr. Melvin. It's been a pleasure having you today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so next up, we've just been talking about the synergy of Web3 and AI, and I'm going to be welcoming Ricardo Angel, who is the CEO and managing partner at Piva Capital. And we're going to, I have to wait, wait a minute. I'll wait until the crowd goes out. Nice to meet you in person. Okay. It was a busy, should we start? Yeah. Okay. Right, sorry. We're going to be talking now about building the future, sustainable infrastructure for a greener economy, and delving into exciting realms of sustainable construction, the importance of energy-efficient design, renewable energy integration, and the role of cutting-edge technologies. And with us today, we have Ricardo Angel, who I will welcome to the stage, who is CEO and managing partner at Piva Capital. Ricardo, very nice to meet you in person.
Good to see you, good to see you.
Hello.
They may want us to switch.
Oh.
Chairs, that's what they told me.
Oh, do they want us to switch?
Because your name is going to be on this side, and then my name is going to be over there on the screen.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry, it's because I'm left-handed, so I look to my left.
Their idea, not mine.
Anyway, there we go. So, welcome, Ricardo. So, I'll just wait until we sort of get a few more people coming into the room.
I think it's getting emptier right now.
Yes.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, good, really good. And you?
Full day so far?
Full days, full days. Yeah. And raining in Madrid, so unusual. I mean, hello. But it makes a nice change. And have you seen much of South Summit today? Have you been enjoying?
Yes. I went to a couple of sessions earlier and met a couple of interesting people. So pretty good so far.
Excellent. So you're already networking?
Already, always. Always.
Always networking.
Always, yeah. It's part of the business.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so Ricardo, let's talk about, for example, let's talk about PIVA. You're CEO and managing partner at PIVA Capital, and you bring more than 25 years of operational and investing experience in the energy and industrial sectors. You were sort of managing partner at GE Ventures, where you led origination and investments in energy, oil and gas, industry and natural resources. So tell us a little bit about your journey into PIVA Capital.
Yes. My journey is a little different from most people, but then again, everybody's journey is a little different. I'm originally from Colombia. That's the accent. I actually moved to the States, and I went to school in the States. I'm an engineer by training. Did engineering just in school. Once I graduated, I went into management consulting. I did that for a few years, and then I decided I wanted to do something more financially oriented. So went back to school, got an MBA, did investment banking in New York for Goldman Sachs for a little while, and then decided to do venture capital. And so I've been doing venture capital for the last 21 years. I started this in 2002 when it was less fashionable than it is now. I worked with Chevron, the large energy company, in the venture capital group for about 5 years. And then when General Electric was getting their venture capital going, I joined the team. I was the first person in the venture capital team in Silicon Valley, third person in the team. And we grew that team to what later became GE Ventures, and I was there in total for 11 years before I started PIVA.
Okay.
Yep.
So tell us about PIVA. So PIVA is a technology fund investing in breakthrough tech that's going to disrupt. You invest in people, companies, and breakthrough technologies. Can you sort of tell us about, the technologies you invest in?
Sure. And so the way to think about PIVA, as Katrina mentioned, is that we're a VC firm looking to invest in breakthrough technology companies that are going to disrupt industries broadly defined. And so we're thinking about going after companies, after industries like construction, industries like energy, mobility, fashion, and so on. Industries that have not really been disrupted in many decades at some point. Our discussion is about sustainable construction in a green new world. And so as part of what we do, we're thinking about investing all the way back to the fundamental materials that you actually need to use to build the infrastructure of the future. And so just to give you a couple of examples, we have invested in a company called Boston Metal, which is looking to electrify the way you produce steel. And so steel is used everywhere, in every building, just about around the world. Steel produces about 8% of all the greenhouse gases in the world. 8% is just huge, right? If you were to be a country, it would be the third largest country in the world. And steel is about $1.5 to $2 trillion business. So it's a huge business.
Wow.
A huge polluter. And so if you were able to disrupt this industry, right, the way I think about it is that it could be very, very good financially because you're going to be able to produce a better product, hopefully at a lower cost. And at the same time, it's going to be a more sustainable product. And so you're doing very well, and at the same time, you're doing a lot of good. So steel, going back to steel, we invested in a company called Boston Metal. And what they're looking to do is to electrify the way you produce steel. And if you're able to power these operations with renewable power, you will be able to potentially offset all of that 8% of greenhouse gases in the world. So that's huge. So that's steel. The second, after water, the second most used material in the world is actually cement and concrete. Okay. Cement and concrete is also 7 to 8% of all the greenhouse gases in the world. It's also a multi-trillion-dollar business. And so there are a number of companies trying to figure out how to make cement cheaper and greener. And so we invested in the company that we think is going to be, the winner, but there is room for multiple winners. And so what this company does is that they actually are able to produce cement at a much lower carbon footprint. And not only that, but they're also able to produce concrete that has better mechanical properties as well as a lower cost, right? So it seems like a no-brainer. And now the technology is now proven. Now we need to scale it up to make sure that it's available, hopefully everywhere over time. But it takes time. It takes, the way I think about it is that these, as you think about these products and then processes that are going to be required for construction, these are processes that usually are run on software. But the equipment that produces all these products, these are very intensive hardware-centric businesses.
Okay.
And
so when you talk about technology, can you explain how, like, for example, technology in, making cement or technology in building steel to make it more sustainable? Can you give examples of that? What are we seeing in terms of, how it's changing and how it's progressing?
Yes. So on the cement and concrete company that we invested in, and there are a few out there, the company that we invested in is actually, they have a new process to produce cement, right? So it's lower temperature. They use a couple of different materials to produce high-quality cement. And so then you have this powder, which is the cement, right? And that's one of the elements that you use to actually produce concrete, right? So if you think about the concrete that goes on the floors, right here, right? It goes in buildings, or it goes in schools, right? Concrete, the things that come in the big dump trucks, right? In the big trucks that actually put the concrete. Concrete has cement. It has also aggregate, gravel, sand, and it has other chemicals like fly ash, right? And so what Solidia is doing a few things. Number one is that they're able to produce cement with a much lower carbon footprint and cheaper, number one. Number two is that when they actually take the cement and put it into concrete, they're able to cure the concrete with CO2. So as opposed to cure it with water, right? Typically you cure concrete with water, and it takes 28 days for the concrete to really harden. When you cure concrete with CO2, actually a few things happen. Number one is that it cures in 1 day, right? And so if it cures with 1 day, that's a lot of good for your productivity in the field, right? So it cures with 1 day. The other thing is that the product that you actually are able to produce, the concrete, is denser. And when concrete is denser, that means that it has better properties better properties in terms of like compression strength. And it also has better properties in terms of weatherability. In the States or in northern countries where you have a very heavy winter, right? Sometimes actually the cold, the water, the salt gets into the concrete, and over time the concrete decolors, and also it starts to wear out, to erode, right? So this cement, this concrete actually is denser. It has better compression and better weatherability capabilities. So it's a better product, greener, and same cost or cheaper.
Right. So, how can we ensure that these sustainable infrastructure projects are accessible and affordable in terms of, for all communities? How, we talk about sustainable products. Are they just as affordable in terms of using them?
They are. And so I should say they will be. Like in every company, when you're getting going, the costs are expensive when you're producing in small volumes. The idea, and right now this is where we're at with companies like Boston Metal and Solidia and many other companies like this, right? They're at very small scales, so they're a little expensive because they're not producing that much. So that's when people like us come in. We provide capital to these companies to help them grow, right? So when we come in, we usually come in rounds where these companies are raising $30, $50, $100 million of capital to be able to scale up their operations.
Okay.
as you scale up the operations, you're going to be able to then get economies of scale. So the costs are going to be coming down. So the idea is that when we invest in these companies, the idea is that without any incentives, these products should be just as good as existing products. They usually are better products. They have better performance. And the cost should be the same or hopefully lower. And so right now, in these products that I talked about, they're scaling up. They're accessible only in certain locations in the States. But over time, the idea is that they're going to grow and be available everywhere in the US and around the world.
Right.
But that's going to take time.
Sure. So you've talked about, you set up 2 funds, for example. One fund which you've closed, and then another one which you're in the process of building. Can you sort of talk about the projects that you're investing in? You talked about steel and cement. What else are you investing in?
Okay. So I started PIVA in 2019, and we closed Fund 1 in 2019. It was a $250 million fund. And the 3 segments that we in particular invest in are, the first one is called the future of industry. And this is, we invest in companies that have to do with artificial intelligence, robotics, automation, logistics, supply chain, and so on. So these are horizontal type of technologies that can be used in every industry to make their operations greener, safer, more efficient, more economic, cheaper.
Okay.
So that's the first theme, right? The future of industry.
Yeah.
Then we have a couple of other themes which are more specific to specific industries. We call one the future of energy and mobility. So in the future of energy and mobility, we're going after things like energy efficiency, energy storage, things like hydrogen, even things like fusion, which we think are going to be needed over time.
Yeah.
And then on the mobility side, anything from planes, trains to automobiles is pretty broad. That's theme number 2. And then the last theme that we go after is the future of materials and production.
Okay.
And so as we have things like I mentioned, cement, concrete, steel, we're also investing in food, in agriculture. We're looking into the fashion industry, and so on. So it's pretty broad. So in Fund 1, we invested in 13 companies throughout those 3 segments that I mentioned. And we also closed on our Fund 2 last year. And Fund 2 is another $250 million. And so that's where we're at. Right now, we're investing out of Fund 2. We have 4 companies invested out of Fund 2 and looking for other great companies that are trying to change the world to invest in.
Okay, good. So, and how, what do you sort of see in terms of like, the sort of future of sustainable infrastructure? How are we sort of building a greener economy and sort of generally? What's your sort of view on that?
So part of if you think about the greener economy, right? If you think about right now and throughout COVID, a huge concept came up, which was the net zero by 2050. And so now many countries around the world, hundreds of companies around the world have signed up to be able to achieve net zero by 2050. That's a huge undertaking. And so I don't think anybody actually knows how we're going to get there, but I can tell you technology and innovation are going to be part of the solution. And so when you think about specifically about infrastructure, I think about it in a few different ways. So number one, how do you build it? How do you build greener infrastructure?
Yeah.
And so, I mentioned a little bit about, well, you need greener materials, greener steel, greener cement and concrete.
Yeah.
You also need to have greener processes to manufacture, to build, to construct. And so we're looking into a number of companies that are thinking, that are developing ways to do that. But that's very tricky to invest in because construction is very, very localized. And the way you build a building in Spain is a little different from the US, and it's a little different from Colombia.
Right.
And so we haven't found the silver bullet yet, but we will find it, and I hope, right? So one is, how do you build a greener infrastructure?
Yes.
Then the next idea that comes to mind is, how do you actually power a greener infrastructure? And that's very difficult to do, right? And so right now in the US, there is a lot of natural gas, there's a lot of coal, and there's a lot of renewables coming up. Over time, especially if you want to get to a greener, at net zero by 2050, renewables have to be a lot larger in terms of a percentage of power generation. Just in the US, just in the next 7 years, 59 coal-fired power plants are going to be retired. And so coal fire is base load.
Yeah.
And that's going to be replaced by solar and by wind, which is great. I love renewables. The issue with renewables is that they only work when there is sun or when there is wind.
Yeah.
And so as you retire all these 59 coal-fired power plants in the US, you're going to need to replace them by solar and wind, plus energy storage. Long duration, large scale energy storage to make sure that the grid is stable. And so I'm very excited about that theme about long duration, large scale energy storage. There are a number of companies trying to solve that problem. One of the companies that we invested in is Malta Devices, which is a company out of Boston.
Right.
And what they are actually right now building is they're looking to build their first large-scale project, which will replace, think about it, it will replace a coal-fired power plant.
Okay. So and also with these sustainable infrastructures, it's creating more jobs and sort of, job creation and skills development.
That's right.
In the transition of, low carbon economy, for example.
That's right.
And what about, the governments and businesses and communities? How do they sort of support this and develop these comprehensive projects? How are they sort of?
So it's so we like to invest in companies that do not require specific incentives or specific policies in place. Having said that, right, different governments do incentivize these technologies, which I think is great. In the US, for example, you have the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA,
right,
which is a $400 billion plan that is that one of the goals is to be able to make the infrastructure more sustainable. And so they are providing incentives for you to be able to develop more renewables, to be able to develop more hydrogen infrastructure, to be able to develop more large-scale energy storage and things like that. And so we from the venture capital side, we view those as a plus. When we invest in these companies, we invest in such a way that we believe these solutions will be economic without any sort of incentive.
Right. Okay. So they are sort of being, supported by governments. And
That's
what
right.
have you. Yeah.
Yeah. Which in my view, you actually in the short term, long term you shouldn't need them. In the short term, it's a nice thing to have.
Yes.
If you think about, for example, on the solar side, right? In the last 10 years alone, the cost of solar have dropped 90%, and that's due to larger scale. And a part of the reason why we achieved that larger scale was because there were incentives for people to buy that solar, those solar panels, right?
Yeah.
Energy storage, same story. 90% drop in cost of energy storage.
Right.
Why? Because there are incentives to be able to adopt that for the customers to be able to buy that product.
I've definitely seen that in Spain.
Yep.
Noticed the difference. So we're running out of time, but what's the future for the greener economy and also for PIVA Capital? What are you going to be investing in the future?
Yeah. So 3 things come to mind, and so 3 things come to mind. There is a lot of buzz right now going on green, cheap hydrogen. Right, so if you're able to produce green cheap hydrogen at say less than $1 a kilo, that's a very good thing. And so we're looking into a few companies that are trying to do that. Number 1. Number 2 is how can you do actually carbon capture at scale economically? So if you're able to, for example, do direct air capture at less than $100 a ton, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Number 2. And then number 3 is I love renewables. I think that's very exciting. Solar, wind. The next big thing that's going to come up in the next few years is fusion. When exactly that's going to happen, TBD. But I think it's going to happen, and it's going to be super exciting.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Ricardo, for your time today.
Thank you.
great to learn about all these, what Piva's investing in and what we'll keep an eye out for the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've talked about building the future's sustainable infrastructure. We're now going to be going into the future of work, and we have a panel which is going to be talking about how AI is creating a supportive and collaborative business environment. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Camille Svek, who is Global Head of People at Telefonica Tech. Welcome. And Gonzalo Manrique, who is CEO and co-founder at Ironhack. Borja Aranguren, that's a good name, CEO and co-founder at Kobe. Great name. And then Javier Vida Sureta as talent partner at KPMG. Gosh, there's quite a lot of you. And Oriol Juncosa, who is co-founder at Encomenda and co-founder at White Peak Partners, who'll be moderating the session. So over to you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. We have a fantastic panel, two super HR directors and two super entrepreneurs dealing with the future of work. So, guys, just a show of hands. Who around here is an entrepreneur or is working within a startup?
Wow.
Okay. Who around here is working for a multinational? Okay. The other day, I heard something. AI is giving superpowers to the small guys. That means startups. That means employees to do great things. So we will discover a bit more about how your work, our work, is going to be changing over the coming few years. So listen, guys. First is, I know that there's a lot of chatter outside about AI and so forth, but internally, how are you guys tackling the issue? How are you organizing yourself in order to discover? I guess that there's a discovery path about AI in your organizations. Is it more driven by HR? Is it more driven by IT, cross-functional teams, so forth? Javier, can we start with you?
Yeah, sure. So actually, we are dealing with this from two ends. Basically, from a client perspective, having the tech side, dealing with that, building, shaping solutions, offers, so that our clients' needs can be addressed. And there's a second end where HR, ourselves, are dealing with that and discovering ways in order not just to become much more efficient. So this is for sure, this will happen. But guys, a chatbot is not going to be taking our jobs. It will fully shape it or refurbish or reinvent it. But chatbots are not going to be replacing us. What they are going to bring, or what they are pushing us to do, is basically, from an HR perspective, building a much more relevant, tailor-made employee experience for each and every employee we are hiring in our company. So basically, we are dealing with that from both ends, and I'm sure the rest of the crew will be having an opinion around that.
Excellent. How are you guys tackling the issue internally in order to know your direction?
Yeah, in our case, first thing we did was to look for external kind of advice in order to know what we needed to do. I tried speaking to a lot of people, even at the board level. We had the discussion, and what I realized is that no one really knows, right, how we need to be using AI internally in our organization. So one thing we did was we did a management workshop internally, and basically there we figure out ideas in terms of what we can be doing in two blocks. One of them is what we can do internally in order to improve how we do things. Second is how we can improve our value proposition and what we offer to our clients, right? So out of that, internally, we had several ideas, but what we have decided is we want to let the employees explore. So we're going to build an employee-led committee around AI, where we want them to actually figure out what kind of tools we can be using. We're going to build some specific times in the week that they can book in order to look for AI solutions and stuff like that, so they can promote these kind of internal ideas. And for the value proposition, we're going to do a hackathon with product and technology in order to see what we can do and implement.
hackathon, lots of pizza and long nights, so thinking about AI. Excellent, excellent. So, Gonzalo, before you were telling me actually that you guys, with your students, very interested in IT, you're actually setting up something particular about how you're tackling that.
Yeah, so we're a school, a leading tech education school. So just for context, so we have a bunch of students.
Please, come in, there are some seats here.
And so in terms of how we're tackling, very similar to Borja, a little bit top-down and bottom-up. Top-down, I think it's maybe especially interesting because we are moving in two directions. First, we're trying to position IronHack as an AI-first school. So we're launching within the next weeks a bunch of courses tackling different types of jobs that we think are going to be or are already like quite relevant. Then we're introducing AI in our existing courses. So web dev, UX, UI, data analytics, right? There's all kinds of applications. So we're iterating the curriculum and trying to generate, thirdly, like a community around it, right? And then on the value proposition side for our students, we're figuring out, we call it NEMO, like the fish in the film. It stands for New Educational Model. And basically what we're trying to do is empower, like raise the level of our students, build a co-pilot, right, that helps the student navigate through pretty complex learning paths. And what Oriol was referring to is that we're now opening the gates for our students to ChatGPT, because we're seeing some cases that instances in which students were using it wrong. They were trying to, cheat, basically, right? They were trying to solve the labs with ChatGPT. Everybody was downloaded and had the paying version, but the grades were going down, right? The output was going down, which is a little bit counterintuitive. So what we're doing, we build already and deployed an instance of ChatGPT, more guided, and gathering data and figuring out, how to best support our students with ChatGPT. So it's a little bit more of a controlled environment. And the data that is coming out, it's super, super interesting. And we're using that to retrofit and iterate our curriculum as well. So early days, but super interesting.
Fantastic. And Camille, how are you organizing yourself to actually tackle this point within Telefónica Tech?
Well, first of all, Telefónica Tech is a group of 6,000 professionals in tech. And those people like to play, right? I mean, they are very smart and they like to play. So, I mean, like Javier said, so we are tackling it from two sides. One is that we sell solution of AI to our clients. And then internally, I think there are like three aspects that we are looking at. One is opportunity. So that means how we can really use this opportunity. So we are doing workshops for our employees so they understand how can actually improve their productivity on the tasks they do. From a responsibility perspective, so that means what's the playground, no? Like how can we mark the playground for our employees so they feel safe there? We even have a chief responsible AI officer, so that's a role that actually is looking at that, working closely, for example, with compliance. And then from the security perspective, so that means everything that is happening in that space has to be secure, right? So we're just making sure that all the IT solution behind have some part of cybersecurity there.
Excellent. And because just what Borja was mentioning was a bit of sort of democratization of the usage. I mean, you corporates, are you going on that path as well, sort of allowing people, and sorry, I say corporates not in a very positive way, by the way, but meaning sort of to what extent are you empowering your people to actually sort of tackle that from a more sort of semi-autonomous, democratized way?
Well,
that's a bit of a controversial question, I know, but...
like I said, I mean, we need to mark the playground.
Yes.
I mean, and the size of the playground is up to us to decide.
I know.
Okay. But I would say that, not everything can happen, no? Because we have clients, we have stakeholders, we have responsibility. Yes. So we are just about to approve what we call the regulation or guideline on the group level, which will actually help employees to understand what they can or what they shouldn't do. It will talk about ethics, it will talk about transparency, it will talk about all these things that I think many of us are now asking ourselves, like, with this new reality, what can I do or what can I do, right?
Interesting. Yeah. In our case, this is gonna sound weird, and it's not the sort of image we are portraying across the marketplace. but innovation, creativity is in the core of everything we do. Even though we are KPMG, you know, an old consultancy, old-fashioned consultancy firm, but technology is there, creativity is there, innovation is there, not just from a purely collective perspective or business perspective or corporate, but also individually. So we are letting our crew play with that, experiencing what kind of benefits artificial intelligence can bring into the equation. And actually, we are on a try and testing period. I mean, seeing or checking what is flying, what is not, and whenever something flies, we have at least we have the opportunity, we have the power and the muscle in order to create a test on that so that it can be scaled up at a bigger stand. So basically, this is the way we are dealing with that. And some things fly, some others don't.
Is it also fair to say that when you're dealing with 6,000 employees, I think you have maybe 5,000 or something, maybe governance comes first, and whilst when you are dealing with 100 and something, probably you can sort of leave people playing a bit more? I mean, what's your take on that one? I mean, on sort of, empowering the people to play around with.
Yeah, I think as always, like a startup can go faster in some aspects, and it's because we don't have that much compliance and paperwork. So in our case, we don't really care if someone is using AI to improve their jobs, and actually we want to promote that. We're building even AI awards. We haven't just communicated this. I'm having
okay, that's a first. That's a first.
I'm having some employees here, so I know it's something is coming, but we're going to communicate this in the next few days because we really want to promote this internal innovation and kind of testing. I believe in other kind of ecosystems, you need to build a bit more controlled kind of sandbox, probably. I don't know.
Yeah, excellent. What's your take on what are the either the functions or the tasks that you think are going to benefit more from AI? Okay, because actually with Camilo, we were having before the debate between sort of job positions and tasks, no, where this is going to impact. Why don't you start on that reflection?
Well, I think you said it. No, I mean, at the moment we are not looking at jobs as such. I think we are looking more at tasks, like what type of task can be automated. And it's not new. I mean, the digital revolution has started not in November when ChatGPT came. No, I mean, that started much further back in the history. So what we are looking is what type of task, like the routine task, will be automated so that the people will be allowed to dedicate themselves to the joy of creation, like Satya Nadella said. No, I mean, the joy of creation. So that's much better there. And what we know that there might be some jobs, for example, where you have an employee contact center. No, and we are seeing that we can actually put some machines that they will be answering some of the questions that the people are asking about how many days I can take when I'm a father, how many days I can take where I'm moving. You don't need a person to do that. I mean, that's probably a job, not a task. Yeah.
Interesting. How about you guys? How about you?
So for us, tasks is for sure a given, and that's happening at a very fast pace, but we're actually seeing tremendous gains in terms of productivity for certain roles, and we're going to stop hiring, and it's going to become like 10x more. It's already become 10x more efficient. One good example is content generation for curriculum.
Yeah.
And that before was, maybe 3 hours of content generation per 1 hour of content instruction. So it was pretty intensive, and you need the expert and whatnot in order also to give, to provide the high-level proposals for companies and whatnot. It was very, very intensive, required a massive heavy lift. Now we're seeing like 1/10 of the cost to develop that content, right? So it becomes all about how do you elevate, as I said before, no, the output.
And
right?
could it be content also for marketing purposes, for instance?
For sure. SEO, it's massive, and related to like regulation right now, it's like who knows where this is going to land. So we are trying to push people, and say, listen, let's break things, and then we can always kind of evaluate the impact later. But right now, like SEO, there's a lot going on for content, for content for instructor as well, even for the interaction with the students, right? The instructor role, teaching assistant role, we have a ratio, right, that it's pretty intensive in people. So how do you evolve that from maybe more lecture-based, right? One-to-many to more like mentor-based and individualized learning paths with the support, right? So I think the opportunities are massive, and we're seeing already tremendous gains in productivity and roles that are going to be less needed, but maybe enhanced. And as you said, like joy of creation, they're going to be, I think, a lot more fun.
Excellent.
Less repetitive.
I think engineering is another big department.
So engineers that cheat on code, no? Like
Exactly.
what Alan was saying, no? Watch out.
Productivity, well, it's estimated that productivity can increase between 30 and 40%. Well, who made that number, right? But I believe that efficiency can increase a lot because at the end of the day, just ChatGPT can write code for you. Of course, you need to control that and you need to supervise that for sure. But I believe that productivity will increase a lot. And for example, I don't know, things that can happen that we might be thinking that maybe we are right to a point where this happens very soon is now for a squad, you need a product manager, data analytics, and then you need 5-6 engineers. Maybe you can do those squads with 2 engineers. And so you can have so many more squads and you can work in so many more verticals in parallel and you can go much faster in your innovation and your product development, right? So.
Yeah. Actually, building on what Gonzalo has just mentioned, I mean, AI is putting in the hands of each and every employee the ability to experience a lifelong learning path. I mean, 24/7, open, no teachers to whom you need to reach out through the telephone or whatever. It is just about yourself, your tools, and you can explore an endless amount of knowledge, sharing, learning, and whatever. So basically, it's fully rebuilding the way capabilities are going to be developed. It's fully rebuilding the way employees are going to be getting their earnings, and it's fun because we both ends are representing big corporate companies and so on. And actually, we have been knowing each other for years. And Gonzalo is the first time I get to know him, but I know some friends and colleagues of his. So basically, it's fun the way we big companies are dealing with and exploring new ways of approaching and building relevant employee experience for our employees. And this is basically dealing with this kind of people that are in the basis of the IA exploitation. So I love this kind of ecosystem these technologies are bringing into the table.
Who is recruiting now? Who is recruiting? Who is recruiting? Who is hiding? Who is hiding? Excellent, excellent. Okay, so how do you hire in this new context? So have you seen, guys, sort of any changes in the way or in the skills that you would like to have? Given the fact that we have sort of artificial intelligence, and I'm not talking just about sort of the profiles. You actually mentioned also, Gonzalo, sort of that you may want to hire more of some and maybe less of someone, but I mean, how hiring may change over the next couple of years?
Actually, I would also launch another question. When was the last time you have gone or you went through a full resume? I can't even remember. Actually, we are hiring capabilities, we are looking for a certain set of skills or whatever. Resumes are not going to be read in the way they used to be some years ago. Actually, we are now dealing with candidate/company cultures match the way some other companies like, I don't know, Mythic is doing in a different way of action. So basically, I mean, this.
So you do resumes like Mythic? Wow.
Joking. I know that it sounds sexy.
Sounds sexy.
Yeah, and it is. But basically, it's about that. It's about, through AI, you have the opportunity to identify and to forecast the degree of match the candidate has with the company who's hiring. So basically, this is a massive tool that has to be dealt and handled with full responsibility and ethics. So this is the way we are dealing with the recruitment side.
And in your case, you are sort of those matching. Are you developing those internal capabilities of the matching, or are you taking sort of some external software or things?
Actually, we are delivering the tool. We are delivering the engineering behind this sort of new recruitment. And from a purely learning perspective, we are also building on that capabilities through IA. So basically, trying to make these two ends converge.
Very interesting. So matching. Any other insights onto recruiting?
I mean, it's quite similar, I think, like in KPMG, but I will give you an example of what we actually do for clients, no? In that space, because it's quite relevant also for other companies or public administration. because we have a project with different public administration, with the unemployment offices, where we help them to really start looking at skills and not so much on the CV through a machine, right? So when they're an unemployed person, previously somebody was looking in the CV and was thinking like, how can I match it to my vacancies? At the moment, what we do with the matching, we are actually asking the person different questions that helps you to profile the person based on his or her skills, and then match it with the vacancy, or recommend to the person the upskilling or reskilling that that person should do to be able to do that. So those are real projects that are already happening. So it's on the internal level, but also on the external level in the area of recruitment.
And for high growth companies like you guys, I mean, on the intake of new employees, are you thinking about sort of requiring specific things or abilities, or I don't know, even sort of ability to learn, I mean, or curiosity? What is it changing anything?
There's one thing, for example, that we have already changed, which is we were giving candidates a challenge that they could fill in at home, and then they could come back and present it to us. So basically, with ChatGPT, we stopped that, right? So now we're doing real-time kind of challenges, which is kind of allow us to see the real capabilities real-time, right? Because otherwise, you don't know who did that. So that's just an anecdote that we have changed. In terms of profiles that we look for, I think we need to be careful with what's being kind of heard. So for example, prompt engineering, right? Now everyone is like, maybe I need prompt engineering. and I think we need to be careful because, for example, prompt engineering is already obsolete almost, like with GPT-4. You don't need to kind of the specific inputs you need to give to the AI are not anymore that specific, right? And you can get a very good answer. So prompt engineering is obsolete in 2 months. So somehow we need to be careful with those types of profiles. For me, kind of problem solving will continue being the top skill that you need to look for in candidates, because at the end of the day, that's the most powerful one. And especially with AI, if the AI is the one that is going to be solving a lot of problems, you need someone that can actually frame those problems very well and identify those problems, right?
Yeah, so I agree with Borja on the hype of certain roles and the speed this is going to go at. So I think it's a little bit wait and see and stay close to just figuring out how kind of a certain squad is going to evolve for tech. That's going to be important, I think, and how you can leverage and how certain roles are going to evolve also. No? So you might see easier way to do machine learning, to analyze more data. So it's going to change, but still I think it's super early, at least from our end. We don't have a clear vision, but we're staying close to it. In terms of recruiting, we help some of the biggest companies like attract talent, right? Our vision has been from the beginning, skill-based and building data-rich profiles, so that you can give, because we have a lot of data points, not only in the process, but also in the education, right? So that ends up building a pretty comprehensive profile of the students. But applying AI, I haven't seen, I'm super glad to talk to you guys. I haven't seen anything meaningful. There's a lot of talk about it. I invested in a company that does a little bit like AI recruiting, a French one, but I haven't seen meaningful differences, right, from what we're doing, which is, skills assessment, like 1.0, let's say, right?
Go ahead.
No. Just follow. I mean,
yeah.
Because I was just talking about recruitment. There is another thing that is happening, and I don't know if we realize that, but the entry bar for certain positions is just going very low now. Because, and let me give you an example. Okay, let's say we have a coder that has 5 years experience. We pay him X. Okay, this person had to really learn a lot to be a good coder, good software developer. But now somebody with 1 year experience with AI help will probably be equally productive or equally efficient as that person with the 5 years. So the pressure on wages and the pressure on the entry-level requirements has been actually lowered for some roles. So I think that's an interesting point because, and I've read it last week, that people are actually saying it will not be the AI that will take your job. It will be a person with AI that will take your job, right? So those of you who are afraid of your jobs, just start using AI, because that's basically the recommendation.
But actually, I heard also the other argument, the other side of the argument, saying, well, I mean, those senior engineers, okay, they may not need as many analysts because maybe AI may take over the more manual kind of sort of tasks of analysts. Any views on that? Because, I mean, both are complementary, And I guess that we are, as Gonzalo was saying, we're on a discovery path, no?
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
any views or anything that?
So I think it's going to depend well on the company. We're seeing very different talent attraction strategies, right? So people that are able to get those senior top 10%, right, or companies that are able to pay for that, then you're in a great spot. But there's other companies, right, that I think the strategy that they're using, and we really promote this, and we think it's smart, is kind of longer-term planning, right, getting top 10% and like building learning paths for them, right? So I think that's going to be a very interesting strategy, and the learning curve can be really shortened with this type of tools, right? So there's certain companies that would never dream with attracted top 15% talent of seniors, but are going to be able to do that, at a lower like more juniors, and then accelerate their paths, right? So I think it's going to be, I think there's room for different kinds of tactics and strategies here.
Yeah, actually, from a purely consultancy perspective, this is forcing us to elevate the bar, to high the bar. Actually, whenever we land in a client, there's a usual question raised: do you guys need so many juniors in order to deliver all the insights building, all the research activity and so on? Can this be done through IA? And it's actually a very fair question, something ourselves are forcing us to put in the hands of IA, actually removing that side of the career path and finding ways to give a purpose to all the juniors, all the graduates, actually getting their capabilities and abilities strengthened in the value-adding side of the chain, not just delivering all this boring stuff such as research, such as matching audit spreadsheets or whatever. So basically this will be managed, and this will run through IA in not just years, but in some months. What is going to lead us, or what is going to lead, is basically getting the bar elevated in the strategic side of the consultancy work, getting closer to the client, be much more a partner of them, rather than undertaking these activities through X amount of juniors or graduates or seniors. That is actually
Excellent. We just have 4 minutes. Something that, there has been a lot of chat in the media is governance. Okay, so how are we thinking about sort of governance, about responsible AI and so forth, and about potentially sort of mitigating some side effects that could AI have for the organizations and for society? How are you thinking within your organizations about that? Okay, obviously this is a very much evolving theme for everybody, no? Any views?
We are dealing with that in the same way we used to deal with social media management or social media toolkit. Basically, raising, asking, encouraging people to give it a ethical, responsible usage. So basically encouraging them to consider that whenever they are exploring or using an AI tool, they are representing not just themselves, but also the company. Whichever opinion, whichever information, whichever data is going to be shared, has to be made. Has to be double checked that is compliant with our own policies. So basically, encourage them to put some common sense in the way they deliver or they explore AI tools.
In our case, well, internally we don't do nothing in terms of governance. We want to give freedom. Of course, we're a startup, so it's much easier. But I can speak from what I think from a government perspective. Now the AI Act happened in Europe, and we're trying to regulate this. Already we're having some things that are prohibited. And I understand this, and I think it's necessary. At the same time, somehow, I feel like we might be blocking innovation a bit, and that concerns me, because there is a sandbox that now you can go into the sandbox, but applying to a sandbox can take maybe 2 years, because we all know how sandbox work. So that concerns me a bit, right? And there are other countries like Japan, for example, they are giving freedom in terms of copyright. For example, you can use anything that is available, and that's free for using with AI and the learning algorithms. So it's going to be very interesting. I think governments are in a very hard position right now, because at the one hand, it's necessary to put this kind of fairness in the AI, but on the other hand, you can lay behind, right, in terms of innovation. So it's a difficult one.
Tension. Any views from your side?
No, I think I already said it at the beginning. It's just to mark the playground and mark the rules, and it's not something bad. I mean, sometimes I feel like governance looks like something. No, I mean, actually, people are asking for that to feel safe. You know, like what can I do? And they're asking us, like, can I use this? Can I use that? So we just want. It doesn't stop their flexibility or progress, but it just tells them what's safe to do within this environment. Right? So we'll be launching that next month, I think.
Excellent, excellent. And Gonzalo, have you had any people sort of putting grades on AI to know data points and to know conclusions? Anything that sort of you feel that within your environment needs to be?
No, so cheating is like the big thing here, and not because we care about cheating. It's just because it can prevent you from learning, right? We care about learning outcomes. And we just want to make sure that the tools are used in a way so that people learn, right? And kind of direct them in the right usage and integrate and bring these tools to our learning methodology. It's not easy because it's going really fast, right? But it's something we're really invested in.
Excellent. Okay, guys. Hey, it's been a fantastic panel. I hope this has been a guide for you to tackle your next challenges. And please, a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Such a broad topic, AI, but so interesting, especially related to the future of work. Next up. We've just been talking about AI and the future of work and how it can aid in the future of work. We're now going to be stepping into education, and I'll slowly introduce our panelists as we get people going out and coming in. Hope you enjoyed that. That was one of the busiest sessions I've seen so far. Obviously related to AI, everyone's interested in it. Okay, so our next panel is talking about revolutionizing education and innovative systems and methods. We're going to be talking about the latest trends in education, exploring new education systems and innovative methodologies that are transforming the way we teach and learn. From personalized learning to project-based instruction, from flipped classrooms to gamification. This panel will give a glimpse of the future of education, and with us today to discuss this, I'm going to introduce our panelists. We have Ibai Martinez, who is co-founder and general manager at Team Labs. I know all about Team Labs. Nice to meet you too. Next up, we have Javier de Pablo, who is CEO Life Science and Tech Hubs at Massid. There we go. And Carla Pregel-Hoderlein, who is co-founder of CDTM Spain and management team at CDTM. Welcome, Carla. And Marie Genest, investment director at EduCapital. Welcome to the stage. And our moderator, Cristina Fernandez, who is Associate Director for Strategy and Development at IE University. Over to you.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's really exciting to be here with these people who do not talk about innovation and changing the game, but who do actually go and change the game. And they all have in common something with IE University, that is the idea that we have to innovate in the way we teach and also how we think about education, not having just a place where students sit passively and listen to teachers, but where you can also build your own ideas, your startups, you can be connected with investors, with business angels, with experts, and create your own ideas. So that's why building on that idea, I would like to briefly every one of the panelists to introduce themselves and especially the project that they are leading. Ibai, what can you tell us about Team Labs, please?
So, well, Team Labs is a learning lab. Our most impactful project is that we run an official bachelor degree. It's a 4-year study program. We have 3,000 students. And our students, since they start in the first year of university, they create real companies. And they need to invoice at least 150,000 euros in order to accomplish the 4 years program. It's one of the objectives they need to accomplish, right? So they not only learn by doing, but they learn by billing. They travel the world. In the first year, they go for 1 month to Helsinki or Berlin. Second year, they go for 1 month to San Francisco or New York. In the third year, they go for 4 months to Asia, China, India, and Korea. And well, you know that in Spain we have a big pain, that is the youth unemployment. So in our bachelor degree, we are really proud that the 97% of our students, they get employed. 1/3 of them, they build their own startups. 2/3 of them, they join corporations. So actually the origin of this methodology is in Finland, with Team Academy, and the Mondragon University bring it to Spain with the idea of feeding the companies with a profile that maybe is not the one that we form in the traditional business administration studies. Well, in Team Labs, apart from this bachelor degree, we help other universities accomplish pedagogical transformations. So, for instance, we have been working with Tecnológico de Monterrey, Politécnico de Milán, or CEU San Pablo. We have been for 3 years working in transforming the academic memoria of all their bachelor degrees, a project that has involved 17 faculties, more than 700 professors, so quite a big scale. And we also accompany corporations such as, well, IKEA, Google Spain, Repsol, Ferrovial, very oriented of linking the business with the learning. No? So we are not a consultancy because we care a lot about the learning of the teams, but we are not only giving a training because we care about the results of the business. So that's mainly what we are.
To begin with, just to begin with. Thank you so much, Ibai. Javier, as the CEO of a life science and tech hub, what are those hubs that you are creating in Tres Cantos? What are they doing?
We are Masid. Masid is the first 100% private funded life science and innovation hub in Spain. So we created that 1.5 years ago. Our mission is to give space to all the companies from startups to the highest evolution to be the place where they can develop their business and their projects in Madrid. We are headquarters of several biotech, innovation, microchips, etc. companies that there is the place where they develop. We are ecosystem where companies can develop the relationship with others, with even investors in the growth. We have a incubator for new companies of the biotech world, where they can grow. And then in our world, the most important thing is that the companies can start from 40 square meters to where they want to arrive, because we want to help them in the growth and from this moment to the end. At the same time, for us, it's key the education. So in fact, in our 2 districts, we are in Fuencarral district in Madrid and in Tres Cantos. We already have some clients who are companies of this very linked to health in the education. But we are having several conversations with universities to be the place, because the ecosystem is growing itself through all the connections that we are doing. And obviously, the companies that are living with us in all the different verticals, they need new people and they need talent. And the good thing is that Spain, in all the things of science, innovation, the human talent that we have is amazing. It's excellent.
That's great. We will be talking about, about partnerships and ecosystems, but before, Carla, what is CDTM doing in Valencia?
Yeah. CDTM stands for Center for Digital Technology and Management, and it actually was born in Munich, in Germany. It offers an add-on study program to university students and offers a leading program in technology management, very focused on entrepreneurship and innovation. It is a very interdisciplinary program and works very hands-on. I think we will talk about it later more in detail. And in the past 25 years, where it has been around in Germany, it has had quite a track record of having more than 250 startups being built of alumni of CDTM, of which 7 have already reached the status of unicorn. And seeing how this has impacted so well the German ecosystem, we started thinking how this impact could be developed into other European ecosystems. And since the beginning of this year, we've been tapping into the Spanish ecosystem and moved to Valencia to start building up there a new CDTM place to offer this opportunity also to this ecosystem here.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And now let's go to funding. Marie, what can you tell us about Edu Capital?
So, hello everybody, I'm Marie. I'm working for Edu Capital. Edu Capital is a Paris-based VC fund. So basically we are the largest European fund dedicated to edtech and future of work, meaning we invest in early stage rounds of startup reshaping the future of education and work. We have 200 million asset under management. We have done 32 investments so far, including Pratley in Spain or Labster in Copenhagen, 360 Learning in France. Yes, that's basically where we are.
Okay, so thank you very much. So as you can see, we have new ways of learning. We have new ways to connect to the reality and also to create your own business when just beginning to be a student, how to connect with investors. So what I would like to know is, which is the value, which is the strategy, what is new, what's success? Marie, Ibai?
Well, I will take like 3. In Team Labs, we define ourselves like as a radical learning lab. And it is true that our students are not the students, the professors are not professors, we don't have like normal installations. So maybe one of the key ingredients is that we are a multi-local project. So we have 7 campuses in Spain. 3 of them are in the Basque Country, run by the Mondragon University. Then we have a campus in Madrid, in Barcelona, Malaga, and Valencia. And then 2 international campuses, one in Puebla, in Mexico, and one in Seoul, in Korea. So our students are part of a movement and a network that is international, and this is something that is quite interesting. As I told before, they are traveling the world in their 4 years program. So that's one key ingredient. Another one is this idea of the learning by billing, right? So there is a lot of experiences of how we train students around entrepreneurship. But this is quite different from the idea of, okay, let's start a company from scratch. Let's put some basic ingredients in the table, and let's really learn by doing and by billing. So when they really faced this need of continuously identify problems on potential solutions, when they do their business proposals, when they go out there to sell, they develop certain skills more intensely than that they do if we face it from a theoretical approach, right? And maybe the third one is that we believe in the teams. That's why we are Team Labs, right? So this experience is a community-driven experience and where the team learning happens. So we divide all of our students into groups of 20. These 20, they create a company. So a company is kind of an umbrella where they develop from 6 to 10 projects at the same time. These projects, some of them, they they don't success in terms of economy, but they are learning a lot of what's happening in the different projects around them. And this is feeding a lot. And actually the relation between them is not only that we are colleagues in the university and in the campus, but we are business partners. So this incentivate a lot the attitude, the self-esteem, the discipline, which is very needed in order to really motivate and engage with the learning, which is the most important thing, right?
Yeah. So they experience. They don't just listen, but they experience, and they are the starting of that learning. That's amazing. Marie?
As a NetTech-focused fund, we don't believe there's just one innovative solution. So basically, we've been investing in a diverse number of different approaches. But we believe in two things, that technology really is what enables education to scale, really, because we know how the traditional education is limited by, the building, the number of teachers or professors. So with technology, we see that really we can do proper global platforms. So we have invested in, for example, market tutoring, tutor marketplaces like Prattley with 260,000 monthly active users, which is amazing, but also some social networks in students, and the community aspect is huge. In less than 18 months, they have grown to 6 million students on the platform all across Europe. Yeah, that's amazing. So that's the power of technology in education. But we also believe that technology not only helps scaling education and making education available to the many, which is really important as an impact fund, but also we believe that it brings more engagement in the way we learn and teach. And so in that aspect, from the time of the MOOCs, so there's been a lot of innovation since. So whether it be the cohort-based learning, like we see as pretty efficient for what we call K-12, what the students are quite young, so they still need cohort-based because we think it's important for them to work together. So that's what we invested in a company like Codery, making online coding courses for younger teenagers. But also community-driven for lifelong learning. We think it's key. So we see the power of it with a company called Female Invest in Denmark, where they really help in the very long term. People keep learning along the journey of our life. And we see these communities of women all across Europe that have now 37,000 subscribers in 100 countries, but they all relate at a point because they have this community. So that's the kind of example and innovation we see in the way we teach that really important, the peer-to-peer learning that we saw with Now Unity, for example.
Thank you so much. You've been talking about lifelong learning. For us here, lifelong learning is about energizing and dynamizing the individual, yourself, then your team, then your company, and then the ecosystem that you are working in, the professional ecosystem, because we find out that with global challenge, we need to be partnering with people that are more agile than us and that can be complementary to us. So the next question is for Carla and for Javier about, okay, how do you deal with partnerships and how do you build the ecosystem, the successful ecosystem that you are doing?
So at CDTM, our vision is to connect, educate, and empower the innovators of tomorrow. And through the educational program that we've created, it's all based on partnerships. We see that through partnerships and collaborating with the right people is how state-of-the-art education, but also innovation can be really fostered. And at the core of CDTM is really collaboration. It started from a collaboration or a partnership between the Technical University of Munich and the Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich, because they saw that interdisciplinarity was key for bringing forward innovation. So that was the core of how it started, already in partnerships. But from that, it grows way beyond academic partnerships, because what CDTM does is in all the courses that students work in, they directly collaborate with project partners from the industry. So We collaborate with big corporates, with startups, with NGOs, with SMEs, and we try to push students into this mindset of working directly on real-world problems that these companies have, but also companies to have an outside perspective on their own problems, and be able to have this connection to young, very motivated talent that is disrupting the space. Furthermore, also our lecturers are not traditional professors, but we really bring in industry experts who have been doing their share in their own industry and pushing forward their own skills so that they can teach it to the new generations. And this keeps on renewing every semester. So every semester we're looking at what are the needs actually, what has changed in the technical space so that they are still up to date what students are learning. And that's another part where we collaborate. And then we always take care of the ecosystem we are around, so also organizing speaker series and different event formats so that the whole ecosystem can connect with each other. So we're also very connected to VCs, to angel investors, to other public and private institutions that want to get near our students, also for potential future founders, and make the ecosystem grow together. And in this sense, that's how we see that education to move forward and how innovation will move forward. And as I mentioned before, we're just also arriving in Spain, and we're looking for all these amazing companies out there and amazing personalities who want to share their experiences and their knowledge, and then want to collaborate with this young talents and students. So very happy to chat about potential partnerships.
Thank you so much. That's really generous. Yeah. Javier, what about you?
I mean, as we said, we are a proper ecosystem. So what is clear with us, and we have some educative institutions already in our hub. So I think this is something absolutely necessary because traditionally, as you know, in Spain, the education was something isolated to the companies. And above all, when you talk about life science, innovation, technology, the companies need quality. And we, in the conversations we have and the way we work with these universities, institutions, is like a partnership in the meaning that we want them to be with us, all the adventure, to adapt all the needs that they have, to connect them with the companies, to do a plan with them for the students from the moment they have to start doing internships and doing things, and then at the same time, with our program that we have with our B incubator and this stuff, so all the people, when they finish, they can do there and they can grow and create their own companies. We are very happy because we see that the world of education, when we told them that what we are doing, they say, well, it's the place where things are going to happen, in both places, and in Tres Cantos and Fuencarral. And in both places, we have the collaboration of the local municipalities, that this is essential to connect you with all the ecosystem of education and companies. And at some point, it's amazing how simple things happen when you push all the different actors, no? The authorities, the universities, the academia, with the companies. No? And you see that when you work with the companies that we're working now, that they need people every day. So one of our companies, they told us that they have permanently like 100 vacancies. And the problem is that they need this.
Kind of profile.
And when you create that ecosystem with all these things, with all these companies, the education, so at some point you want to feed them, no? And the good thing is that you have to make things easy for the companies, for the institutions, for the people, because at the end of the day, the most important thing is the people. And when all these things happen, and you are the place where things are happening, and you are providing this, so everybody is happy with you, and they want to come with us, because they see that Madrid is the place where things are happening. No?
Wonderful.
And above all, that as we are private, so we are not limited in terms of time or space. So if somebody wants to join us because they want to come to our ecosystem, and somebody's here, they can call us. We are in the stand 148. We help them to grow, and we can expand and do what they want to do. So,
thank you so much. So this is the scenario we are having. So we have learning by doing, where students are not passive anymore. They build their own ideas. They have the responsibility to build their own ideas. They are in contact with investors, with experts, with an ecosystem that can make true what they are envisioning, that can help them to fail fast and cheap and go on. And then, when everything is moving forward and we are, wow, this is okay, then artificial intelligence arrives and there is a disruption. So, now what? We say we are innovators, so this is the next question. How do you embrace artificial intelligence? Which are the opportunities, and how do you consider the ethical dilemmas? Something that you have been seeing in the previous panel. Ibai, for you.
Well, I will be fast. I have like 2 ideas around AI, and for our case. I think that AI gives us the opportunity of really increasing the standard of quality of the delivery of the students. So if we were asking for this in a book essay, now we need to ask for this. Yeah. So we need to train them to do the correct questions, to really be engaged, right? I think that also how for example, like ChatGPT works is like, it's really interesting because they are really impatient. And this is something we need to train. But at the same time, with ChatGPT, this impatience is like they really have fast feedback and they can go through, they really can learn a lot. So I think it's a great example of how we can really increase the level. And the second idea, more related to ethics, I believe that at the end of the day, I know the implications of the AI, of course, no one knows. But if we are able to propose business models that they're in the market, the society of consumption, we transform our role and we evolve as customers, I believe, or I have the hope that we will also transform the offers, and the ethical implications of the AI maybe are not so disconnected as the implications of the internet in general with the ethics. I know that Harari is not agree with these declarations that he recently has done. But
okay, we'll see. Marie, you wanted to add something on this?
No, but for us as investors, we see it as a huge opportunity, especially in education. We think education is one of the, maybe the first vertical that would be really, that will benefit from AI. We really think it's going to be a good thing for education in the sense that it's take one step further what I was saying at the beginning, bringing education at scale, because it's the dream of having one teacher for one student. Basically, if you think about speech recognition for children is really progressing very fast, and it could help having more personal feedback, and I'm also not speaking about personal adaptive learning, which was already a thing before generative AI, so we think room for improvement of personalized one-to-one feedback, whether it be speech recognition, chatbot, or any type of this thing. And also for higher education, it's a great tool for teachers or training organization, and a lot of our portfolio companies are working on accelerating the feedback. Instead of waiting a few weeks having the feedback from your teachers on your work, you could have, I don't say they would do 100% of the feedback, but they can help the teacher give the first 80% of the feedback on the basic, and then the teacher can focus on the last mile as they have feedback. And also we see portfolio companies are working on improving the assessment, the skill assessment, because we are all speaking about stackability of learning, having lifelong skills improvement and stuff. So if you can start having a better intelligence around skill mapping and skill assessment, that would be great, and help take really that dream of skills-based education, skills-based learning to the next level, that would be great. So we are hugely excited about AI at EduCapital, and we know it's early, and there's not like one company that will. It's like all edtech company will be able to go further in the vision of what they want to deliver. So it's more, a fight of accelerating new features, new project inside edtech companies.
So this is it. Believe it or not, we spent our half an hour. We did the whole overview, and we are moving forward to see what will happen with artificial intelligence and the opportunities it will bring. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was great. Always an interesting topic, education. And what is going on in today's world. So we've talked about education. We're now moving on to new materials. We're going to be talking about challenges tech startups face when trying to develop a long-term partnership with general contractors. And joining us today on the panel, I'm going to welcome Sebastian Michaud, who is VC investor at Fundamental. Sebastian, here we go. And we also have Tom Yesharon, who is CEO and co-founder at CIV Robotics, Civ Robotics. And we have Angelos Nicolaou, who is CEO at SectorBuild. Welcome to the stage. And Victor Montes Molero, who is co-founder and CEO at BeAware. And then joining us as moderator today is Luis Amorim, Head of Open Innovation at Ferrovial Construction. So over to you, Luis.
Hi, thank you very much, Katrina. I'm not sure if there is people coming in or not. Yeah. Or not.
There will be people coming in.
You suggest that we start?
Do start, yeah.
Okay.
Quick switch over.
Okay. So, long-term partnerships between corporations and startups should be a no-brainer. General contractors must innovate to stay ahead of competitors and impending disruption in order to survive. Access to startups' creativity, agile ways of working, new technology and skills is exactly what is needed. On the other hand, startups need to gain access to general contractors' markets, customers, industry experts, and benefit from corporate funding, resources, and the reputation of working with major players. Good afternoon, I'm Luis Amorim, Head of Open Innovation at Ferrovial Construction, and I'm very happy to be here today, and four of my dearest friends. And this is the last time I'm going to read and make this very formal. We really want to make this a conversation. We know each other very well, and I hope you will enjoy the session. So, starting, well, Tom is the co-founder and CEO of Civ Robotics. Civ is helping contractors to build with speed and precision by automating the construction marking process. If you join us in our stand from Ferrovial, you see this little robot. It's all Tom's making. Victor is the co-founder and CEO of BeAware. BeAware aims to transform risk management by providing AI-driven, non-intrusive solutions that enhances business workflows in complex environments. Seb, at the end, is an investor at Fundamental, the most active, Seb's words, global investor in the construction tech and AEC tech. The team backs early-stage founders across the Americas, Asia Pacific, and Europe, and has at late worked with several category leaders in construction and design technology. And Angelos is the founder and CEO of Sector, an innovation management platform for construction and real estate. Sector helps companies like Ferrovial find the right solutions and achieve implementation of platforms twice as fast. Again, Angelos' words. Challenges about long-term partnerships between startups and general contractors. We will start with the emotional response. And we read a lot of research for these things as we do. So Boston Consulting Group, I think 2 years ago, made a survey amongst contractors and startups, and they said like more than half of contractors and startups, very, very balanced, they were very dissatisfied with their partnerships with contractors. Startups say they're going from pilot to pilot, and to pilot, and contractors say we're struggling to assess the return on investment of your solution that might bring to our operations. So I think I'll start with the startups. So Tom, how do you feel when you go and meet a general contractor? Are you already on the back foot, or?
So today I feel much more fortunate that we are more advanced and we have a lot more customers who've used us, so we have more credibility. But in the earlier stage, it was much harder. I was going to job sites trying to explain our offering, and they just did not get it, even though it's pretty damn simple. But they ask for a pilot, we do a pilot. I think the biggest problem is having set expectation and actually making sure they understand what that means. They can say yes, yes, but then the field does not really get it. It's not the same people that you talk to sometimes, and that's really frustrating as a startup.
Victor, anything to add? I know you've got a lot to add, but...
Yeah, I'll try to be brief there. I've been recently reading a book called Conscious Capitalism by John McKay and Mahendra Sisodia. And one of the things they say is companies should not only focus on making money, but they should try to become agents of a rich ecosystem and protect customers, providers, etc. And one of the things they say, of course, is that you need to love your customers. So at Be Aware, we love corporates because that's our main target. So you know that love is a little bit blind. So dissatisfaction is not the word I would use to describe my feeling, but I think we have a lot of challenges. We are in a very mature industry, low margins, non-tech savvy, and that means that become obstacles in the path of collaborating. So rather than dissatisfaction, I would say we have a big challenge to solve together.
Okay, good luck with customer value. Seb,
yes.
You're an investor, you work with you see a lot of startups. Would you say the conversation we have with our founders, this is what they say?
Well, emotional response, I definitely empathize with founders a lot. I think there's a lot of pressure to break things and to build things really fast. So you've got to, it's basically a necessity to have a high momentum, because you've got to, your reputation is in jeopardy. You have to keep competitive threats kind of aside. In order to attract capital and funding, you need to be fast. So there's this need for speed. So I can understand that the challenge arises when that need for speed is kind of slowed down by the fact that you're working with very complex organizations. But I think things are getting better. That's the wider thesis here. Okay.
And do you think this is, I think you've worked in other sectors, do you think this is a challenge just for construction tech, or?
Well, so, in other sectors, more digitalized sectors, you have, decades of experience of enterprises and startups working together. So there is a playbook, there's a blueprint that is already in motion. Whilst we are developing that blueprint for the first time in the last few years, but we're seeing more and more strategies coming into play. We're seeing startup teams that are choosing their design partners really early on before going mass market. We're seeing them becoming better at picking the evangelists within an organization. So I'll give you an example. I think last week I was talking to a startup team, and they said they're selling to GCs, and they said, you know what, the sales cycles go from a few days to a few months, and the biggest sort of indicator to how long it goes is whether they're able to speak to BIM managers, specifically. or people that used to work as BIM manager, then it's an overnight decision. So we work with founders to be like, okay, how do you identify the design partners? How do you find the evangelist within an organization? And also, more and more successful startups are coming out, so you're pooling the insights, and it's really trending where we wanted to see it, for sure.
Okay, that's a good segue for the rational response. So everyone talks about customer fragmentation and multiple customer personas, what you mentioned. There's a lot of customers inside each company. Sometimes you don't know the sole decision maker. Sometimes there is no sole decision maker. Of course, you mentioned low margins and economic headwinds. Low margins don't really give you money to innovate, and you always think of return on investment. Of course, the customer value gets a bit... Actually, sometimes our customers, their value is the cheapest cost. Construction is still coming to understand what open innovation means and build good strategies. And then, of course, there's the culture. And Peter Drucker says culture eats strategy for breakfast, and I truly believe that. And I think we feel we need to innovate. I'm the general contractor here, but I'm being very neutral. But we don't know how. So this is all beating up the contractors. Victor, what can startups do to help us?
So let me talk a little bit about startups and about general contractors also, if you don't mind. I think that startups need to understand that they bring two very valuable aspects to corporates. The first one is they are the ones with a true obsession to solve a problem very well that may be very relevant for the business. The second one is they bring agility and are able to test solutions and pivot and test them in second solutions, third solutions very fast in a matter of weeks or in a matter of a few months, which corporates cannot do. So this is the value they bring. They need to understand that and they need to exploit it. But from a corporate point of view, I think corporates need to really decide if they truly believe in startups as strategic partners. And with that, I mean that they really need to start pushing for this collaboration. And if they believe in nurturing this type of collaborations, they need to start sometimes treating startups less as a provider, as a normal provider with normal, typical rules for providers, and more as a strategic partner. So as part of your own organization almost. Because when you do that, you start, protecting the ecosystem that helps you innovate faster. Just very fast, I have participated in very good corporate programs. Let me share with you what I think the most valuable aspects of those programs were. So first, you need to have the C team directly involved. That's super relevant. That means that the CEO needs to go there to open the program, that it needs to go there, listen to the pitches of the startups, maybe pitch to the startups, etc. Not because of the startups need that, but because that generates a message inside the corporate. And that means that the other business units say, okay, why our CEO is there? And that sparks interest. Second, business units. You need to involve business units before making a decision on which are the most impactful strategies, startups. Because they need to be there. I mean, your ecosystem is too complex. You cannot expect, it's very naive to expect that a startup will get there with the perfect solution that will match your needs, and that's it. You need to involve business units so that they start a conversation and they land these ideas into tangible use cases. Third, clear agreement. Yes, and that's it. Clear agreement on budget. Budget needs to be clear. Who owns the budget for the first pilot? Who owns the budget for the rest of the thing? Yeah. Having a budget for innovation helps to kick off the whole thing. But you need to do that, and you need to understand that what startups need is contracts. So these need to translate into contracts in a pipeline.
Okay. Come to you, Angela's next. Tom. 30 seconds. What do you feel about incubators, accelerators, hackathons, all these initiatives around open innovation?
Some is a lot of crap, wasting a lot of time, especially if a founder already done one or two of those. I would say the most valuable thing in the accelerator that I took is connecting to the business units and actually bringing people from the corporate who really want to bring innovation and get involved. The rest, we, as founders, get that in the beginning from investors and from other accelerators, but technical accelerators from corporates, I would say is the people who come from the corporate, that's the one that you need to talk to.
So that's our advice to us. Don't do any incubators, accelerators.
No, bring the right people from the corporate to the program, so they will bring it to the field. Okay. That's what I feel.
Angelos, you tell us day in, day out that your startup wants to address some of these challenges, no? The miscommunication between startups and general contractors. Are you our perfect wedding maker, or?
So, I think really, the way to answer this is what's the Holy Grail, right? Who's sitting? What does the pyramid look like, and who's sitting on the top of the pyramid? And at the top of the pyramid is the owner, right? That's on the top of the pyramid of every project is the owner. And if we don't address the goals and the values of the owner, then the further down the pyramid we go, the more fragmented the goals become, the harder it gets to innovate, to scale technologies. Now, you asked about our position, we address this challenge by being a part of the owner's team. So what we are doing in our role is to communicate these messages of the owner, both to our contractor customers, as well as our vendor, startup, technology partners. What we see is a lot of construction tech companies solving too many problems, so lack of a focus, too low down the value chain. And when that happens, it's becoming really difficult even to go from one project to another. And to go back to your previous question, if it's painful for the startup, it's painful for your customer as well, right? That you have to keep on wasting their time pitching project to project to project. So I think what it ultimately comes up to is, what is our ultimate goal? What is our ultimate value? And to find the answer there, we have to see who's on the top of the pyramid. It's the owner. What is the value of the owner? If you solve for that, even if your customers, your target customers are contractors, then you're solving for the needs of their customers, so they like you. So.
Well, thank you. So now let's go to the irrational response. All these challenges, all these things that we can't do, industry productivity going down, and all these floods, amounts of cash coming in. What's going on, Seb?
You want the irrational answer?
No. I think we want to understand why so much money is coming to construction tech.
Yeah.
If there are all these challenges, and it's horror stories every day.
Well, of course, I'm going to give you a very optimistic answer. We did an analysis, actually. We're looking at the different sectors, So you have fintech, you have construction tech, B2C, whatever. And we saw this trend that when a sector hits 5 billion in venture funding, it takes them 5 years to get to 50 billion. And back in 2018, when we started Fundamental, construction tech was at 5 billion, and we've seen exactly the same trajectory. And another interesting point is that post-2021, is probably every one of you know, there's been like a tech crunch, so funding kind of going away, so to speak. And we did, again, comparison of the different sectors, and we saw that construction tech just kind of resisted a lot better than most of the sectors. So the reason why, it's super simple. The pain points that are being addressed in construction, they're incredibly deep, and no matter the capital markets crisis, it doesn't matter, they need to be addressed. So inevitably, you need to build more, you need to build cleaner, and you need to address the huge labor scarcity that we have in developed markets. These are like big crises, and they're not going away. So technology plays a pretty big role there. I think you guys can attest to that. It kind of creates a culture of inevitability. And what we're seeing in the investor, really to be practical here, is that, of course, the construction tech startups are adapting to the models that venture capital loved, that lean startup glaze. But we're also seeing the investors adapting to construction tech. So, we know that software as a service is not like the most popular thing in GCs, but we're starting to see, for example, these new tech models emerging, one that we coined internally called outcome as a service, so really kind of delivering that fully fledged service that is tech-enabled. By the way, we're discussing it earlier as well. And yeah, we're seeing investors, because they're proving product market fit, we're seeing investors really kind of rallying around them. So we know that the hurdles are tough initially, but if you get out of those hurdles and if you go through that process of trial and error, you have hugely defensible companies in very big markets. So yeah, we definitely see some value creation there as well.
But are we looking at similar things like fintech, where who's going to see IPOs, or really the ultimate goal is someone acquires the startup? Do you see a...
Oh, a mix. A mix, 100%, but IPO outcome is absolutely a possibility. And the interesting thing, again, about construction is we're really going down to the basics of what is value creation. So, in a lot of digitized industries, you have the startup models become customers to themselves almost. In construction, the companies are tough to sell into because the market is unapologetic if you're not responding to the market needs in a very, very strong way. But once we create that sort of engine, it's happening.
Okay. So you three guys here you've got the money, you guys need the money. Well, Tom, you need less money already. Is what Seb's saying actually true? When they talk with you guys to raise money, what are they looking for? And is it a partnership with general contractors relevant to them or not?
I mean, I think it's definitely relevant. One of the main KPIs they are always looking for is traction, so that's always the case. I would say that investors for us are essential. We have a dream and they make it possible. So following with this idea of conscious capitalism, we need to learn to love each other a little bit better. But it is true that specifically, I would say that more than 95% of investors do not know anything about the construction sector. And you have to be careful, because if they use the same metrics that they use in other sectors, that may be a problem. Just take Procore as an example of a unicorn that we have in our sector. Procore was founded in 2002. In 2012, 10 years later, the revenue was around 4 million euros, which is nothing in the construction sector. That means that it takes time and patience to build a business in the sector. After that, in the next decade, they just scale up, and now they are worth it more than $1 billion. But that you need an investor that is able to understand this reality and makes a long-term bet on you because they understand the market.
1 minute each. Angelus.
So I think what I didn't hear Seb say and what I hear a lot of VCs say is, we look for a 10x return in 10 years or less. But I have to say that I do see VCs also adapting to construction tech, just because it is such a huge market. Construction is not construction tech yet. It is such a huge market, and you can see the returns there. I think there's two important aspects to it. It's the quality of your relationships, because there's a 15% of the construction industry, which is about $1.5 trillion a year, that is controlled by a small number of players, around 300 construction companies. But then there's another 85% of the market, that's $8.5 trillion, that is extremely fragmented, but hundreds of thousands of contractors and owner-developers. So investors are demanding traction, like Victor said, but yes, they are demanding traction in both, right? Quality partnerships and also the ability to scale. And I think both are equally important if we want to achieve innovation, right? Which is our goal here.
Yeah. And Tom, maybe for you, is having an industrial partner or strategic investor partner like a CVC important?
Yeah. So in the last round, we raised capital also from Trimble, which is a leading surveying equipment manufacturer and software in the construction space. And that's invaluable for us because that's, like saying Apple for computers in our industry. So the fact that we have and being trusted by Trimble makes our sale process much more efficient, trustworthy, and also the collaboration now with Trimble has accelerated because there are shareholders. We tried to work with them before, it was really slow. Now it's not as slow, but it is improving. It's really great to see how it's bearing fruit already for us. And I would say that I do believe in a lot of like the lean startup and keeping it focused, and the opportunities will come. In the end of the day, we're building a relationship with these large companies with large problems, and maybe today we're solving X for them, tomorrow will be 4X because they trust us. We build these relationships, and it takes time to nurture these things.
Seb, just to follow on that, what do you think about CVCs and their role in the life of a construction tech startup?
What do I think of CVCs? Love them. Listen, I mean, there's pros and cons, right? So when we're looking at construction tech and we have this discussion about design partners, then it could make a lot of sense, right? It depends on the model. There's kind of this historical with CVC where we want to make sure that despite there being a CVC, the founder has her or his full autonomy, her independence. So that's kind of really important. But as long as that's kind of well agreed upon, 100%.
Cool. We're almost out of time. Does anyone want to ask a question?
Any questions?
If not, I've got a few more.
No questions? Yes, we have a question. We have a bit more. We can. One. Sorry, do we need a mic over here? Do you want to stand up and just ask a question? No? Oh no, sorry, I thought you raised your hand. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Anybody else? Questions? It's hard to see. Here, we have one here.
So how much you think that 3D models and BIM systems are going to be important in terms of data and analyzing the construction processes for basically the startups to be able to emerge in the construction tech?
I think Seb, you've been looking at lots of these things, and
yeah, I mean, it's one of the main models that we look at. So it's about, in terms of, if you look at the wider market dynamics, it's becoming hugely important, and the adoption, the market-wide adoption, within a long-run spectrum is inevitable. The question is, how do you find that perfect wedge into the market? So when you look into the workflows, be architectural workflows, contractor workflows, you got to find the perfect wedge to kind of create that sort of repeatable moat into your product. So that's the challenge, but as a trend, we're seeing it over, you take a step back, you look over 5 to 10 years, you're really seeing the adoption.
Another question here. Behind, oh, sorry, yeah. I'm behind.
Hello, morning. This is a question for all the startups right now. There is a lot of people that is talking right now of artificial intelligence, and specifically about ChatGPT, generative AI. How do you think to implement, or are you thinking implementing, this technology in your startups?
You guys. Not relevant for me, to be honest.
We have already integrated generative artificial intelligence in our product, so you need to understand what are the real opportunities there, because everybody's talking about it. It looks like you can do anything. It's not true, but it may add a lot of value. So whenever you have, so I think there are two important aspects there. First, if you need to understand textual information, and construction sector has a lot of textual information, and you need to extract and classify things, generative AI may help you a lot, large language models, massive language models. And the second one is you have non-tech savvy people using your application. So the more natural you make your interface with them, the better. And if you can explain things in natural language, that's to me a change maker. So these are the two aspects where I see that we should exploit it.
I'm afraid we don't have any more time for questions, but everyone will be here. Just final thoughts for me. I don't think GCs will be as they are in 10 years. I think we'll be very different animals. Not sure if we will be there. But as everyone does, I ask Bing GPT, and it says it's the very is mine, I work for a general contractor, unlikely general contractors will disappear anytime soon. So thank you for attention. My guests, South Summit for inviting us, and we hope to see you all soon. So thank you very much. And if you want to have a chat with us, we just here.
Thank you very much. I learned a lot about construction there. It's not my area, but I learned a lot. That was great. Thank you. Okay, so we're on to our last discussion before we have lunch, before we take a break. And we are going to be talking about food for thought. But I just want to make sure that you are aware of the social summit events happening, sort of after the events happening today. I hope you'll be joining us tonight at the Plaza de la Paja open event from 8:30 onwards. So check out the social summit on the app, and do join us tonight for a live event with Club Del Rio Band. I hope you've been enjoying South Summit today, and our next speakers are here. So I will introduce them. And also don't forget to collect your green warrior points to get free beers tonight, as long as you're socially conscious and doing socially conscious things, i.e. bringing your own water bottle, traveling by public transport, etc. And also social media posts, hashtag South Summit 23. So please do keep posting. And I'm now going to introduce our next guest with the topic related to food for thought and the connection between identity and eating habits. So next up, we're going to be talking about the complex relationship between our identity and the way we eat. And I'm going to welcome Niklas Gustafsson, who is chairman at Naturally. Do you want to come to the stage? And then we also have Ichacho de Palacio, partner at Notion VC, who is going to be interviewed by this lovely lady here. So, Niklas, so over to you. I'll let you take over.
Hi. Good morning. Still, I think for everyone, we are talking about food, just lunchtime now. So I hope we don't get too hungry. We are here with Niklas. We are going to be talking about the connection between identity and food. And to be honest, I'm Ichazo. I'm a venture capitalist. I invest in B2B SaaS. That means like cloud infrastructure, Internet of Things, AI, and you will be wondering, what is she doing talking about this topic? That was my question too, when they asked me to be here. And they were like, what are you talking about? You are the person who is more obsessed about what you eat and when you eat it, which is very important, and you know exactly what time of the day and which combination of things, and that is true. So I have a huge interest in this topic personally, so I've been reading a lot about it. But here, this is, in fact, we have here a real expert, Niklas, and we are going to be having a conversation about this topic, and I will open to questions towards the end to the audience. But Niklas, why don't you do a quick introduction of yourself? You tell us about Naturally, and then we go to more the topic of the...
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here and to talk about something that we all, I think we have opinions on, because we all eat, right? We eat normally three times a day, and it is the business with the biggest turnover in the world. So it is something that we all can have our opinion on. I'm Swedish. I lived in Madrid now for 25 years, which is a long time. I came here to basically set up my company actually when I came 25 years ago, but that was nothing to do with food. My food company, naturally, we started about 5-6 years ago, and naturally, the name of my company is a company that we try to do food that is as natural as possible, as little processed as possible. Because, as you know, today there is a huge issue in the world that we eat too much processed food. So basically we do chocolates, we do all kinds of snacks, we do granolas for breakfast, etc., with as little, with no sugar, no gluten, no lactose, etc.
Nice, amazing. Why did you start doing this?
Okay, so yeah, so the origin of the company, you could say, probably, I mean, I've always been passionate about food, but I'm also a celiac, so I'm gluten intolerant. I cannot eat, I cannot have wheat, and I think that is what actually brought me into the food, well, being interested in food, because as a kid, when you cannot eat what others eat, you need to like figure out. You need to find your own ways of eating. And when I was a kid in the 70s, there were no gluten-free products at all, basically. So I started experimenting with my grandmother in the kitchen. We made our own bread, our own cookies, etc. And actually, that is something that is coming back to me now because we are developing these gluten-free products and sugar-free products. And actually, just 3 weeks ago, we launched our cookies, gluten-free cookies with no sugar, and we sweetened them with chicory root and with dates. And it's super interesting to be actually experimenting in the kitchen again, because that's what I do, experiment in the kitchen.
Amazing. I can't wait to try them. Anybody in the audience? Naturally? Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Thumbs up. Yeah, amazing, great, good. Look at that, oh my God, that's amazing.
I'm really happy to hear that. We are actually in Spain, Italy, and Portugal in retail, in Carrefour, El Corte Inglés, and outside these southern European countries, we are also at Amazon. So you can find our products more or less in all the European countries, but it's a little bit, it's harder.
That's really amazing. So I'm Spanish. I'm from Basque Country, from the north, but I live in London. And to be honest, every time I come here, I feel that Spain has been slowly getting into some of those food intolerances and becoming a little bit more friendly for people who have several requirements. But still, we have a way to go comparing with other countries. So great step on that. So look, let's get to the topic of the panel. And just to start, a quick introduction of myself. Around 10 years ago, I started changing a couple of habits in my food behaviors. I was already living in London. I've been there for 14 years, and I lived in California before. But I was in London, and so one of the first things I did was I stopped drinking. I stopped drinking alcohol. And the reason wasn't that I really didn't want to have a hangover, or it was that I was going to events like this, and you go, you drink, and the next day you're like, oh, I talked with that person, what was the name? You are trying to find that person, and you don't remember it. It's not that you were completely hammered, but hey, you don't remember that name. And that really bothered me. Going to an event, having a couple of beers, and then not being able to be incredibly productive next morning because your brain is slow, and in fact, you don't remember 100% of the things. And another thing I did is that I started putting MCT oil on my coffee in the morning. And I don't know if you read about this MCT oil, but basically makes you very awake and aware. And helps in productivity. And very quickly I realized that everything I was doing was not necessarily for health reasons, but rather because I am absolutely obsessed with productivity. So I wanted to be absolutely obsessed with productivity. So that's a little bit what they asked me about this panel. I'm like, okay, yes, there is certain identity behind that. Do you think there is, in fact, going to the topic, a connection between that identity and the food that we eat?
Totally. I mean, and it's so interesting what you just mentioned about alcohol, because I stopped drinking 10 months ago. And I don't want to be that, because when you start talking about alcohol, it's like immediately it gets very polemic. Because people, yeah, but I want my beer, I want my glass of wine. And I don't want to be the boring guy, telling that you should...
I've been that for 10 years, don't worry.
How many years?
10 years.
10 years, okay. and 10 months in my case. But honestly, at least I think you should try. If you haven't tried, just try to leave it out for a month, and you will see the changes in your life, because that's amazing. And I've never been a heavy drinker, to be honest, but just leaving out that glass of wine that you have in the evening, or that beer, and you will see how your sleep starts to improve, how you actually feel much clearer in your brain, and all that. There are so many benefits. But okay, we're not going to talk about that now. I just wanted to comment, because it is interesting. Okay, so identity and food, yeah. I mean, the last, I think, 10 years, with social media, with the globalization, etc., it's amazing how identity connects with what you eat, the culture. I mean, you follow people on the other side of the planet, and you learn how to cook Asian, South American, etc. It is very much I mean, your identity can be formed, can be shaped in that sense. And I think it's so interesting.
And that's a good question, because then I started thinking, is it because I am a productivity freak that I am having these food habits? Or are those food habits making me a productivity freak? So what comes first, do you think? Not sure if we have a science here, but do you think what comes first? This is the habits, is becoming vegan, and then you become you get certain identity behind that, or you have an identity and then you say, in fact, I'm going to be vegan now. I'm not sure. What do you think about that?
I think today there are so many identities, because one is, for example, you are from the Basque country and I'm from Sweden, Northern Europe. We might be different ages. We might also be different socioeconomic groups. So depending on, and that actually is something very important when you find your identity within food. How much can you spend on your food? Because can you afford to have grass-fed beef? Can you afford to have pasture-raised chicken? Can you afford to have wild-caught fish, etc.? And if you know a little bit of food, you also know that all these real food or whole food is something that makes your body thrive. And we all know that processed food is something that we should eat less or maybe nothing at all of. So there are so many different ways of forming that, shaping that identity, and it has to do a lot with money. It does.
That's a very, very interesting point. In fact, that it's we need to touch here for sure. Let's talk a little bit about culture and the culture of food, right? Which is it is a very interesting topic. How has that changed over time, and how do you think that is impacting basically our almost identity in that sense, the culture of food?
Yeah, okay, so the culture on one hand is, I mean, it's amazing what we see in the world with globalization, that we can actually find cultures, different cultures, and we can implement it in our own kitchen, right? On the other hand, the culture the last 10, 15 years has been it's really something that we see. The cost of food actually is very flat. So what we pay for food today is what we paid 50 years ago, but there's been inflation. So in real terms, we actually spend less money on food today than before. And that has to do with the industrialization of food. More processed food means less expensive food. And that also has to do with the culture. And another thing with culture is that we have this huge issue, health issue today. because in the US, 93% of the population has some kind of metabolic disease, which means overweight, cardiovascular disease, cancer, Alzheimer, basically those four. And in Europe, the same number might be 80%, more or less, which means that 4 out of 5 people have some kind of metabolic disease, which is crazy. And so why is that? Well, basically, it has to do with our lifestyle. And one of the most important lifestyle changes that we had in the last 50 years is what we eat. Of course, it's important to exercise is important, to be out in the sun is important, sleep is important, social networks, or friends and family to be with loved ones, also important. But food is probably the most important at all. And having all these processed food so close to us, that is hard to avoid. A lot of people do think that juices are good for you, that sugared yogurts are good for you in the morning. There are so many products that form our culture of food that are not good for us. But there is always economic interest behind.
100%, and I think we could even have a whole panel talking a lot about education and where to find the information, because obviously there is a lot of information going around. And in fact, I would like to touch, before we open to the questions, I would love to touch in a topic which is social media, which is definitely determining a lot on what we do and what we eat, and therefore what was the identity we are following, right? Obviously, I put MCT oil because there is this guy, whatever, in California, and he's talking about this bulletproof coffee, right? And I start reading about somebody else and those guys who maybe they don't eat, and it's something that I'm doing these days, and I started only 3 years ago, but has changed my life, only eating when the sun is out. Meaning you basically stop eating in winter at 6 p.m. And then if you don't drink and you don't eat after 6 p.m., then you are the social weirdo for sure. But hey, we live with that, so it's absolutely fine. Who cares? You know, I sleep really well. So, but that's what it is. But obviously, social media has a big impact, and it's very difficult to filter what are the things that we see. And basically, how do you think is social media impacting our eating behaviors, and therefore, as we were talking about, our identity too?
Yeah, okay. Social media is doing a lot within the food, like within food all over the world. Everybody that has access to TikTok or Instagram knows that in your feed you have all these ways of cooking that you had no idea before. I mean, I have 4 kids, and 2 of them, 17 and 15 years old, they learn so much, and they actually teach me how to cook a Peking duck, for example, and I had no idea about that. And so the way you can learn so fast, you know, that's just amazing. But and then there's another thing that is going on social media. It creates these kind of groups of people. I mean, I'm vegan, I'm vegetarian, I'm carnivore, and actually with mainstream media, if you follow like mainstream media channels, everything is like very, everything goes in the line of what the food industry wants us to believe and wants us to think. And for example, the vegan, for me, like the vegan bubble, I call it the vegan bubble because I think it is a scam, and I think that those vegan products that are marketed as something healthy, most of them are really, really bad for you because they're, I mean, look at fake meat. You have a list of like, if you take a look at what fake meat really includes, it's like 60, 70 additives. That's not good for you. We need to realize that genetically we are Paleolithics. We have the same genetics as 15,000 years ago, and even 50,000 years ago. So to eat these kind of products that are highly, highly processed, that is not what we want. And social media actually can give us information that mainstream media does not give. So that's another thing with social media that I think is just amazing.
Yeah, that's interesting. What do you think about the polarization of those thoughts and based on social media?
There is a major polarization going on. Again, you need to keep in mind that economic interests are behind a lot of the information that you see online, but also on mainstream media. And this creates a polarization. Why? Well, because some people might think that the vegan products, like soy meat, for example, that's healthy for you. But then we have people like myself that I want to go back to whole foods. I want to go back to what we had that we ate at least 200 years ago. There were no refined sugar, no seed oils such as sunflower oil, soy oil, etc., and no additives. So basically those three. And there were also, we did not see the refined carbs that we have today. The wheat, for example, that we have today is like 30 times more gluten than before. So, yeah, so this creates like a polarization between vegans, vegetarians, carnivores, not eating gluten, not eating that. And it is actually, sometimes it can get really like aggressive, what do you call it? It can get aggressive. And one thing actually that is about vegans is that, okay, you're a vegan because you don't want to kill animals. But the thing is that 99% of vegans today, they eat these processed vegan products. And to get these, I mean, to create these products, you need soy, wheat, corn, rice, basically those from monocrops. And in a monocrop, you use pesticides, you use fertilizers that actually come from petroleum. And after a few years with monocrops, the soil is completely dead. So the thing is that, okay, vegan products, these processed products, they're not just bad for you and for your health, they're bad for the planet. That's very important to understand.
Yeah, so we are going back to education, in fact, in this case, right? And where do you find the right information? Because I think many of us probably want to do the right things for your health and for the planet too. And many times you don't even know, right? I can many times and
many times you don't know actually where to go because 100%. You don't know what to trust. What information should I trust?
Correct.
But then I think what is actually something that you could think about is that how did we eat 200 years ago? How did we eat, or maybe like 70 years ago? There were no monocrops with fertilizers and pesticides, and people were healthier. You know, that's
100%.
Yeah.
I'm 100%
and in El
on
País
it.
Vasco, in the Basque Country, you eat actually, in Spain in general, the food is really good because you have the meat, you have the fish, you have the seafood, vegetable, fruit.
It is, and it comes really, we are very close. You guys are very close. I live in London, so it's another story. You live very close to the source. It's just another story. Being a Basque person in London is suffering, means suffering. But hey, that's another thing. We have time for a couple of questions. Anybody? Yes, there was a very quick one here. Just speak up. There is a microphone, in fact, helping you.
Thank you very much for this panel. I work in the consumer behavioral change industry, and we always talk about people. They say, "Oh, you can't change." Well, we don't agree with that. It's really basically lenses that you wear and choices you decide. So, kind of building a little bit on what you were just talking about. In Spain and in the Mediterranean areas, like considered the best diet maybe in the world. But how do you square with the fact that 1 out of 3 adolescents in Spain are overweight? What's going on with the identity, and what are the drivers are changing the identities that are causing our children in this country to be so much more obese compared to even Northern European countries?
Yeah, I totally agree. That is it's so sad to see that Spain, Italy, Portugal, Greece, 25 years ago, child obesity didn't exist, and now it is actually accelerating. And the thing is that, okay, the traditional Mediterranean diet was amazing. Fish, meat, grass-fed meat, olive oil, etc. All that we know, but today's Mediterranean diet is not what it was. It's too much refined carbs, rice, potato, wheat, but we also have all these additives and the seed oils. Actually, the seed oils in Spain and the Mediterranean area, they are much cheaper. So instead of using olive oil, we use more of these seed oils.
But why do you think there's this change in the personality of the people who are the parents? Like, why are we going away from something that you're identifying correctly as so healthy?
Yeah, you
That's
know
my
what?
question.
The answer is the price. The answer is the price. And yeah, because it's so much cheaper to find oils that are not, for example, the oils, the olive oils that we can find, we want them to be extra virgin, cold pressed, etc. But they're too expensive. You have a family, maybe you have a salary of 1,500. You will not reach until the end of the month buying those expensive oils. So you mix them, and probably you don't mix them at home, but the ones that you buy them from, they mix them, and then they are sold as healthy while they're not healthy. So the answer lies in the price.
I think price is definitely one of them. I think education is definitely a big one too. I do think that parents think that the more food they give to the kids, the better they will be. I mean, they can eat all you can eat, right? And then you definitely changes.
Totally.
There is one more, last one, very quickly. The killer question.
Thank you so much. So I just want to build on the trust sense, like how do we get our education right around food? Who do we trust? And so that's the challenge many people trying to solve. What do you think? Who should we trust? Or yeah.
Okay, that's such a hard question because we cannot even trust the information that we get from, for example, in Sweden we have this delegation. Part of the government. In USA they have the same. In Spain you have the same. But I don't remember the name in Spain. But anyway, so the information that they actually send out has proven to be wrong. So we cannot even trust that information. So when I get this question, I usually say, try to trust your own body. Listen to your body. If you have like juices in the morning, sugary yogurts in the morning, you have biscuits in the morning, okay, you get this sugar spike, and then you crash after 1.5 hours. Okay, that's not how you're supposed to feel. You're actually, if you have bulletproof tea or coffee in the morning, then you have this smooth energy for like 7 hours. You don't even need the breakfast. So my answer is trust yourself, but also trust what we always had. You know, what did we have 200 years ago? Did we have breakfast in the morning? Well, maybe we didn't. And that is another topic, to actually skip meals, fasting. That is something that is great. You don't need to eat 3, 4, 5 times a day. Our body can be days without eating anything.
Yeah.
I don't know if that is an answer that you...
I will just add a quick thing on that. There are some websites which only publish scientifically proven results, and you should search for those. There are very few of them, but there are some of them that they drive you through the route of scientifically proven articles, and I think those are definitely the ones that I would probably say.
Yeah, but
I do think listening to your body is very important.
But also, I must say that a lot of these studies, scientific studies, they are sponsored and they are financed by the food industry.
Yeah,
and there are always interests behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, thank you for the questions and thank you for coming and joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Much. Thank you both. That was great. Okay, that's our last panel of this morning. So come back after lunch, 3:30, where we'll be talking about biomanufacturing as a sustainable practice in food tech. Enjoy your lunch break.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the SANDBOX stage. My name is Trish Lynch. I'm going to be your MC here on the stage for the rest of the day. Hope you had a great lunch. Hope you've enjoyed the first part of the day. Now, we're going to talk about biomanufacturing as a sustainable practice in food tech. So please give a warm welcome to Sejal Raji, partner at Cardamom. Round of applause, please. And Thomas van de Bosen, principal at Peak Bridge VC, and they will be taking some questions afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you want me to start?
Please start.
We were supposed to actually be 5 today, but now we dropped that down to a fireside chat, so it'll be a bit more intimate so we can take a lot of questions. I'll start with myself. I'm Sej Ravji. I'm partner at Cardamom Capital. I look after our food tech fund, our agri food tech fund. It's a 50 million fund investing in ag tech, food science, and circular economy. We at Cardamom actually started off in 2018. We have 2 other funds. They're deep tech funds, primarily focusing in seed investments in Israel in the area of cybersecurity, big data, and artificial intelligence. We've invested in more than 26 startups. We have a portfolio value of about $500 million. And yeah, so I'm very excited to talk to you a little bit more about ag food tech, food science, and yeah, why we raised this fund and why it's so important for the planet and for us as a human race.
Fantastic. So my name is Thomas. I work as a principal at Peak Bridge. We are a global fund manager fully dedicated to food tech, investing seed to Series B across the globe. And our team is primarily based in Europe. I am in the Netherlands. We're managing around 200 million today. And the topic of today, biomanufacturing as a sustainable practice in food tech, for us, it is one of the key strategies to invest in these next generation of production systems for a more sustainable food future, alongside things like digitizing the food chain, alternative proteins, but also the nutrition and health space. So very excited to have this discussion with Sej today.
Wonderful. So as you can see, we're super improvising here, so because we don't have a question. But anyway, one of the things I think we should start off by is what is biomanufacturing? I assume the reason you're here is because you probably know, but for those of you who don't, so biomanufacturing, also called bioprocessing or biofabrication, is basically the utilization of biological systems, so enzymes, cells, other microorganisms, to produce a product, to make something. It's been utilized for years in pharmaceutical industries, biomedical industries for tissue and cell generation, etc. But only recently, some of the more finer arts of precision fermentation has been utilized in food tech. So an example of bioprocessing would be fermentation. Now, fermentation is a part of bioprocessing. Bioprocessing can be it could include fermentation, it could include cell agriculture, it could include downstream processing, it could include genetic engineering. But fermentation, as you know, has been around for donkey's years, hundreds of years. Traditional fermentation uses naturally growing microorganisms, yeasts, etc., to make products that we eat every day today. Okay, so you've got your cheese, your yogurts, your beer, okay, so we use yeast in the fermentation process to make alcohol. So that's been going on for a long time, and recently there's been recent advances, especially in the last 10 or 15 years, application of AI plus advances in engineering that has allowed scientists and allowed engineers to be more precise in the way they create products. For example, in precision fermentation, the idea is you take certain microorganisms, okay, you genetically engineer them to make what you want, to a certain product, you grow them in big bioreactors, and then you induce them to make the product. Then you purify those products, and you achieve your product that you want. I'll give you an example. One example could be from caseins. Okay, so casein is a milk protein, and as you know, today in milk, milk proteins make up sort of 3% of milk. So when you take certain microorganisms in bioreactors and you have to select for them, you genetically engineer them to produce caseins. And why is that really interesting? That's really interesting in the industry because what we're doing is we're taking out a whole chunk of the supply chain and you're taking out all the animals, as an example. And so that's interesting because here we're talking about how we can become more sustainable, how we can impact climate change, and the whole area of, for example, dairy industry and livestock management can account for up to 18% of greenhouse gas emissions, as an example. Okay, so that's one of the areas that are very interesting, especially for us as an ag food tech fund, in terms of where we think the future is and where we believe opportunities, investments can be very interesting.
That has been one eloquent introduction on the topic, especially given that it was completely improvised. So no, I mean, I can only echo what Serge said. So, you know, for us, the way that we look at bioprocessing, biomanufacturing, I think fermentation is a key example, is that it's really the next leg in our food production systems, for the simple reason that in the way that we grow animals today, in the way that we grow cereals and grains today to feed those animals, we will not be able to obviously feed an additional 2 billion people in the next 20 years or so. We simply don't have the land. So one of the advantages here is obviously the more efficient utilization of land in order to be able to be completely disconnected from environmental weather factors around the globe, and being able to produce the proteins, the fibers, and also other micronutrients that we need anywhere on the planet. So we, you know, as PeakBridge, we've really kind of studied the investments in this space. And what is interesting is that as a general tech VC industry, we actually obviously see a bit of a downturn in the last 12 months or so. But when we look more closely at climate tech investing and food tech investing in particular, or even more specifically in fermentation and the ingredient space, the investment is actually trending very much upward, for the simple reason that the food industry is finally taking notice. So what we often try to describe is we feel that we're at the sort of Tesla moment in food at the moment, meaning, you know, Tesla reached this pivotal point in their existence where a combination of battery technologies, you know, lithium-ion batteries and other supporting technologies finally came to a maturity where they could be industrially produced and where electric vehicles would have the range and meet the consumer expectations and the price point that consumers expect. And when we look at where certain well-known precision fermentation companies, including those in casein, for example, Perfect Day Foods out of the United States, are today, they are very much at the same point where Tesla was around 2008, 2009, meaning that we are very close in precision fermentation to proving unit economics, to proving scale-up, to proving tighter levels and all the enabling metrics for this industry to be at commercial scale in probably the next 2 to 3 years. And that's why, obviously, now is the time to invest. That is why now is the time to start companies in this space, and why we are kind of all in on this side of the business. So, I mean, in terms of challenges, of course, we operate in a food industry, and I'd be very keen to hear Serge, his thoughts afterwards also. Unfortunately, there's, you know, certain regulations that apply to commercialize these biomanufactured compounds, these caseins produced through genetically engineered microorganisms, for example. So that obviously means that the European Union, the Food Safety Authority, the EFSA, as it's called, European Food Safety Authority, will need to come to grips and will need to understand that if we are serious about the EU New Green Deal and if we're serious about, you know, battling climate change, we're going to need to reinvent our regulatory frameworks to allow these ingredients into the market. So when we evaluate startups in this space, we really spend a lot of time not just looking at the economics and the yield, but the regulatory roadmap as well. And unfortunately, the reality today is it's not looking great in Europe, but curious to hear what you think.
No, absolutely.
On this.
I think we're seeing a lot of startups now. As you know, we focus in investments in Spain, Europe, and Israel. And we're seeing a lot of startups now that are moving to the US because of this point. Singapore is great, but it's a very they're the only ones who have approved this kind of cell-based technology, for example, in terms of consumer usage. So I think it's a big area that the only way around it, I think there are a number of things. One is, recently I read, I think it was just yesterday or today, that I believe it was the company who make Just Egg, okay? They have another one called Meat Just, okay? And they have just received, it's not FDA approval in the US, but they have received what's called a first disclosure. What that means is that they're able to go into the plant, understand exactly how things work, and that can lead to an approval to then commercialize cell-based and precision fermentation products. So I think, if that happens, there's going to be a huge push for Europe to actually have to move in the same vein. What's the situation in Europe? And the issue is that, you've got people having to choose between, I'm going to go to the US and get, get stamped on by GRAS, or I'm going to have EFSA, have 2 years of dossier approval, and then another year for all the European countries to ratify that. So that's like 2 to 3 years. And that's a big ask. That's a big ask for a lot of startups. Yes, I think lobbying and advocacy is going to be important. And I think there have been a number of consortiums, not just startups, but startups and VCs who are actually moving in that direction. I think that's going to help a lot. We at Cardiman, for our Ag Food Tech Fund, we work with the Basque Culinary Center, and I'll tell you why I bring that up. I don't know whether you know about the Basque Culinary Center. It's a huge technology center up in San Sebastián, in the Basque region. They're a huge also school of gastronomy. And, one of the things that's really important about how we're going to get this across is especially from a consumer perspective, a regulatory perspective, and I'm a big believer that when there's demand, things will happen. There has to create a demand. People have to want it. And to create this demand, you need consumers. You need consumers to buy into it. The issue we have today, a little bit, okay, is that, consumers, one, they're not quite sure what is precision fermentation, whether proteins that are molecularly identical to animal proteins but don't use animals, what the hell is that? So there's a whole education around that. But also the whole area of, is it natural and is it not natural? Okay, and the claims around that. And our take on it is that we need chefs, we need VCs, we need corporates, we need collaboration among each and every one of the players at this level in order to help. And we use the Basque Culinary Center for a number of reasons. One, we use them to help us, obviously, with our startups, to develop the products, okay, so all the way from lab scale to scale up, pilot plant, proof of concepts, etc. But also, they're associated with a number of amazing chefs, okay? So you've got Joan Roca, you've got, who's the other chef, very famous one from Spain? You all know.
I'm from Holland.
Oh, you're from Holland. Ferran Adrià, okay? So they're associated with amazing chefs like that, and José Andrés, who's in the US, okay? So why is that important? Because not only are they able to convert these products into extremely tasty products, because let's face it, products can do a lot, they can be extremely functional, but if not tasty, no one's going to buy it. And I don't want to move to veggie food right now, what's happening right now, but one of the reasons plant-based meats are having such a hard time today is because, let's face it, they don't taste as good as meat, right? And we can discuss that, and you can argue about that, but at the moment, that's one of the factors. I'm not saying the only factor, but it's one of the factors. And so, you need these people to help you create delicious, appetizing products. The other reason, and that goes back to the lobbying part, is that, Jose Andres, top chef, world-renowned, with Upside Foods, that make basically cell-based chicken, endorsed that chicken. Okay, and he's saying, look, I've eaten it, I've tried it, and here's a product that we've elaborated together. And that gives consumers a way in to, hey, look, if the best chefs around the world are endorsing products which are animal products but without the use of animals, then it's got to be natural, it's got to be fine. So I think there's a whole education around there using these types of, let's call them influencers, chef social influencers, in order to help us get there. So, I think that's a route that we're thinking, and I think that could be very interesting to...
I think that's a great point. So, in terms of challenges, we addressed sort of regulation and go-to-market, which is unfortunately a little bit different in food than it is in electric vehicles. And I think you made a perfect case around, the consumer education piece. And in the end of the day, consumers want what consumers want, which are delicious products at, cost parity to what they're used to eating. I think there's one additional challenge I'd like to highlight, and maybe pave a little bit of a path to a solution before maybe seeing if there's already any questions from the audience, which is the capital requirements of scaling all of this. So, precision fermentation compared to, a SaaS company optimizing workflow for businesses or a consumer app or any other, solution out there, unfortunately comes with very high capital expenditures in terms of proving out at a pilot scale the unit economics, scaling to a larger demo factory, a demonstrator factory, to start to operate for the first time in a food grade environment, and ultimately scaling into a full industrial plant. Between those different stages, these companies are easily raising hundreds of millions of euros, not to capture market share and basically subsidize our, Uber and Lyft type of lifestyles. These companies are raising hundreds of millions of euros because they have to, and because they have to build these factories with steel and concrete. And unfortunately, most of the VCs around here, and even specialists like ourselves, were just a drop in the bucket of the capital required to scale these production facilities, which means that very early on, we need to not just be networking in these kind of, startup events and venture capital type of events, but we need to start networking with, the food industry, the larger players, the Unilevers, the Nestlés, the IFFs, but also with the growth equity investors, debt financiers, banks, pension funds, institutional investors who are able to write 50 to 200 to 500 million euro checks, because that is what these companies require. Perfect Day Foods, to go back to the casein example, today raised, I think, about $800 million and still is not operating in full-scale production, just to give a sense of the capital requirements to scale these precision companies. So we spend, on top of the consumer piece, the regulatory piece, also a lot of time thinking, how do we set these founders up to be able to attract capital 2, 4, and 6 years down the line from these institutional investors? And without it, unfortunately, this will always remain kind of a niche, lower scale industry. But maybe it's helpful to quickly see if there is any burning questions so that we can make this as relevant.
I just want to add to that, because I think that's an awesome point, Thomas. And to add to that is, yes, it can be capital intensive. VCs don't like or tend to they don't like to invest in capex. Okay. But yeah, some of these companies do require more than $500 million if they're really going to scale up. Now, And you know, one of the things that we've been toying with the idea, and I also, you know, in the past come from the food industry, and you know, you've got these startups who are, yes, are partnering, you know, with food industry giants. An example is, you know, biotech foods with JBS, right? And that's one example, but there are many, many more. But just one, you know, industry player. And I think, and maybe I've opened up a can of worms here, but I think we need to find a way of how, you know, as a sector, we can work better together to bring more industry players and maybe share a bit more. And I think that could be very interesting because, you know, if tomorrow you've got, you know, I'm not going to mention any names, but maybe some of the biggest dairy industries here in Spain or anywhere else, you know, food manufacturers, what are they going to say? Okay, how much do we need to, you know, let's do a pilot run, let's do, you know, we'll make some casein or lactoferrin, whatever it is, you know, dairy ingredients from precision fermentation, and now we need 200, 300 million to build a factory, okay, or build a plant. That is a big ask now, today. Why is it a big ask? Because you've got to be really bold to take 200, 300 million out your pocket to make something that today there's no market. Okay, there's no market. So I think in order to accelerate this, I think we need conglomerates, we need industries to work together to co-finance some of these big projects. How we do that, I don't know. But I think that's something that at least we need to work on, and something that is the only way if we're going to accelerate this is going to work. Sorry, just wanted to add that.
No, it's a great point, and it's always nice to throw out challenges, and, you know, but I think this is part of the solution is how to engage industrial partners. Luckily, we do see steps there. So the world's largest beer brewing company, arguably therefore one of the largest, you know, biomanufacturing companies in the world, AB InBev, 4 times the market share of Heineken, our beloved Dutch brewer. They operate probably the largest sized bioreactors on the planet, right, in brewing beer for all of us. And ultimately, as you pointed out in the introduction, you know, brewing microorganisms to produce the proteins of the future is fundamentally not that different from brewing beer, except that there is a little bit more engineering that goes into the microorganism as opposed to the off-the-shelf yeast that is used in the beer industry. So it's great to see, for example, AB InBev actually actively investing in some of these companies with that production capacity that they already have, which can be retrofitted to some of these precision fermentation companies. So I think it's a great point. I think given we have a few minutes left, just really curious to see if there's any burning questions before we maybe look at some other areas. I don't know if we have
any doubts,
microphone. Are there any startups, you know, in the room who are actively building a company in the precision fermentation or biomanufacturing space, or is this the wrong, you know, the wrong venue, the wrong crowd to be asking this question? I know we're not.
Hopefully there'll be more next year.
You know. We're a bit more used to being at food tech events sometimes. There's a question here. Yes. A comment. Yes. Oh, okay. You're a startup in the space. Okay, great. So. Based on insects, right? That's very interesting. No, I mean, I'd love to understand. So, I mean, we haven't really touched on insects. So, insects are not so much microorganisms, but they are much more efficient, you know, production organisms to get to the proteins that we like compared to, you know, a cow or a sheep. And they happen to use, you know, 10,000 times less the water and the grains, etc. So,
you mentioned the InBev, and they are working on using the co-products from their production in order to build or to feed the larvae and generate protein as a co-product of their main process.
Yeah. Absolutely, that's a great point. I think we're about to switch off, so if there's any other points or questions, and otherwise, happy to chat to anyone in the space afterwards.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just pick us up at the door. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
That was very, very good. Thomas van der Bozen there and Sergio Ravji. And don't forget, you can continue the conversation by connecting with all of our speakers on the app. We will now be moving on to the future of Web 3.0, technology, evolution, and use. Please give a warm welcome to Ahmed M. Amir, CEO at Emerga Africa. Thank you. Luis Pastor, Vice President at Alastria. David Ortega, CIO at Byte2Me. And moderated by Sylvia Morgas, founder of Blockchain Marketing Boutique. Thank you, guys.
Shall we wait 1 minute to have everyone in the room? Okay.
Difficult to see. Yeah.
So thank you everyone for coming here and to the South Summit to invite us. So we are going to talk about the future of Web3 technology, evolution and use. And here we have the panel with Ahmed Mer, Luis Pastor, and David Ortega. So if you would like you to introduce yourself.
Sure. Thank you all for coming. I promise to make this exciting. I run Emergo Africa. We're the investment and commercial arm of the provenant layer 1 chain Cardano. Our MO is to bridge the divide between the traditional world and the crypto world. And we do this by investing. So in the last year, we've made around 40 investments in emerging markets focused on Web3 and blockchain primarily. The verticals have ranged from healthcare to payments, lending, remittance, fintech as an umbrella, agri-tech, mobility, exchanges, and payment infrastructure. And we also build a lot of solutions on Cardano for Fortune 500s, financial institutions. We advise governments on Web 2 to Web 3 migration, as well as startups. I'll stop there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Luis Pastor. I'm the Vice President of Alastria. Alastria is one of the oldest, largest organizations in blockchain. It was founded back in 2017. And ideally, we wanted to create different blockchain networks and one that could link the public sector with the private sector just to develop any kind of use cases with a layer of digital identity. We have been developing that for quite a few years. Now we have around 500 members of Alastria, and has been the inspiration for instance, the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, which is European, obviously, and in NATBA in Latin America. Besides that, I've been working in consulting for a long time and in the space 10 years, and now funding a new group in crypto Web3 with venture builder, venture capital, and an investment fund.
Hello, everyone. I'm David Ortega. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer of Bit2Me. And Bit2Me is basically, well, we started as an exchange of crypto, and we have soon growth as more or less like a fintech in which we do primary and secondary market for crypto, and also we do consultancy services in order to bring crypto to anyone that needs it. And, well, that's it, basically.
So I'm Sylvia. Today I'm moderating this panel. I'm the founder of Blockchain Marketing Boutique. We help Web2 companies to enter to Web3 with Web 2.5 solutions, with strategy and execution. Also Web3 companies to grow their community or with a strategy. So let's go for the first question. So imagine that we live in a world that everything is transparent and the transactions don't have any hiding fees. So I would like to ask you, why is blockchain technology so relevant for the future? What is the power of cryptocurrency?
So I'll start. I'll just start with some figures with you guys. So by 2030, close to 230 million jobs will require digital skills in Africa. That's a pretty sizable number. I believe it's like $130 billion opportunity. Add to that, 2.7 billion people globally don't have access to internet, and a third of that happens to be in Africa. In Europe, 89% of people have internet penetration. So Europe is really, really up here. And then you have the Americas and Latin America. And then you have Africa at the bottom at 40%. So the reason why we're in Africa and the prominent emerging markets is because blockchain really has the power to create a lot of leapfrogging in terms of creating institutions, creating digital identities, creating and preserving wealth, and bridging that divide between the developed and the developing world. So that's, in a nutshell, what I believe the power of blockchain is.
Yeah, you can go
All right. Well, as I said, I've been in the space for quite a while. When I think about blockchain, and I've been always a dreamer in terms of the possibilities of this technology, finally I see the reality when it comes to financial products in terms of decentralization, DeFi, and that's something that I think is going to stick for a while. And finally, we'll talk about it later on, I see that the adoption will come very close to regulation, because at least here in Europe, we finally have a regulation that is not forbidding, the technology is not being stuck in innovation. And what I think is that it's going to help that more and more companies, institutions, citizens use blockchain in many different ways. And especially, I think we are going to talk about it later on again, digital identity, I think, is quite relevant when it comes to the identification of parties, but also it will provide freedom to the users of these technologies to choose what they want to do with their own data. And that's something really, really relevant that we will see in the next few years to develop and evolve.
Okay, I was going to say digital identity too, but okay, we agree that it's one of the better ones. Digital identity is one of the best use cases for blockchain, for sure. And along with tokenization, basically that we can convert any active, anything in a token, in a digital asset, it's the key point to anything, because with that we can go to DeFi that you said before. We can help communities in any country to develop, because they can create their own coin, their own asset, or whatever they need, and we can move economies faster than we do right now. That's the key point for me in blockchain.
So we can see that we have a lot of utilities with blockchain and possibilities to improve the system. So what is the requirements? The requirements to involve that is to have the mass adoption. So what do you think is going to be needed to this mass adoption? Maybe it's coming from regulation, CBDCs, MiCA. So what do you think?
Can I start? Please.
Sure.
I like this one.
You like the question.
For me and for us at B2Me, one of the key points here is education, for sure. But as I see it, the stage is plenty of people and even more there. So I think we still need more education, but we are in the correct way right now. And yeah, that's the key point for me, to start getting mass adoption, education, and then creating real products that do real things. That's probably one of the paths.
I couldn't agree more with you, that's true. But also I'd like to add that when it comes to adoption, still we see the confusion that what is happening on the crypto markets, and especially 2022 was terrible, I'll say, in terms of the hacks, the fraud, and so on. And that affected all us in terms of developing new projects and developing trust. And I think that now that we have, again, regulation, that companies are making efforts also in terms of usability to help users to be part of the technology. We are bringing many different parties within the ecosystem together. That's going to help quite a lot. And also something that is quite relevant that I'd like to mention is cybersecurity. I know the efforts that some companies are doing just to provide more comfort to anyone trying to develop their use cases using their technologies.
Yeah, and I'm just going to add something in addition to education. really building the tools and the infrastructure for mass adoption is also a really big challenge, and especially in emerging markets, but alike in developed markets, when you have gray areas of regulation, you need a lot of consensus around people sitting around a table in order to get things through, from government to private sector players to financial institutions to payment infrastructure, so on and so forth. So facilitating the different tools and mechanisms that can help scale and create adoption is one of the really, really important things we as Emergo and Cardano really focus on. And because we've seen this huge movement of capital, and if we look at the global macro situation right now, primarily emerging markets, and some Europe included, we're looking at really high rates of inflation, really, really high rates of devaluation, shooting CPI, lack of foreign capital in a lot of these emerging markets. So the preservation of wealth is declining day after day. When you see currencies like the Naira in Nigeria, it's lost close to 200% of its value. In addition to that, you look at balance of payments and balance of trade, that's also significantly plummeted. So looking at digital currency is a solution for mitigating a lot of that risk and helping people preserve their wealth from an individual and institutional perspective is really, really solid. And that's why we're very close to launching a US-backed and Cardano-backed stablecoin called USDA. And we're really excited about that launch because we really believe that it's going to facilitate a lot of trade within Africa, but also help preserve wealth for a lot of people.
Yeah. I totally agree with all you have said. And I would like to add as well some kind of technology that allows people who are not in tech and they want to build products, so to be able to have access to this technology. So to don't, thank you, to don't have the requirement to know how to code, because I think it's another entrance barrier. So I would like to ask you as well, this week it has been a little bit hectic with the news in the industry. So the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has taken legal action against major platforms, Binance and Coinbase. So how might it impact the industry? What do you think is going to happen next?
Was anyone at Consensus this year, by any chance? Yes? I can't really see, but...
Many of them.
Yeah. Compare Consensus last year to Consensus this year. Last year, it was exciting. Everybody was really excited about crypto. There was maybe like 50,000 people there. This year, complete opposite. Maybe half of the people there, really sad. Everybody's really depressed. Nobody knows where the industry's going. A lot of people are losing their jobs. So it's a blessing and a curse. The SEC is really pushing a lot of people away from the US market. Coinbase is leaving. Ripple just got recently slapped with that fine. So a lot of people are moving to emerging markets, and that's why DMCC has emerged. That's why ADGM is really, really crypto-friendly in Abu Dhabi. Singapore is also turning a page. We're seeing a lot of African countries really think about what can this mean for our economies. So it's a tough time, but I think this really also weeds out the people who want the short-term gratification from the people who really see the value in blockchain as an infrastructure and all the additional layers of digital currencies, tokenization, et cetera, et cetera.
Difficult to say. I mean, at some point, well, I agree with Ahmed. I think that what we have been seeing over the years, not only last year, but over the years, is these ups and downs with volatility, also different risks that we had. I said with hacks, but also with frauds. And the way that the SEC in the States is moving forward is a little bit scary, and again, it's affecting everyone, not only Binance and Coinbase in this case. I'm not sure what they're trying to do, trying to find if their assets are going through the securities with the Howey test and all that. It's really confusing, but I don't know. I guess that there will be winners, and I agree with Hamed that at some point emerging markets and Europe, it could be one of the leaders, so that's what I hope in terms of moving forward and trying to embrace. We have Circle now that moved to France, and that's an interesting move. But we have other companies coming from the States, hopefully, to Europe. And we also have very good companies in Europe and in Spain that are launching interesting and very innovative products.
Okay, the main thing here is that in Europe, we can say that we are, right now probably, leaders in regulation in terms of blockchain and crypto space with MiCA, as you may know. And that's a good thing for us, for Europe. And some players like Middle East is coming just after us. They will start probably moving some regulations in the same term of MiCA. And that's good for us. And well, as always, there are companies that are following regulations and some others that not. We at B2Me always wanted to be in the place of regulation. We are helping the regulators and so on to make the best laws that can help us and can help the countries and Europe to grow more, even if we can. That's more or less the thing.
Yeah, because decentralization is decentralization, but to have a regulation is quite neat as well, to have quite control or quite organized world, right? To miss out this kind of stuff that is going on as well, FCX last year. So I would like to jump on another topic that we have talked before coming here in this panel. So I think it's a really cool topic. It's about digital identity and how blockchain would help on that. So do you want to share some business case that you know?
I think yours is much better than mine, but anyway, I can start and I'll let you stage later on. Well, as I said, for me, the digital identity is kind of the cornerstone of everything what is coming. When we are talking the future of Web3 and what is going to happen, and with this identification and this freedom that I said before, that will be provided to any users managing their credentials through different, let's say, protocols, different ways to interact with institutions, with companies, and manage their own data. That's critical. What we have been working from Alastria is our own protocol that inspired also others, as I said, in Europe and in Latin America, but also we use that protocol to create consortiums before, and now companies. They are going to transform. They're going to be transformed into companies. This blockchain layer, the network, and this digital identity layer is going to help, for instance, companies go through the procurement process when they are suppliers. So one company is supplier of another, so they have to identify, and it would be much easier if they are in control of their information, their staff is in control of the information, to transfer that information in a secure manner. And there is a cool feature that some blockchains have, which is interesting and is being researched and developed over the years. It's called zero knowledge proof. It comes that you can prove something that is part of your identity. It could be anything, the funds you have in your account. It could be your age, through these features. And that is going to facilitate many other things when it comes to logistics, registration, authentication, and interaction between institutions and humans, I'll say.
Cool. Thanks, Luis. So digital identity, the conversation is sort of two-pronged. One vertical is the government-related digital identity program. So about a year ago, we signed with the Ministry of Education in Ethiopia to create 5 million digital identities for public school students. That's because many don't have digital identities, but also because it mitigates fraud. When someone's records sit on chain, they're usually foolproof and they're backed. So that's something we're really excited about. I believe we're at the 1.5 million mark right now, and we're scaling this across the country. But the additional layer on top of that is it's not just digital identity, but then you can think about providing lending and financing and liquidity to the families of these 5 billion students. So let's say families of 4, that's 20 million people right there. And this can scale significantly. And we're looking at scaling this in many more African countries at the moment, and LATAM is going to come next. The other conversation around digital identity is in closed-loop systems. We're talking to a company now, as a use case, an example, that they're an investment platform, and they basically connect investors with portfolio companies or investees. So kind of like an angel list, but creating this or porting this entirely on-chain and then creating identities for the investors and these companies alike, such that by one click on the back end, you can really understand what's exactly happening, using predictive analytics and predictive AI after that to really predict the behavior of how this investor is acting and how this portfolio company is acting, and connecting these two together can be, excuse me, really, really, really powerful tools. So I think digital identity is really just scratching the surface of so many other things that would open up a huge level of integration.
Yeah, I'm going to just add just one small example of both what you said, and it's why it's so needed for me, as I think, to have a digital identity that rules us out. And it's, for example, if you go to purchase a car, whatever, and you need a loan for that car, they will ask you for your taxes for the last 2 years, probably, and more if you are autonomous or you are freelance. And the papers that you give to them, probably they will be moving. Okay, we have GDPR, and it shouldn't be like that, but normally it is like that. With a digital identity, you don't need to give them the information of what you are making or whatever. They just need to know to have the contact to your bank with a smart contract, and the smart contract just will give to them if you can pay the loan or not. That's the only thing that they need to know to give you the loan. And that's the real strong part of digital identity. That's the point.
That would help a lot with privacy. Another case that we have as well is education, right? For all the studies that we have to can tell people that they are right, no? That they are not fake. So yeah, blockchain has a lot of solutions, and I know that this panelist has more that have worked in more industries and have worked in more solutions. So we would like to share with us some other kind of topics that we didn't share yet. For example, climate, immigration.
Yeah, David, you want to take this one?
Okay. Yeah. For example, one of the products that we have helped develop in the last years, it's one project that you may have know them in this South Summit, is Climate Trade. It's one of the projects that they are doing a great job in fighting climate change through carbon credits and a marketplace. And that's one of the examples that I like to put in the table, because it's one of the success cases on tokenization, how you can manage tokenization really easily and make them worth more than it was before. That's one of the examples for instance.
Yeah, and while we're on climate, I'm personally also really invested and really personally passionate about climate reversal or climate change, and using blockchain really simplifies it because it immediately creates transparency and privacy. And the reason why blockchain is super successful and easy with climate change is because it creates transparency in the term MRV, so monitoring, reporting, and verification. And then the cool thing is, on top of that, you can add a DeFi layer whereby you can invest via DeFi funds in climate change products for a pretty solid return. So the challenge with climate change is the fact that it's not really monetizable, but that makes it monetizable. And I think in the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to start seeing a lot of products like this that can really scale globally. And this COP28 this year in Abu Dhabi, I think is going to witness a couple of really cool solutions like that.
So we have 2 minutes each, so we can wrap up now. So I would like you to take a moment to think about the future. And in one sentence, how you envision the future of blockchain in 2030, 2040, 2050? Wow.
Well, for me, it's a little bit more than a sentence, but we can try in 30 seconds each, I think. Well, for me, I think the future in the few years from now, it's tokenization, but not only tokenize everything, but everything, as we have been talking about the climate or whatever. It's also what is called securities that you may have heard. It's what they are saying in the SEC in the United States that these companies can do. So this is the future right now, going to tokenize everything in the TradFi, we say the traditional finance world will be tokenized and will be easier to move in terms of how we get to the people and how we do things. That's the point. And that comes with regulation, obviously, because it can be the other way.
Okay, no problem. I think that we won't talk about blockchain in 2030, 2040, 2050 because we will be part of our lives, and that would be like people use the internet and don't talk much about it, and that could happen easily. Probably we have already this economy of tokens. We already have our identities. We are able to identify ourselves with these benefits that we told you before. And at some point, I'll say that when it comes to this global economy with this, hopefully, fairness that I always thought that blockchain will bring, I hope that we'll be there.
I think the future is very bright. I think blockchain as a technology has the real ability to bring together, like David was saying, TradFi with the traditional finance, with the next-gen 2.0 finance, but it's not just in finance, it's everywhere. It's in mobility, it's in healthcare accessibility, it's in data, it's really across the board. So really bridging the divide and blockchain being a tool to bridge that, I think is very, very good for the future.
That's great. So blockchain has came to stay, right? So thank you very much, Ahmed. Thank you, Luis and David.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
All of you to be here, and thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was great. Thank you, Sylvia, for moderating there. Thank you to David Ortega, Louise Pastor, and Ahmed M. Amir. And we will have that in just a moment. Now, if I can just remind you of one or two things while you're making your way outside today, please make sure that you come and join us tonight when we have drinks, we have food, and we have some music. And that is a free event to all attendees here at the summit. So if you look on your app under Street Fest, it will give you the details of where you need to be, and that is 8 o'clock this evening in central Madrid. So please do come and join us. And don't forget that your badges here. Now, when you go home on Friday, don't put them in the recycling bin. Tear them into little pieces and plant them in the ground. Pour some water on them, let the sun shine on them, and beautiful wildflowers will grow. And this will remind you of the wonderful time you had at South Summit every time you look at them. And don't forget to check out our social media, #SouthSummit23. We are on Instagram, we are on Twitter, and we are on LinkedIn. So please do share your photographs. Let the world see where you are and let them see what they are missing. It really is an incredible experience here at South Summit 23. Now, as you know, we have traveled to the future. We are in the year 2030, and we are looking back on the innovation, the technology, the disruptors, the startups, the investors that have taken us this far. Because 2030 is a milestone that we simply cannot miss, because that is the milestone when we will have reached 55% reduction in greenhouse gases. Now, don't forget, you can find everything that you need to find on the app. If you want to take the conversation further with any of our speakers, you will find them on the app. You can send them a message, you can connect, you can organize one-on-one meetings. It really is your first port of call for everything that's happening here and everything that is happening tomorrow as well. Now, we are now going to move on to addressing the barriers for healthcarepreneurs, and we will be focusing on the regulatory gap. So please give a warm welcome to Patricia Pasudo, Head of Strategy with Transformation at Santa Cruz 1 Santa Pau Hospital, Round of applause, please. Thank you. Please welcome Yves Verboven, Senior Advisor at MedTech Europe and founder at EU for Health Solutions. Rosa Maria Vivanco Hidalgo, Head of Health Technology Assessment and Healthcare Service Quality Department at Aquis. Pilar Pasaron Polo, Government Affairs Head at AstraZeneca Spain, and our moderator for this session is Angelis Barrios, Public Affairs and Stakeholder Relations Lead at EIT Health Spain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. I hope that everyone that is out of the room will come in and join the conversation, hopefully. Anyway, thank you, all of you, to be here this morning. Come on, we're waiting for you. Thank you. We're going to continue with this morning conversation around the barriers for healthcarepreneurs. Those entrepreneurs that really want to make a difference in healthcare. And this morning we were talking about digital innovation because most of the projects that were presented were very much related to digital application and digital health solutions. And digital application has been proved as really beneficial for patients, for a value-based healthcare, and for the transformation of the healthcare system. We have seen that through the pandemic. And also the effort of innovation has been huge. But it has created real, let's say, strategies, funding, efforts from healthcare organizations. But at the same time, if we want digitalization in healthcare to truly develop its full potential in Europe and Spain, we need to orchestrate and organize transformative initiatives at the national level and new processes and regulatory frameworks to pave the way for innovation in digital health. If we don't do that, if we are not able to provide an agile process to access the market for digital applications, if we are not able to provide funds and to provide reimbursement models, if we fail in providing adequate ways to evaluate these different kind of medical products, we're going to fail, we're going to lose the money, the incredible money that we have thanks to the EU funds. But most importantly, we are going to fail in making this innovation benefit the patient. So we have an amazing panel today. I think that they have been introduced, and they are going to provide us with information and initiatives and projects that are going on at the European and Spanish level as well, on how to advance and how to progress in the way of accelerating through an adequate European and Spanish framework that ensures digital health innovation, reach patient, and boost also health economy and success for the entrepreneurs. So no more introduction. Yves Verboven, I think I did it well, Senior Advisor on MedTech Innovation at the EU for Health Solutions. I would like to, that you can provide us some framework of what's going on after DIGA Fast Track. I think that most of you know what happened in Germany as a model for accelerating the introduction of digital health applications. What is being done in Europe? You also are a member of an initiative that is the European Task Force for Harmonized Evaluation of Digital Medical Devices. I would like you to talk about, to provide your view on the access barriers that healthcarepreneurs face and how this DMD task force is working to overcome them. Yves.
Great. Thanks, and thanks for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here. I think what I would like to do is to take the entrepreneurs, let's say, at a European level. So if you see Europe as a single market, and you want to actually introduce your innovations into this market, I think a first critical point is of course to understand if you're seeking really to provide your technologies towards the general public, more on a consumer basis, or if you're seeking to bring your technology into the healthcare systems with a specific medical purpose. And so if you're aiming to move to the second element, then quite clearly from the European organizations, from the European Treaty of how Europe is functioning, the first element is that you can get access to this single market by fulfilling some regulatory requirements. So you have the first regulatory hurdle in Europe to be taken, which is quite a stringent one, but this gives you the access to really the healthcare system. So this is for both the medical technologies, medical devices. You have a regulatory system. Also for the pharmaceutical, you have a regulatory system. And when you get into combined technologies, you have to look at the interplay of those and actually make sure that you're well informed in order to take this. And this gives you then access to the European single market. So if you think now, yes, now we're actually there, it's just the starting point, because what the Treaty of Europe is also indicating is that really the organization of healthcare is a subsidiarity. So this is a responsibility of the countries, of the regions, of the health authorities, and so you have to actually see how you bring your technology within those more or less 100 healthcare systems that you have, and thousands of hospitals that you have. So you really have to understand the pathway and the innovation access pathway to go into these. And so healthcare is very specific in its organization, because you have three key players. You have the player of who is paying for it, who is actually providing it, and who is actually the beneficiary. And this is the triangle of it. And so it's important to understand, okay, how are those financing mechanisms actually working, of who is paying who, and how are you ultimately getting financed and paid. And the healthcare system itself is of course, considering this European element of a safety and a performance of the technology as a stepping stone, but really likes to see if you bring your technology into their systems, what's actually the added value, what does it bring for their system or for their hospital. And multiple instruments exist for that. You have the health technology assessment instrument. We'll be discussing a little bit more on that. You can go in a value-driven innovation procurement side, so the hospitals buying and have it also are going to do an assessment of value, or you can go even more advanced, that new contractual agreements are being set that you're paid for the outcomes you really bring with your technology. So all of this is actually when you want to end up into the final system. And so what healthcare systems are now realizing is that it's very challenging to go from this single market into really the uptake into the full system. And so that's why now new interim pathways are actually developed for your innovation. So innovation access pathways are being developed with also specific financing for those. And as indicated, so Germany has been putting these for the digital technologies. It's specifically for the apps, very low risk apps that they actually are seeking to support you in going in this initial access pathway, to then do an assessment, to potentially have the opportunity to go into the full system. And the evaluation that needs to be done there is questioned, okay, should this be harmonized? Is this better that we can have a European view on this? And this is actually what the European task force is doing, to really see how can we go into a harmonized evaluation of these digital medical devices, including also the AI components is this. And this is actually the project which is supported by EIT Health in order to go into this system. And these new innovative pathways, France is developing one of those, And I suppose other countries are looking into this as well to bring this and your technology into the healthcare system.
Thank you, Yves, and very much related to this point of evaluation. This needs to be harmonized at the European level. It's something that we all know, but also in Spain even, we need to, we are in the process, and Rosa Maria can speak a little bit more about that the need of adapting the current access procedures and evaluation criteria to the emerging digital health applications. But so Rosa, can you share with us what is doing Aquas on behalf of the whole network of health technology assessment agencies in these particular aspects, and how do you think what you are doing at Aquas can help success for entrepreneurs? Rosa.
Yeah, thank you, Angeles. And following what Yves has said, so it's about developing clear guidelines. So it's not for the people that do the assessment, because here in Aquas, what we are doing, we have been commissioned by the Ministry of Health of Spain in developing this methodological framework to assess digital health technologies. And with this, we are describing the domains and dimensions that have to be taken into consideration to do the health technology assessment of these devices, because in Spain it's mandatory to do the health technology assessment before to be considered this technology to be part of the common portfolio of our national health system. So if you are thinking about of your technology, of your innovation to become a technology that has to be part of this national health system, you have to take into account that for addressing this value, to demonstrate this value, you have to take into consideration these domains and dimensions. And then, not only to describe these domains and dimensions, we provide with these clear guidelines. We try to provide with these clear guidelines, besides describing this, the generation, the evidence generation that you have to generate, to demonstrate in each of these domains and dimensions to verify if your technology, if your innovation has reached its goals. And the goal of our national health system is to provide an efficient and equitable and sustainable and a system of quality. So these clear guidelines for not only for technicians, as I said, for you as developers has to be taken into consideration, because you have to, as Yves said, to start thinking not only on the certification of the regulatory pathway, but also on the health technology assessment pathway.
Thank you, Rosa. And then once the technology is evaluated, it has to be adopted. And hospitals and healthcare organizations are the one who has to adopt, who has to integrate the digital health solutions. And most of these organizations are publicly funded in Spain. And this means a lot of issues or pains or barriers that not only healthcarepreneurs but also healthcare organizations face in this process of adoption. So can you, Patricia, tell us about your experience on the barriers for, as a head of innovation in a hospital like St. Pau, introducing these solutions, and also tell us about what is being done in a project we're under construction, coordinated by the AT Health, and you're part of it. So, okay. Patricia.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity of sharing the ideas. As some of you may know, AT Health has been the promoter and is the coordinator of the F3T project, which stands for Framework for the Fast Track of Digital Health Solutions. This group, this project brings together relevant stakeholders of the healthcare ecosystem, and the goal, the objective of this group is to analyze which are the points that we can accelerate on this roadmap in order to adopt innovation as fast as possible. During the discussions, we have been looking for the specific pains, and I will highlight the ones that, as a healthcare provider, as a hospital, hurt us the most. So in the roadmap, the first phase we found was the MVP. So while going through the analysis of what this MVP was about, it's like, does the entrepreneur actually know which are the clinical pains that we as a healthcare providers or as a system have? So the answer was, we are not sure about that. So the first proposal regarding this first pain was, why don't we really identify which are the clinical pains, why don't we prioritize them and communicate to the entrepreneurs so that we create a win-win ecosystem for innovation. You know which are my pains, and we all can focus our efforts. Really interesting during this conversation was that actually there has been a European project which objective was to create a platform to connect, to match clinical need with potential solutions that could give response to these needs. That was the first point, the first pain we went through, and the second and the third point is related to what Yves and Rosa has explained, was when we saw the two phases in which we need to generate evidence in the hospitals is the clinical test that we do in order to get the CE mark. It takes up 2 years long to get this clinical evidence, evidence generated. And then we have the evaluation that the HTA agencies do. So the first question that came to our mind is, why don't we use the 2 years long that we spend doing the clinical test in order to get all the information that the HTA agency will be needing afterwards? So in this way, we will be optimizing the total amount of time that you use to generate evidence. That was the first proposal. And after, when we were deeping down on 2 years, what are we doing during those 2 years? So the first thing that every clinical test has to do is to go through the ethics committee. Surprise! These committees are sovereign. What that means is that every single ethics committee of every single hospital has different criteria. So what if there's an harmonization on the criteria? No? And besides, what if the different HTA agencies had the same criteria? In this way, would it be possible to have an efficient federal system of evaluation so that the validation of one of the agents of this network, the validation of one of them it's accepted by the rest? In this way, we would be able to have a portfolio accepted by all the agents of the network. So these were the first packet of proposals that we did in the group. We are not done with so we will go on sharing our the analysis and the proposals. And just the main conclusions is the roadmap, the current roadmap for the adoption of solutions is really supposed to have really high cost for all the healthcare providers, entrepreneurs, and for population, because they cannot get advantage of the innovation that already exists. And finally, as a stakeholder of the healthcare ecosystem, I believe that we have the responsibility to work for the sustainability of the system. So adopting innovation will probably help us to try to catch up with the growing demand of healthcare demand of an increasingly aging and demanding population. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. We are still in the process of the conversation, and the last one is the very, very interesting one, which is who is going to pay?
Who is paying?
Who is paying? Yeah. So more to come. It will continue. Yep. But last but not least, Pilar from AstraZeneca. She's representing the industry here. So I would like to know if pharmaceutical companies are looking at healthcarepreneurs and digital health as a new area to provide value to the sector. Pilar, what challenges are you experiencing from the market access perspective, and how are you addressing them?
Okay, so thank you so much, first of all, for taking AstraZeneca in this afternoon to this very, very interesting panel. And what we are, the challenges, the main challenges that AstraZeneca is facing right now are much more connected to the pharma business, and this is as a consequence of the COVID pandemic. But having this in mind, we have also to take into account which is the European scenario in which we are working in. And so from that point of view, we have some lessons learned from the COVID-19. And one of them was that our national health systems needed to be sustainable, needed to be much more resilient. And so digitalization has proven to make this possible during the pandemic. So why do we have to stop? We have to keep on moving this on and trying to make every digital solution closer to patients and making the innovation much more accessible to patients. And also, there are other challenges that are much more difficult to achieve to overcome by the small and medium-sized companies, which are regulatory issues. It's very complex. The pharma regulation is very complex. It's being renewed now, and also there is the European health data space. Many things that are coming and that small companies have to handle. And once they have the idea, they have to get into the regulatory pathway, and which is not always adapted to their solutions. And afterwards, they have to go to the system, and nobody's financing these solutions. So we need to make our best to get these solutions closer to patients, because we know it helps for diagnosis, we know it helps for patients' adherence to treatment, and so we need to take them much more in. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Pilar. Later, I think that maybe there are questions in the audience, but one stakeholder is not here, who is the decision maker, that also has something to say here. And I would like you to first to try to see your opinion or your view on what we can do to better support entrepreneurs to help them navigate faster in this pathway, what we can do in a feasible way from the different perspective, what should be done first, what we can prioritize, and also what is the role of the decision makers in all this has to be prioritized from your perspective. Any, Yves, Patricia, whoever. Yeah.
Can perhaps start, and I think it follows a little bit what was mentioned, is to start actually not with thinking what technology can do and what the further advancement in the technology you can actually bring, but ask first the question, what's actually the interest, what are the needs, what are the unmet needs that the healthcare system is having, that the patients are having. And to really go into the dialogue with the institutions, with the healthcare providers, with the need for integration into the care. I think that's a key element. And to ensure that you very early in the process do then also a very early assessment of this value, looking at the different criteria, and see ultimately is this something that the health system would be interested in to pay for. Because ultimately you don't want to end up with the full development and then noticing that even if you have positive assessments, that the system in itself is not very interested to pay for this. And this is certainly a point of attention, given that for information and the value of the information at this moment within the healthcare system, it's still quite limited, the amount of investments which are being done in that field. So it's certainly worthwhile to make sure that that this question is being answered as well.
So from the institution part, the administration part, I think that, as I mentioned before, and following what Yves has introduced before, is the clear pathways. You have to know which door to knock. Because for us, it's difficult to explain the national health system, the regional health system, and even in between different hospitals of the same region, they don't know how to reach this door to introduce this innovation. So for us, we have to do this clear pathways to introduce this innovation and clear guidelines to introduce this. And we are talking about different levels, but we are not different actors. We are the same stakeholders. So we have to take into account the level of the hospitals or the level of the primary care also, because primary care is also a huge door to knock with when introducing innovation. Then the regional perspective, the national perspective, but we are in the European Union, and there is this HTA regulation, and we are all of us committed to do this regulation to be successful. So I think that we have to define for our perspective clear pathways and to define the door that you have to knock and to be successful.
No, if you want to add something, yes.
I would like to end to highlighting the needs, the clinical needs, and here I think it's really, really important the paper of the disease or the person who has to take the decision, because the fact of collecting which are the clinical needs, I believe it has to be done top-down. You have to ask bottom-up which are the needs, but doing the consolidation of what does the system really need, I need that it's something that has to be done top-down.
Now, it's interesting how the title of the panel was the regulatory gap, but it has more to do with other things in the access rather than regulatory or apart from.
Yeah, and I would like to add that it will be also the need of harmonization, the need of prioritization, and also the need of education. I mean, and then to get the knowledge, no, by general public, by the patients, by the health professionals, in order to get a well use of these all applications or digital solutions.
Yeah. There are some minutes, like 5 minutes, to some question. Yes.
Hello. The implementation of MDR and IVDR is causing a lot of European startups to prioritize the US market, which is going to cause a big technology gap in Europe. My question is mostly to Eve. Is the EU aware of the consequences that MDR and IVDR is going to have on healthcare innovation in Europe? And what are they doing about it?
Yeah, well, I think it's an excellent question, and it's very close to my heart as well, this element. So first of all, I think there has been a realization that not only for startups, but in generally, that patients were at high risk of not receiving the treatments and the technologies even in the coming months. So people have been realizing this, so there has been timelines which has been extended to this element. But still then the question is, okay, is there sufficient capacity available and a sufficient efficiency in this system, and how is this actually also responsive to a startup and to innovators? And so they actually put in place an EU for Health project in order to support the build-out, and I'm part of that project, in which we then specifically focusing for startups, for innovators, and to see, okay, how can it be identified, what are the needs, what are the specific needs now and in the near future, and which is the supportive, let's say, training in order to ensure that quality dossiers are being developed, so that when you knock on the door from the system, the door is open. Because at this moment, the system might be still okay to handle it, but the door stays closed, and that pushes actually innovation out. And so we're very well aware of this and working on this and working on some multiple initiatives to support this. Yeah.
And I would like also to add that I think that in the first State of the Health report that was published last November, it also spoke about the MDR and the thing that it's still under development, so it's in a status O from 4 states. So I think that the intention is there, also with the open strategy that the Commission has been published recently, and the intention is there, but the risk and the threat is that the patients will not have access to innovative treatments, innovative solutions in Europe, and entrepreneurs will move to China or to United States. So yeah, very well, very good question, yeah.
It's very important to raise your voice, because the latest at the MedTech Forum, from the notified body side, from the system side, they indicated there is not an issue on capacity for it. If you're feeling different, then don't hesitate to raise the voice.
Any other question? If there is no question, we have still like 1 minute and a half. And I would like to ask you, to what extent do you think that public-private collaboration is or can ensure a fast adoption of digital health solutions? What is the role of collaboration? What is the role of networks?
I think that, that was also one of the lessons learned after the pandemic, the importance of the public and private collaboration. And in AstraZeneca, for instance, we have a partnership to support the health system sustainability and resilience with the London School of Economics, and I think that we have to all work to it, no?
I believe it is essential because the system is not, we cannot do it by ourselves. The cost for us of innovating in-house, it's not possible for us. So, or it's the only way for us as a healthcare provider.
Yeah. So we are good at research. We are good at the clinical part, but we are not good in this transfer of this knowledge into the system. So it's needed these partnerships between the public and the private part. And I will also want to highlight that it's okay to, and we are also very committed to the this innovation culture, and we have to improve this innovation culture. But I think that the other side of the coin is the culture of the assessment. So we have to improve this because we are very focused on this first part, on this life cycle approach of the technology, but we have to think about also in the assessment. It's very important. In some cases, it's mandatory, and we forgot this. And if we start to think about this at the very beginning, and I think that we will be more successful.
Well, if there is no more question, I think that yes.
Just to indicate that when I look at the European scenery, Spain and specific regions in Spain are really ahead of this curve. I mean, you might not feel it, but I would say, I mean, the entrepreneurs in Spain, take your chance. I mean, there is a good opportunity here.
So I think that's a very good message to finish. So thank you, Patricia. Thank you, Yves. Thank you, Rosa, Pilar.
Thank you.
And please stay there because there is another very interesting panel right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was addressing the barriers for healthcare-preneurs, the regulatory gap. In a moment, we're going to hear about addressing the barriers for healthcare-preneurs, the funding gap. So please welcome to the stage Anna Baranaccia, Strategic Initiatives Manager at Invest Health, Alejo Costa, General Partner at CBR Inverbio SGEIC, Sarah Sangri, founder at Media Mind Health Investment, and moderator today is Joan Grassas, entrepreneurship lead at EIT Health Spain. And if you are leaving us, if we could ask you to do that swiftly so we may continue with our panel. Thank you. Over to you guys.
Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Hey. My name is Joan Grassas, entrepreneurship lead of EIT Health Spain. And EIT Health Spain is part of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. That is the largest innovation and entrepreneurship network in Europe. So thanks for having us today. And thanks to South Summit and to AstraZeneca. And thanks to the panelists for being here today. And well, just for starting, if you want, you can please briefly describe yourself, what you do.
Perfect. Should I go ahead then? Sure. Lovely to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation and the introduction. I'm Sarah Sangri, the CEO at Media Mind. We are a deep tech startup dedicated to improving access to quality care in mental health. We do so with a software that is dedicated to removing that extra work for professionals that very often leads to lacks of efficacy in our field. And I come from that field, being a psychologist and a researcher, so we started the company as an objective of transferring and making sure that the science that has already improved the clinical outcomes in mental health actually gets to every patient. So I'll be happy to give you my perspective as a startup founder in healthcare, and especially in mental health, that we know is a bit of a tougher subject when it comes to funding.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. My name is Alejo Costa. I'm GP of CRB in Verbio. We are currently raising our third fund in digital health. Objective is 50 million to invest in 20 to 25 startups in Series A and also late seed in some cases. We are suffering some of the problems of fundraising as everybody else, but later we are going to speak about that. And of course, looking for good startups like Sarah's and looking forward to know more.
Thank you, Alejo. I am Ana Barrenechea. It's great to see everyone here, even though they're blinding lights. It is my pleasure to give you more of an institutional perspective. I have worked at EU bodies, including the European Investment Fund, and currently I work at Invest Health, which is the investment arm of EIT Health. And it's been really exciting to be Strategic Initiatives Manager here for the past year, previously Accelerator Program Manager for a couple years. And we are devoted to supporting startups across their innovation journey and also facilitating co-investment, public-private support. So I look forward to having this very interesting discussion with very different perspectives, but all very important in their own way.
Thanks. Thanks all. So, well, we have been having like a booming investment in the last years across sectors, especially after the pandemics in the healthcare and the health tech. But unfortunately, after that, in the last year and a half, we have seen a decrease in private VC investment across all sectors. So healthcare and health tech are not the only one. But on the other hand, these startups, the startups are trying to raise. So the good news are that they're still overcoming this lack of investment. We were talking about this later today. And well, so the good news is that the good teams with good projects that solves real unmet needs are overcoming this investment gap. So for starting, I would like to start with Alejo, and that's following to frame this discussion from your VC perspective. So how would you define the funding gap in the healthcare industry in the first place?
Thank you, Joan. And when I was thinking about the question that you sent me the other day, the first realization, the first question I made to myself is there a funding gap? And I say, come on, Alejo, obviously everybody is suffering of a funding gap. But then I went out into the internet and looked into some of the reports that we have. Indeed, as reputed agencies as Crunchbase are saying that VC funding worldwide has been reduced 53%. That's a reality, and that's what everybody is suffering of. However, for me the big question is whether this is a funding gap or this is a shift. Let me give you an example. In health, there are different agencies, Healthcare Dive, CB Insights, Fierce Health. They are all saying that on a quarter-to-quarter basis, the funding in Q1 2023 has been at the same level, or even in some cases higher than previous quarter in 2022. So there are pockets, or there are spaces that are not suffering so much this funding gap, and we need to be aware of that. Second element is on the volatility of this gap. Is this really, for me it's important to understand, is this a very volatile gap? Is this going to pass? Is this something that in a few months will go? I mean, the nature of how it happened and how it has started and the big strength of the new technologies speaks for that it will be as well volatile in the upper, in the going up or in the increasing side, in the same way as it has been in the decreasing side. And last but not least, and I tell this for a fact, I've been working 22 years in big corporations, there is an undeniable element in innovation, which is that there is a shift in the center of gravity in innovation from big corporations to smaller, flexible, more agile type of organizations like Sarah's and others, and this is not going to be stopped, meaning that the funding in VC, so there is big hopes for the funding in VC, despite the current situation. And sorry for the long-winded answer.
Thanks, Alejo. And given the important regulatory environment placed in the funding gap, and we have seen in the previous panel, and having discussed previously, what are other hurdles that contributes to this theoretical funding gap?
Sorry, hurdles. So basically, the elements that are contributing to this funding gap. Obviously, economics has a lot to do with psychology, as we know. Silicon Valley crash reminded to many people to the crash that we have in 2014 it was, and everybody was thinking that a similar element was going to happen. This refrained investment a little bit, but very soon we realized that this was not the same type of crash, and there were protective measures being built up. So for me that's one of the important elements. But what are the other colleagues thinking about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, in your case, Sarah, what is your perspective from a startup point of view?
At Medea, we say we're a science and technology startup. And in that order, there is the key to what healthcare actually has to be about when it comes to development of innovation. First, you need to be backed by science, and that means going through a lot of stages of validation. And then comes technology to build, in our case, a software into a product that will get to market. So here we have two important hurdles. The first one is, how will you support the validation that is necessary for you to test your product then into market? And once you want to get into that technological testing, which would be more toward market validation, who's going to support you through that? And that hurdle cannot be all in the hands of the startup, of course, because we generally tend to lack money, but also cannot just be on the shoulders of the investors. Otherwise, you would have to need several investors to support you through these stages. And we know that that actually doesn't guarantee anyone that the product will get to market. And so I think the main hurdle that we see there is how to support a startup, in my case, a science-based one, through those two initial stages. The first one, the validation part, and the second one, how to get you to market, that market access. And in our case, we found some strategies around these hurdles with the support of several partners. In our case, we were lucky enough to have the support of EIT in terms of acceleration, being part of their wildcard program last year. And we actually understood a lot of what the investors want out of the startup, and also how to get those KPIs that are important for them. So in order to address the funding gap, you first need to understand what the investor might want from you as a startup. In our case, in mental health, things are even a little bit more difficult than in healthcare in general. And so speaking to those investors for us was the key to understand those unmet points that we would need to raise funds. Sorry if that was a bit of a long answer.
Yeah. Not at all. And also, it was a perfect segue because you kindly mentioned your participation in Wildcard, an EIT health program that we have for earlier maturity stage. And since you already mentioned that is an example of one of the suite of programs that we have for startups, I would like to talk a little bit more about how I observe, from my standpoint, the funding gap, particularly when it comes to larger rounds across Europe. We noticed that it is very difficult for a biotech startup or medtech startup, say, that are raising larger rounds, say around, let's say a biotech that's trying to raise 13 million for their Series A. It's very difficult for them to come across that liquidity on a domestic, in a domestic ecosystem, right? So they usually are subject to capital flight. We have talent flight, the brain drain, as they call it, and that excellent panel that just came before us, it was also, they touched upon it briefly, that we lose in Europe a lot of startups to more liquid markets like the United States and also China. And so from our perspective, at least as the Venture Center of Excellence program, which is another program that we have for more mature startups that are looking to fundraise rounds larger than 6 million, we see that at one point, startups face a hurdle where the funding is no longer able to be accompanied by domestic or national investors, and they're looking for additional liquidity, which is why the Venture Center of Excellence is a public-private co-investment program that is dedicated to trying to address this particular funding gap in a pre-IPO stage.
Thank you, Anna. So, well, now that we have framed what are possibly the possible hurdles of this potential funding gap, that truly it is there. So, well, let's try to start to think how to overcome it, right? So, Alejo, in your case, so how can investors mitigate the risk associated with the healthcare startups, and how does the impact of the investment decisions?
Yes, indeed. And first of all, let me correct one small comment I have not made before, which is thank you to EIT Health and AstraZeneca for being here. Thanks a lot for giving me the time to say something.
Thank you for being here, Alejo.
You're welcome. And from an investor's point of view, obviously, in uncertain times like this one, you need to be a bit more secure in the type of investment that you do. And this basically means do all the elements a little bit better, in a deeper way. So look for spaces which are representing a growth mid to long term, more than quick wins as a little bit more in the past. An example, and since we are a fan of digital health, is clearly digital health, that it's a space created by the evolution of the IT companies moving into health, by the medtech companies that are not able to transform digitally themselves, by pharma companies looking into the transformation as well, and clinical change. They're all generating a space that there is no agency around the world that is forecasting a lower growth than 15% for the next 10 years. So this is a space that is relatively safe in this environment to grow for the next years. Yeah, I'm speaking for myself, of course, but reduce the level of direct investment is also a recommendation that we give to investors, in particular in this time. So a way to spread the risk is, instead of looking into or investing into a company that looks good, it feels good, etc., use a strong team, a team with the capabilities, and try to channel your investments through there into not only one but 20 companies that allow you to spread the risk and to reduce the uncertainty. Avoid first-time projects. Obviously, in these times, experienced asset managers, experienced GPs is what I think need to be looked for. Not disregarding all the others, of course, everybody does a good job, but in these times maybe we need to refrain a little bit ourselves of taking extra risks. And that's a personal one. Look for the X factor in the investment. I mean, the investments can look good, financially good, they can be great, but if there are X factors, as we see in certain projects, then something can happen with them. That's my advice to the investors.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Alejo. For instance, can you give us some successful examples of healthcare startups that have successfully navigated this gap?
There are some. I would refrain a little bit myself to promote some of them, but there are one in the area of TDH that is doing a very good job there. There is another one in the area of rebuilding the muscle of the diaphragm muscle for intubated patients that is doing as well very well, and that has been able to navigate these gaps successfully. There is another company in the trials area in oncology who is doing an excellent job, and probably the CEO is here, and that has been able to navigate through good cash flow management this period of uncertainty. So there are many, and allow me not to mention names, if you don't mind.
Thanks. If you want to know the name of the startups, you're going to have to chat them up after this panel.
Or invite me to a beer. Maybe I can then speak more.
Well, let's ask Sarah. So what's your experience? Because you are early stage startup, so how have you financed yourself till the day?
Yes, that's an excellent question. I love my team to be here and actually show you some of the pictures of the hard times that we had. But through hard times, you actually find alternative strategies, right? So as Alejo was mentioning, the de-risking is something that we started to do also. So by de-risking, we decided not to go straight for private funding, but instead to go through those stages that I was mentioning before. We decided to take part in several acceleration programs that would provide some of the funding, but then through the wildcard program, we came across the opportunity of segmenting some of the modules that we have in our software for detection, treatment, and monitoring of mental health. And those segments, those modules that could already be implemented into market, we started launching very early on. And so we started bootstrapping along the way whilst developing the rest of the software and validating along the way. So I would divide it between 3 different routes that I would recommend out of the healthcare startups. The first would be more scientific research funding that you can get very early on for that validation stage. And then also take part in several open innovation programs, because that's when you can actually speak to your customer and when you can actually get some of the funding for development. Through one of these programs, we actually got to know one of our current customers who we are developing a product, part of the modules for. And so you actually can get to develop with your own customer if you get there with an idea that is solidly developed and they accept the opportunity to develop it with you. So we went through those 2 paths, and the third one would obviously be government grants that we actually are very lucky. Here in Spain, we have several grants that are dedicated not only to healthcare, but to technology type of startups, and we have applied to several of those and got through some of them, and also public and private type of grants were very helpful in getting into the hospital environment that is generally quite hard to break through.
Great, thanks, Sarah. And with that funding, what are you expecting to achieve?
That's a wonderful question. So,
sky's the limit.
Yeah, this is the one that I'm currently working on. Through that funding, we are developing the product with the customers, as I was mentioning before. So we want to get those KPIs that I know that the investors that I've already spoken to are looking for. So the idea is to prepare early, far before you open your funding round, to actually know what the investors are looking for and have that data ready. So in order to do that, we want to get the validation, not just from the clinical point of view in this case, but market validation. How many of the customers are actually getting those benefits that we know that in the lab we can achieve? So market validation would be the answer there.
Great, thank you. So you have mentioned one of our programs, so the Wildcard, but we have many others. So I would like to ask you, to you, Anna, so what other initiatives of programs are happening that they can support the entrepreneurs and startups along their journey?
So I mentioned the Venture Center of Excellence, and this is a very exciting program that is in partnership with the European Investment Fund. But let me circle back and take you to the earlier stages to give you an example of an earlier stage program other than Wildcard that we are starting to develop given the need that our partners have demonstrated, and also the ecosystem need to connect tech transfers and also have a federated approach across Europe. So what we're essentially trying to build is a pan-European network of deep tech venture builders, right? And in that same vein, unsurprisingly, this program is called the Deep Tech Venture Builder. So if you're interested, if you are a company that, let's say a VC that is interested in diversifying your assets, not only with companies, but also with IP. We're seeing different investors have come up and asked us that, in these times, in these trying times, that they'd like to diversify their assets further, right? And so what we're trying is to connect this incredible research that's stuck in a drawer somewhere or that's stuck in a team, and have that actually make it to investor portfolios. And so we're really excited to be doing that. And if you are interested in this program, regardless of whether you are a corporate looking to take on additional assets and diversify your portfolio, and benefit from collaborating with European organizations such as EIT Health, definitely reach out to us.
Great. Thank you, Anna.
Shameless plug.
No, and among the companies that we are investing, we have several that have participated in those programs, and we can only recommend them, not only because of the quality, but also because of the ability to transform those companies and bring them to the next level, from the regional level into the European level. So, congrats.
And that was not scripted.
So, well, I'll come back to you, Alejo. So, how do you, because I know that, your current fund are looking for like or late seed or B or Series A. So, how do you help those companies to arrive to your stage where you can really invest on them?
Yeah. Good question, and also maybe a little bit long answer. Maybe we can summarize it in doing the same things but better, and so that we can be more selective. What does this mean? So I hear a lot this minimum viable product. I think we need to move from this to the maximum viable product today. Because in health, you really need a robust proposition so that it survives the whole validation, and at the end, you are able to put it into the market. It's not the first thing, oh, I got the diagnostic right in this very specific case of patients, let's go. We recommend always to build a robust system before going out. You avoid a lot of regulatory hurdles, you avoid a lot of difficulties later on in the way. So maximum viable product, and I'm not giving lessons to anyone. I'm looking at you because I know you are in the good path already. Also, it's very helpful to look to the whole value chain right from the beginning. We tend to think that startups are just innovation, are just ideas, but startups are companies, are small companies. So if we take a look to them from all the elements of the value chain right from the beginning, and we think, okay, that's a product, but let's design this product so that there is a channel for it. Or let's design this product so that it can pass the regulatory hurdles, the regulatory barriers a little bit better. So if we take a look at everything and we design bearing in mind all the elements of the value chain, then at the end, everything becomes easier, and the scalability is also easier. Look for support of venture builders. We've spoken about that, and I will get the beer from you later as well.
Definitely.
But no, honestly, this is really of a lot of help. So they have a lot of capacity, and there is a very large network of very experienced people that can provide help through these programs, and there are many companies that have achieved to get to the next level through them. So that's something we also recommend very, very thoroughly. And once again, develop the X factor, the uniqueness. So I already feel that you are unique in your company. So pull from it and create a proposition that is really different from everybody else. Always bearing in mind who is close to you, which are the potential competitors, which are the potential technologies that can disrupt. Bear always that in mind. Have this outside-in view instead of the inside-out view. And yeah, maybe one last thing. Also a little bit personal, so I take the guilt on this if you don't like it. But for me, money should not be the objective. So money is the consequence of all these elements properly done. And then if you do all these elements properly, money will come. Don't worry. Forget the gap in funding, forget whether this investor is not liking you or this other one, yes. Money will come if you do the things right. So.
Thanks, Alejo. Well, that's the maximum viable product. It's something, it's tough, but well, I guess that the ones that makes the trip are very hard to, very tough companies.
I was obviously exaggerating a little bit. I was just making a point that basically we should not do only the minimum, but just go into a much more robust proposition from the beginning.
Thank you. You also have been talking about the collaborating, so to de-risk all the process and the value chain, a very complex value chain. So Sarah, in your case, so how you have been struggling with identifying the right partners and who to talk with? So can you give us some tips on that?
Absolutely. Once you get researchers out the lab, we're quite afraid generally. So for me, it was quite a shift becoming the CEO of Medea, because I started actually knocking at all the doors that I possibly could. First, from the target customer, right? So we started from professionals. We started talking to professionals in all healthcare settings, private, public, small clinics, even standalone professionals. And we did that through so many interviews and so many small validations of the product that were so insightful for us to understand who can be our partner, where are these professionals, and who's going to pay for our product in the end. So right now we count with a public-private collaboration with 2 hospitals in the public healthcare system, and also with a network of private mental health clinics here in Spain. And these partners have been key when it comes to market access, validation, and development, as I was mentioning before. And also, of course, we haven't really left the research institutions altogether. We still have our universities, 2 universities here in Spain, but also a network of international universities who are helping us through those validation stages from the science perspective. And not only there, we now have also accelerators and several partners that come from the more business ecosystem that are absolutely necessary, because coming from that clinical perspective, we also needed the business and market access point of view. And in that case, I would highly suggest to all first-time founders like myself to get somebody on your team who's also more experienced, who's perhaps been in previous startup companies. So having that perspective has to be a 360 views. You can't do it by yourself. You need to have a network.
Great question, great answer. Sarah, so, well, we are almost 3 minutes to go. So, Anna, if you want to add something, any other questions otherwise? Talia.
So earlier today we were listening healthcare professionals, so for physicians, nurses that have great ideas, but they don't know how to start. They don't have this entrepreneurial mindset. So my question is, are there programs out there that connect kind of like the dots? Great potential, they know the patients, they know the system, with people or programs that can help them evolve and entrepreneur. I don't know if there are specific programs out there that might help them, because I think many are here today, so it would be great.
So I don't have the answer, but I can tell that this is a great question, because indeed there is a lot of knowledge there and it's not been captured as a potential startup, but?
Well, the first thing I would say is, well, that's the mic. I would say that the first off, I mean, Deep Tech Venture Builder is a program that we have in progress. It's our adapted early stage offer, given the current climate. And I would say that we do have an earlier stage flagship programs, and these are all available online. I mean, we have basically everywhere that covers from the inception of an idea all the way through pre-IPO. So actually the program that Medea participated in, Wildcard, was an example of such program, but we even have earlier stage, we have educational programs as well, and innovation programs, which are fascinating. In fact, maybe Joan, you can give us a little more insight into the earlier stage innovation.
Yeah, well, but apart, of course, of our programs, please visit our website. But I would recommend for the early stage, if you've come from the hospital, first talk to your innovation unit. If your hospital doesn't have yet, there is other platforms, ITEMA's platform, for instance, here in Spain, that can support you in the TRLs very, very low. But also, it's just to try to develop your idea, connect if you have the unmet need, that I think it's the most important thing. So just try to connect with universities that has the tech, or research centers, and later incubate to try to develop your idea in the local ecosystems. And then it's what we do at IIT Health, is connecting these local ecosystems to find what you don't have locally, we can connect it Europeanly.
Exactly. Actually, EIT Health, just to follow up on that, also shameless plug for the organization, but it's true, like since our founding, we have different co-location centers. So now there are different different innovation hubs across Europe. So depending on what market this hypothetical doctor with a great idea is in, they would definitely or should reach out to one of our representatives so we can help them situate themselves in the regional ecosystem that they're present in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think we are almost out of time. So if there is any other questions, otherwise, thank you very much, everyone, for being here today, especially to the panelists. And well, see you later.
Good job, guys. Thank you. Well, that was addressing the barriers for healthcare-preneurs, the funding gap. We're now going to look at unlocking longevity, the intersection between nutrition, daily habits, and technology. And please give a warm welcome to our speakers today. Elizabeth Parrish, founder at BioViva. Come on, give some claps. Come on. Thank you very much. Michael Gear, co-founder at Humanity. Woohoo! Bruno Ballin, co-founder at Anibiome, and our moderator today is Jose Luis Cordero, director at Liberty International. Thank you, guys.
And also, my dear friend, Mr. Spock. He's going to be watching us from outer space, and you know, he has this very famous phrase, live long and prosper. So I want to congratulate you for coming to the most important session in all of the South Summit, because this session is about longevity, and even better, it is about immortality. Immortality. So all of you who are here are guaranteed to be immortal if you stay until the end. So we have three incredible people that have arrived from three different parts of the world, and so I want to ask each one of them to introduce themselves and their companies, because they have three incredible companies that you have to check. First, Bruno, Anibiome.ai, important AI, artificial intelligence. Then Mike will be talking about his company, which is Humanity.health. And then Liz Parrish and her company, BioViva-science.com. Three incredible companies from different parts of the world. And so let's begin each one introducing a couple of minutes. Bruno.
Okay. Thank you, dear professor. It's really my honor to be here with you. And we are Anibiome, and we are redefining health. Our approach to longevity is a bit different. It's not about living longer, but it's about changing the biochemistry that we have now. So we are more inspired, we are more creative, we are more healthy, we are more vital. And then a longer life is only a consequence. We do it by combining cutting-edge AI technology, but also the oldest biotechnology in the world, and that is fermentation, that is with us already for tens of millions of years. And we combine it with help of machine learning in order to redesign our biology.
Beautiful. So now from Bruno, who is originally from Croatia, but like all of us, he's a world citizen that happened to be born in Croatia. By the way, I happened to be born in Venezuela, but that's another story. So now let's go into the USA, but based in London. Mike, tell us about you and Humanity.
Sure. Yeah, so Humanity is an app, if you have an iPhone, you can use it right now, is an app that you can use to monitor your rate of aging, and then it guides you to slow it down. It's a navigation app for your health. I wanted to be an astronaut. Haven't gone there yet, but we can all buy our tickets one of these days, right? And did aerospace in school, but then was obsessed with the other side of the space program, which was Russia. Went over there, met a guy, and we ended up creating what became the largest dating site in the world at the time, called Badoo. Got quite large here in Spain, although the younger people in the crowd probably don't know it anymore. But for better or for worse, started the whole Tinder-esque thing. So you either hate me or love me. But had a family member find out quite late stage about cancer, right around the time I was leaving Badoo, stage 4, and that kind of threw me for a loop. It's you feel all powerful, and you can't do anything to help this person next to you. And I'm sure there's people in the audience have experienced that. So I started really hunting down, how we can actually, be less helpless. And one of the things I finally came across, and coming across great people like Liz and Jose, was basically that you could measure something better than early detection of disease. You could actually measure the whole body moving towards disease. People call it biological age. And so we built Humanity to allow you to do that and actually start doing something today about it.
Fantastic, Mike. And now let's move to the west coast of the USA. And Liz, you look beautiful even though you have a lot of jet lag. But tell us about you and about BioViva.
Sure. So my company is BioViva, and we're committed to extending your healthy lifespan and your lifespan through gene therapy. So our gene candidates are human genes that are associated with longer and healthier lifespans in model organisms. My journey started very similar to my neighbor Mike here, with a diagnosis in the family. My son was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And I had already spent 2 years in the regenerative medicine space, and I didn't understand why the technology wasn't translating faster to humans. So I went looking for cures for kids, and I found the aging research space. Every gene that my company chooses as a research candidate is a gene that will also help cure a childhood disease. And we can not only help these kids live longer, but then not just live for a couple more decades before they start dying of the diseases of aging. So I think aging is a disease. I've treated my own disease with gene therapy, and I will continue to do so.
Beautiful. You said something very important, that aging can be considered a disease. So quickly, what do you think? Yes or no?
Yes, 100%.
Mike?
Yes, but I'm very pragmatic, so maybe it's better if it's not, but you know, whatever gets us there faster.
Fantastic. Let's ask the public. Who believes that aging is a disease but curable? Beautiful. And who believes it is not a disease? Okay, not too many. So anyway, we will convince you by the end of the day. Let's talk about the incredible advancement happening right now in longevity science. So what are the 2 or 3 most interesting things that you see happening in the future in the next 5 to 10 years? 2 or 3 things. Bruno.
Yeah, what I see, it's a unique time now that we have actually intersection of quantum computing, AI, and longevity as industries. Those are all new disrupting industries that can exponentially change humanity. And when they merge together, they can be the biggest opportunity for humanity altogether. Humanity, pun intended. So what I'm really looking forward is that actually we start going deep into consciousness to understand who we are, not just how we feel and just continue with this way because it's not sustainable. What we need to do is go on level of microbes. We need to think about the soil, about the microbes within us, and we need to co-create with our gut feeling, with microbes, with the help of AI, to understand it better. So only with AI we can understand the microbes within our body. And I think it will change us as humanity, Homo infinitus, and I hope that we will evolve and then that we will live in the world of abundance as we could.
Beautiful. And you, Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that we focus on a lot, because as we started to on this journey of coming up with the idea for humanity and just understanding what was possible, all the amazing scientists that we found along the way were basically, they were spending 90% of their time trying to collect data. So every big name that you can find in the longevity space or really in the science space, they were just spending all their time and money collecting the data, and then only 10% of their time actually, having the big breakthrough that actually would, save our lives. And so one of the biggest things I can see happening, because everybody now, everybody in the audience understands how powerful AI is now. You have an hour with ChatGPT, you understand, give it data, it will do magical things. And so what we need to do now is actually just open up more of that data, and we actually have technology now that allows us to keep the data private. So today we do a lot of non-private stuff with data, even in the healthcare system. You anonymize it, you send it off somewhere, actually keep all that data private. But we have technology now where you can actually learn from that data. You can train models on it and do federated learning. You can create synthetic data. That's one of the things we're looking at. And so if we can feed the AI more data, which we now have the ability to keep the data private and feed it to the AI, we will figure out everything, right? And so then it's a question of distribution. That's what, people that just make apps. It seems like we have no place in this whole ecosystem, but we know how to get millions of people to use an app and keep using it. That's why we joined. And so once we know exactly what's going to make every single one of you guys healthy and live longer, then we just need to get it out to you, right? And so I think that's what we're going to see over the next 5 years is first, we're going to know everything because we're feeding the data into the AI. And the second thing is we're actually going to start getting it out to everybody. And this doesn't come with a $100,000 cost. This comes with, you can use humanity for free kind of cost, right? So.
That is so important that will be the next question about artificial intelligence. But Liz, let's finish with you about what do you see coming in the next few years, and which are the most exciting technologies, therapies?
Oh, so that's really difficult. So I definitely believe with everything that's been said here, and I can expand on that in testing. Testing is growing exponentially, and so are the hallmarks of aging. Through that testing. One thing to be really excited about outside of sort of this discussion, but what's coming is many of the universities all around the world now are opening up a longevity or aging associated research centers. And that means more exponential growth along with the AI.
Beautiful. And since you talked about the hallmarks of aging, I want to remind the public here, if you are not aware, that the famous paper, the most important paper on longevity, the hallmarks of aging, has 5 authors, 3 out of which are Spanish. I mean, this is incredible. Carlos López Otín, María Blasco, and Manuel Serrano. The 3 are Spanish. So really, the most important paper written by 3 Spanish scientists. And now let's move into AI, because I just got this incredible present from my friend Ray Kurzweil, who is a friend, a mentor, a professor of mine from MIT. This is his new book coming out next year. He sent me the manuscript to review. And this is The Singularity is Nearer, which is the continuation to his book almost 2 decades ago, The Singularity is Near. He has been making forecasts for half a century, not from yesterday or 1 year ago or 5 years ago or 10 years ago, for half a century. And in this book that you should buy when it comes out next year, he has 2 magic dates, 2 very important dates, and they are 2029 and 2045. And again, he has been talking about this for decades. And in 2029, he says that we will reach longevity escape velocity, sometimes called the Methuselarity, the singularity of Methuselah. And also, we will pass the Alan Turing test in 2029 to 2030. And then in 2045, we will reach the singularity and also immortality through biological rejuvenation. So it doesn't matter how old we are by 2045 because we will have rejuvenation technologies. So my question to all of you, and this book will come out next year. If you have some good comments, I will put them in the book. I'll say, Ray, Mike said that, and Liz said that, and Bruno said that. This is important stuff. So what do you think about those 2 dates, 2029 and 2045?
So Ray was a huge inspiration for all of us, I think. He was my first contact with the longevity field and longevity economy that we are in now. And he is a huge role model, but also I think that it will be more in biology. What he's talking about 2029, I think, are nanobots that will heal us from within. I think that we can achieve it with microbes, that we already have natural nanobots, that we just need to understand them, and with help of AI, use them in precision medicine, and that's what we are trying to do. I'm not sure about longevity escape velocity so soon because of regulation. Maybe technology-wise, yes, but regulation, it will take maybe a couple of years more, not too much. 2045, it seems quite near for such a statement. I believe that we will be able to do a lot of things, but that it will happen exponentially, that somehow we will be able to merge technology and biology, and that we will go towards singularity. Would we have like hive mind completely? I'm not sure, maybe it's too early, but I believe that we will have it more than we do now, and that actually our individual consciousness as we understand it today will be something completely different.
Beautiful consciousness, I like that. And Mike, you are also very much involved in all of these ideas, and you are a pioneer in the last few years on this. So what do you think about 2029, 2045, and in general, about the future?
I mean, whenever I'm given any data or dates, I have like 20 questions on you know, to get to the bottom. But generally, yes, I think it is that soon. I think the biggest thing. So we were all for a little while in this pop-up city, and one of the conversations that we were having there was about jurisdictions and how can we get regulation to allow for these, you know, drugs and therapies to come out quicker. I think one of the things that I really came to over those weeks was that if we actually had a human trial system in 20 years, this will sound really radical, it will seem archaic to us. It will seem, you know, really archaic. It will seem like, you know, going into a Starbucks with a block of gold. We'll be like, why are we putting pills into these poor people when we actually have these, you know, these AI prediction machines that can actually tell us what's going to happen and whether it's going to be safe and whether it's going to be, you know, effective. So I believe in those dates, and that will come from actually us having this win-win of having a human trial system that actually becomes more safe, more effective, because we're moving into this in silico trial stage where we're actually taking in a bunch of data, and then the algorithm says whether this particular person, you know, right now we test it on like 1,000 people and say it's good for 8 billion. It's never going to be a very safe system. This particular person will actually do well if they take this therapy or they take this drug. And so I think when we change that system, which will definitely happen because otherwise we'll just look extremely like cave person-ish, I think that will be the thing that actually brings Ray's predictions into play.
Beautiful. And Liz, because you are so beautiful and so young, actually we haven't talked about that because you are patient zero with gene therapy for rejuvenation. So maybe you can explain that. Some people might not know that quickly, and then tell me about the dates 2029 and 2045.
Yeah, so in 2015, I started a revolution by taking the first 2 gene therapies to treat biological aging. And I did that because many children and aging people are suffering today. So today, over 110,000 people will die of biological aging. And I think that it's an imperative that these people have access to new medicine. So by 2029, I believe that we will have several drugs in the regulatory system to treat biological aging. They'll all have to be titled as the regulatory system would approve of them. That means for aging-specific diseases and symptoms. But they will, in fact, treat aging on a myriad of levels for everyone. By 2045, those gene therapies will be used as immunizations to keep people from getting biological aging effects. So I think that by 2045, we will have exponential growth and amazing things will be happening. By 2029, though, we will have plenty of human evidence of the gene therapies already that are not even in regulation today, because thanks to medical tourism and investigator-led studies, these technologies are already available in different places of the world. So you're going to see a whole genetic revolution. I am a GMO, and I hope that you join me long before 2045.
Wow, fantastic. And I am taking all these comments and sending them to Ray Kurzweil. So we will improve his book. Talking about books, you have to get it. The Singularity is Nearer when it comes out next year. But I want to recommend 2 other books. One that we presented this morning here at the South Summit by the Millennium Project, which is 2050 Work and Technology Scenarios. In this book, published by the Millennium Project, that you can download from the website of the Millennium Project, we have 3 scenarios about the future. In one of those scenarios, we already have biological immortality for everybody. So I recommend this. And also, of course, my book. I don't know if you have seen my tie, but you can see my book. My book actually is coming out in 2 weeks in English. I'm really excited. The Death of Death, and in Chinese. So I think this is a fantastic book. We are donating the royalties of the book for scientific research. So that is one more reason to get the book, so that you don't die. All the money goes into research. talking about these ideas and about books, what do you think are the most incredible things happening in experiments? Because I quote what David Sinclair is doing. David Sinclair is rejuvenating eyes in mice, in monkeys. So in terms of experiments and human clinical trials.
Yeah, I was just with Jerry, David's partner, in San Francisco a couple of days ago, so I heard what they are doing, and it's growing much more than mouses and flies, so it's really growing exponentially. I think that a huge thing is area of psychedelics. Now Stanford is doing, Hopkins is doing a lot of studies, and there was a saying in old Greece, when you go to Eleusis, it was psychedelic city, where all of them were going. You're going to die before you die in order to achieve immortality. So I think that we all need to see what mortality is, and that's the reason we are preparing a study with Harvard and Buck Institute regarding with psychedelics and their effect on longevity. So I'm really excited about the whole field that was for decades forbidden.
Yeah, this is incredible. 20 years ago, there was maybe one news about longevity every month. Now it is every day. It is hard to follow all of this moving so fast. And you, Mike, because you also traveled so much, you know so much, you go to all these conferences, what do you see coming into human clinical trials?
So I'll probably, maybe kind of your original question, and I'll say three things. One of them a plug for humanity, one a plug for what Liz said, and one kind of one of our science advisors. So, I mean, the first is that I think the starting point always needs to be testing. So the more people we have on Earth that actually have tested their biological age and collected more data on themselves, that's the starting point. And then you do stuff, and then you see if your biological age goes down. That circle needs to be wider. It needs to have more millions of people doing it. So humanity allows you to do that today. So that's one thing. The next thing was what Liz touched on is we're starting to get actual, because different jurisdictions have allowed for doing gene therapies, we're starting to get actual human data. So we can stop having these philosophical conversations and actually start looking at data, which I think anytime you go into a philosophical direction in one of these like policy debates, you should go back to the data and let's just actually use the data to decide whether, we want it to be safe, we want it to be effective. If it accomplishes that, then we should stop being like new technology, scary kind of conversations. The third one is, I think it's great that, so one of our science advisors is Kristen Fortenay, and so she has a drug going into phase 2, which is for sarcopenia, but basically it's to keep, as we get older, our muscles start to atrophy, and so a lot of us, unfortunately, have seen this with our grandparents and our parents. Your muscles start to atrophy, you stop moving as much, you have a fall, you break something, you stop moving altogether, it's this downward spiral that happens, unfortunately. And so her drug is actually getting closer and closer to being distributed out is, I think, will kind of open people's eyes to, oh, that thing we've been living with, we could just wipe it out with a drug kind of idea. So I'm excited for that.
Beautiful. And then I know, Liz Parrish, you are also doing some human clinical trials with Alzheimer's patients. Tell us about that, because that is one of the most horrible diseases.
Right, so we worked with an investigator-led study that happened outside of the US. We're a US company, so we cannot treat people before you reach out. But we can work with companies that do, and we assessed the data of 5 patients who had fully paid for gene therapies. And we saw increase in cognitive ability, and we saw benefits to their immune senescent cells. So that's really encouraging. So we're inheriting that study, and we're taking it to the US FDA to see if we can get it into clinical trials in the US. So we're excited about that.
This is fantastic. These human clinical trials are moving, but we have a lot of regulation also against some of these things happening. Let me open this to the public and also begin. Who would like to live to 100 years? Young. 100 years, young. Not 100 years old.
Or more.
No, let's go step by step.
Okay.
Now, 200 years.
Why not?
Okay, and then 200,000 years. You know, the sky is the limit. The sky is the limit. To go into space, we really need to live a long, long time because the universe is quite big. So let's take a couple of questions from the public. Please, if you raise your hand, we will have someone take the microphone to you. So raise a hand. You can do the live long and prosper symbol. Or we don't see from here because the lights are blinding us. But if there are no questions, then I will ask you a question. Do you think it's good to be alive, or it is good sometimes to be dead?
So just first regarding the space, Odysseus, we know that it's actually accelerating aging, and that's a huge problem. So in order to become a multiplanetary civilization, we actually need to tackle longevity and aging. So it's a prerequisite for us to go beyond Earth. So it's, that is also emerging era where NASA is doing a lot of research today. But I think it's beautiful to be alive, especially when we feel vital. So not just being alive, being here in order to be here, but actually to be full of energy, be inspired, be creative, have the ability to inspire other people around us and awake that spark in the eyes and fire in the belly. And that is what is beautiful. And that is aliveness, because you can already be that before you die. And that is the state of your mind and your gut.
Yeah, I totally agree. Being alive is like being in love. You have to tell your love partners, I love you so much more than yesterday, but less than tomorrow. So life has to be the same, like love, increasing. So how about you? Do you think it is good to be dead at any time?
Can I answer a different question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think it's great to be alive. And I can say this because I joined the space, I would say, after Liz and some other, and Jose and a few other people. The cool thing I've seen over the last few years is, so there used to be very much like longevity and health, right? And my prediction, another prediction is, I think in 10 years we're not going to talk about longevity, we're just going to talk about health. But what's happened is longevity and all the frameworks, so like the chronic inflammation, chronic inflammation leads to mutations, which leads to possibly cancer, or leads to non-functional parts of the body. That is actually starting to basically be the framework for health. And so you'll see that with all the great pharma companies and everybody, like everybody's talking about chronic inflammation, they're talking about these different things. And so what we're going to see over the next few years is this: we can actually stop disease before it happens. We can actually, live much longer healthy. We can be a healthy 100 years old. And we will be talking about that as health. And so I'm excited to see every single year, actually, the word longevity decrease a little bit, as we're just like, yeah, of course we're going to be healthy forever. Like, why was there ever a time where we didn't think that way? So
yes, that's a great answer. And Liz, also, quickly.
Oh, of course, it's great to be alive. And I just wanted to clarify a couple things, because somebody here didn't think aging was a disease, and I can understand why. So there is chronological aging, which is every year that you live, and we want you to get every year older. And then there's biological aging, which is cellular degeneration over time. So when we talk about aging as a disease, we're talking about biological aging. And like everyone said here, there are a lot of technologies and testing markers to now look and treat different parts of aging. So when you leave here and you start reading articles, I think that the most important thing is that you don't go into one camp. You don't just think senescent cell clearing is going to cure all of aging, or reprogramming, cellular reprogramming. We can take cells from an 80-year-old and make them embryonic, the same person. Or thinking that just telomeres are the way to cure aging. It's going to take all of these technologies, so please support all of the companies that are doing the work. This is not team sports. This is not Barcelona versus Madrid. This literally is your life. So that's the last thing I wanted to say.
Okay, I actually want, just to close up, a final thought from everybody. I will begin. There is never a good time to die, and especially not now that we are so close to immortality. We are between the last mortal generation and the first immortal generation. And I think you know where you have to be. Your final thought, Bruno.
I believe that biological transhumanism is what AI is going to help us with, and that actually AI is going to make us more humane.
Beautiful. Mike?
Every time you want to be healthier, measure yourself first, and then try the stuff that interests you, that you think is going to work, and then measure yourself again. Because only when we start all getting into that cycle are we actually going to head in a healthier direction. So.
And Liz, we close with you.
Science has already helped you live longer and healthier. We've extended the lifespan of the general population of almost every country, actually every country now on the planet. So I hope that you embrace the new technologies that will help you live longer and better.
Live long and prosper, my friends. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all agree that living long and prospering and exciting predictions for the future is really going to enhance our life in so many ways. Thank you so much, and I love the tie, by the way. It's a winner, it's a keeper. Okay, we are now going to move on, enhancing quality of life, empowering seniors with technology. If we could ask you, if you are leaving, if you could please do it quietly so we can continue with our next panel. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our final panel today, enhancing quality of life, empowering seniors with technology. Please give a warm welcome to Roberto Valdez, co-founder and managing director at Qdio. Come on, the last one. Give him a round of applause. Woo! I'll do it then, okay. Angel Puerta, CEO at Senior Domo. Thank you. And our final speaker, John Balzategui, CEO at Hola Vilma. Thank you, guys.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the session of enhancing quality of life, empowering seniors with technology. This is Roberto Valdez. I'm co-founder and managing director of a company called Qdio. And I have with me John Balzategui. He is the co-founder and CEO of a company called Vilma. And Angel Puertas, he is the co-founder and the CEO of a company called Senior Domo. We are here in this session because the three of us, we explore how can technology support and empower seniors in their daily lives. Mm-hmm. And this is what we are going to talk during this session. Just to start, we are going to explain the companies, what we do. And then first, Angel, if you can talk, what is the origin of this idea?
Yes, Senior Domo started with a personal experience in my place. My father died when in 2016. He got ALS, which is a neurological disease. And I remembered that part of our life very hard because we should to outsource house care, caregivers, also even finding technology in order to give my father more autonomy, more safety at home. And the most impacting thing for me was that there was no technology in that moment in the market. So I became out with the idea of creating a new technology in order to give safety, autonomy, empowering the elderly people in order to stay at home as much as possible. That's our mission. Senior Domo is a new technology that brings protection 24 hours everywhere. So this is very happy to be here.
Maybe you, Angel, can explain you about the origin of
yes.
and what you do in Vilma?
Yeah, sure. So, well, first of all, Vilma is a platform of well-being and learning for seniors. We aim to help people learn new skills, discover new hobbies, stay active both mentally and physically, and also we want to help them to connect with other seniors through their hobbies. And the origin of the idea came, so back in the time, so I started up a previous company that was in the intersection of finance and seniors, helping them to get to retirement and pensions with pension that would meet their lifestyle goals. So the silver economy has been a topic that it's been in my mind for a while. And in pandemic, I was working in Badi, in a startup, We started working in remote. That was new for us. It allowed me to spend some time in the Basque Country, where I am from, and I could see how my mom was turning from being a very busy woman to being a person that was retired. And I saw that she had so much energy to learn new stuff. She was doing an online live class in history. She wanted to start also to learn how to make like artisan bread, how to improve her writing skills, and so on. And then I started trying to identify and research where there were solutions there to help people learn new skills. And I realized that there was nothing that would offer like live courses. So that was kind of the seed of the idea. I started talking to people to see if they were in the same mood when they retired, and I saw that there was a pattern. People really want to stay active and learn new things. And I was starting to shape the idea. I called my partner, my current partner, about it. He loved the idea, and we started Vilma together.
In the case of Cuideo, what we do as company, we provide personalized healthcare plans for seniors through a caregiver. And also, it started as Angel and John in a personal experience. We were hiring a caregiver to support one of our family members, and things went wrong. And then what we realized is that the use of technology and quality standards could improve a lot the life quality of the seniors. At the end of the day, 87% of the seniors, they prefer to stay at home as long as they can. Then our company, they bring technology, they bring a caregiver to allow that the caregiver can be well cared at home. We have developed a lot of technology. The key technology of our company is a matching technology. It's a platform that put together offer that are the caregivers and family, which is the demand, and then we are able to personalize and to find the right caregiver for each user in a record time in any region of Spain.
Cool. Yeah, that's super interesting. And how do you see, guys, how mature do you see your target market? Because sometimes there are some cliches around the seniors. So how mature do you think that your target market is?
Okay, I see, in fact, this market, the silver economy or seniors market, in fact, now is really huge. I think we have more than 700 million seniors in the world, but we cannot imagine how this market will be in 30, 50 years, because we have, we have the pyramid, demographic pyramid, really inverted. There are people with 50, 60 that in the next decades will get senior and need more services like our company's offers. And I think we need to start introducing technology. If not, maybe the future will be not sustainable, because there are not enough hands to take care properly with quality about the seniors. And we need to introduce technology, creating hybrid models like Offer Seniordomo, also Cuideo and Vilma, in order to create a more sustainable model, mixing that and creating technologies that are affordable for the families. I think that's one of the points that is interesting about the mature of the market now and maybe in the future.
We also live what Angel says, the population, the aging tsunami that is coming worldwide, and especially in Europe. Spain is the #2 most aged country in the world. And also, on top of that, we also had a cultural thing, because the previous generation, one of the family members were taking care of the senior, and this is how it worked. But now, everybody at home need to work and so on, and they need professional care. Then this is becoming that every year, the home care market increased by 25% every year. And in year 2050, the average age in Spain will be 58 years. Then you can imagine altogether how it's going to explode this market in the coming year, and the need of putting technology to make the services efficient, to be able to cover, to give a good coverage to all the care needed on the population.
Yeah, you said an interesting data there. So I think the senior market is going to be, it's mature and it's going to grow. So I think, first of all, that it represents like a very important portion of the society, and this portion will be even bigger. Secondly, like the net worth and the purchasing power is very, very important also in this target market. And third and lastly, the familiarity that the seniors have with technology is increasing a lot. So today, 1/3 of the population in Spain is above 55 years. But in 2060, 1/3 of the population will be above 65 years. So that's crazy when you think about it. Then when it comes to life expectancy, in the last 200 years, the life expectancy has, in the last 200 years, the life expectancy has tripled. And people, when they get to retirement, they still have so many time, you know, and people, the profile of seniors that have retired is changing. Now people want to travel, they want to experience things, they want to learn things, so the habits are changing a lot. Of course, the net worth, it's calculated that around 66% of the net worth in Spain belongs to people over 55 years, so it's also very attractive. And when it comes to technology, like in the last 5 years, the people that is digitalized increased a lot. So in 2017, there were like 6 billion people that were digitalized in Spain, and today we have almost 12, so it has almost doubled, you know. And not only that, but also that COVID accelerated a lot, you know, the way people interact with technology and the way people are familiar with video chats and live chats and so on. So this trend is growing a lot, and I think that today is mature, but it will be much more in the coming years.
I completely agree. I think we are switching, and there's Robert, one question that I think that it's interesting is know more about our technology, and for example, tell us about how Cuideo does the magic. No, Cuideo is very known in Spain and has the ability to find the right caregiver in very fast. No, what's behind all of your technology?
We as company, what we have done is to digitalize the sector. At the beginning, when we faced a personal experience, the recruitment of the caregiver was based on a pile of CVs. There was in a very small shop, the caregivers were piling up CVs, and then the coordinator take a look into the pile and select a caregiver for our family member. What we saw there is digitalization. Then we create a platform, and then we have a lot of challenges. One challenge was to make sure that all caregivers get into the platform. Then you need to make it very intuitive to make sure that the caregivers can put their information on the platform. They see the value of working with us, etc. And then when you have the information of the caregivers, the studies, where are they vetted, previous jobs, abilities, experiences on pathologies, etc., you are able to do a match. You are able to, understanding the needs of the customers via algorithm and via technology, to do a match and then to find the caregiver that can support and can give a better service to each family member. I'm sure also, John, that you face challenges on the use of technology and seniors people.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, for us, the main challenge is to communicate and reach to the seniors, simply. You know, to be able to get to them and explain what Vilma does, explain the solution. So to many seniors, we're able to reach through the social media by doing advertisement in social media. And there's a big portion of seniors that do use social media. Like according to the barometer of MAFRE about seniors, that it's like a really great source of information. There are around 10 million seniors that have social media. In my opinion, I think they are a bit less than that, but we are able to get to many people through social networks. But then there is another portion, a big portion, that still don't use this, you know, the social networks. So the main challenge is how do we get to them, you know? So we are doing that. We are tackling that with two things. First of all, we are encouraging like a referral program so that people using our app and platform encourage and relate and recommend to their friends to use Vilma too. And then secondly, we are investing a lot in partnerships with banks, insurance companies, care home services, and also public administration to do partnerships together and to offer our service through the network. Those are the two things we are doing to tackle this challenge. Yeah.
Very interesting. And also on challenges, to talk about specific benefits that a senior person can have using your technology. What are they able to, how do you empower them and how do you help them on the daily life with your technology?
Yes. How works SeniorDomo? SeniorDomo is based on a smartwatch like this that is completely specifically designed for elderly people. It's really easy to use, has one button to see the time, also to request help, an SOS button. It has hands-free, it carries their own SIM card, so it has all the necessary things to work properly. And what's behind the watch? We are able to gather constant information about the activity, the movement, the vital signs, and also about the location of the user. And our technology right now is processing more than 4 million registers a day. And when something wrong is happened, like, for example, is able to detect a fall, when people with Alzheimer's disease get lost, when someone has inactivity because hasn't moved, when the heart rate goes high or low, the system is able to manage the emergency, calling directly and automatically by phone to the family members, and is able to locate the first available member in less than 24 seconds. So, in fact, only by wearing the watch, you are protected. So, the way what we design the technology is very intuitive. So, for seniors, we are mixing the digital world of the family that is able to use smartphones and interact with the mobile phones. But on the other hand, we have the seniors. We are addressing seniors with more than 70, 80. This is our target, with the first fragility. And the technology should be very adapted. We need to reduce the digital barrier, because if not, the technology hasn't success to implement. So I think the product, one of the most biggest challenges we have faced is the design of the product in order to mix these two worlds, the digital and the analogic of all the family.
And in your case, John, what is the benefit of the seniors that you serve through your technology?
Yeah. So at the end, we are in the business of connecting people with people and people with experiences. That's what we do, right? So I think the benefits we provide is, first of all, we get people closer. So, for example, in the classes, we open the virtual classes. All of the classes are live, so we open them like half an hour earlier, so that people can genuinely join the class and chat with others, and we encourage people to build like connections around the classes, because at the end, loneliness is a big issue, right? In the seniors, around 30 to 40% of the senior population is estimated that there is loneliness, so we try to fight that. We also encourage through the platform to people to connect beyond the classes, encouraging connections. Then secondly, we also try to untap a lot of hidden potential out there, be it knowledge in history, knowledge in technology, knowledge in painting, photography. There's a lot of amateur people that have like a lot of interesting expertise to share with others. So we try to make it easy for the rest to discover these skills. And lastly, we want people, our users, to be the protagonist, right? We want them to not only listen and learn things, but we want them to practice it. And we provide exercises, and also we provide in the platform, we make it easy for people to share their creations, share their photographs, their pictures with the rest, so that they are the protagonist of the community we are building. So those are the benefits we provide to our community.
We also face what you said, loneliness. We believe as a company that loneliness will be the main disease in this century for the senior people, and we need to fight with it through technology. We as a company, we realize that person to stay at home and to have the small routines of going to the market, talking about the football match with the friend in the bar and so on, it makes people alive. And if you change a person with a cognitive disease, if you take him to a nursery home, etc., it can vary a lot the mood and can worsen a lot the pathology that it has. Then we also, as a company, believe that Loneliness is a real fact for seniors, and we need to fight for it. At the end of the day, a grateful life is about sharing small things with people, and this is what makes us happy.
Yes. I think maybe talking about how you envision the future, how do you see how will evolve Billmac with also Senior Domo? What do you think about? See, what the next steps of your companies, your roadmap, what are your big thinkings about?
We as a company, what we believe that the technology evolution need to continue because the new generations will age, and then we'll need to serve the customers in a different way. Then step by step, we are putting technology in front of you user to make sure that he can be more empowered. Today, as an example, the seniors that we serve, the person with care needs, we are talking about an age of 80 years old, and then we communicate through technology with their kids that are the ones that are making decisions for the parents. But we strongly believe that in the coming 20 years will be the senior, the dependent senior, who will make his own decisions. Then we need to make sure that the evolution of technology is going through this direction, and we make sure that the senior person is able to make his own choices of what type of service he wants, etc., etc.
What do you think?
So when we look at the future, we envision a future where more and more people know and think that at a later stage in life you can still keep growing, you can still keep learning, you can still keep having fun, connecting to people, knowing people, being surprised. You can do a lot of things, and we want to provide and contribute to that shift. No, we would like people to really realize that at a later stage in life you can still contribute a lot to society, be it sharing your knowledge or helping others. And we want to also contribute to how people see themselves and to also contribute to how society see seniors, because sometimes I feel that nowadays still society sees senior people as people that maybe need help all the time and they cannot do things by themselves. And I think that we want to change that. We want to empower seniors to do as many things as they can, right? So when we look at the future, we see ourselves as contributing a little bit to that, as being the enablers of that shift in the mindset here in Spain, in Europe, and beyond. And well, of course, we know that we are not alone in this mission. I think that part of it comes also with building strong partnerships with, like insurance companies, other agents that have the same mindset. And the key for that, the key for building this future is to work together, right? So that's how we envision the future of Billmac.
Yes, I complete that point because, for example, we have started to collaborating with city councils because in Spain almost they are in complete digital transformation of this sector, because we are transforming from the traditional telecare services, for example, to advanced telecare, like Senior Domo. And I think the next years, depending things to do, I think it's more collaboration between public and private sector, starting doing things together, and even offering an integrated service that the family has all the necessary things like food, medicine, caregivers, technology, and the experience of age at home will be optimized. No, I think maybe depending things to do in the future should be that.
Cool. No, I think you have bring quite an interesting thing, because I think also the good thing about technology is that you can link ecosystems. And then you talk about the insurance world, you talk about the regional institutions and so on. Then I think one project that we have in our hands is to connect the senior care with the health system, and also connect it with the private health system that is carried by the insurers. Then what we believe as company, and technology and data can have a very easy benefit on that, to connect with other systems and to use data on the benefits of the seniors. As an example, today we are building services on the insurance companies and having the data of each pathology, what the level of service that is needed, the duration of the service, and so on, we can build saving plans and coverage to seniors through the data. And I think using our data to build that in the ecosystem with other systems, with private health, public health, and so on, I think it's a real good use of technology that we are doing.
Mm-hmm.
Totally, totally. Let's do it together.
Yes, thank you so much. And see you. I think one of the points is that this collaborating in the future will be the next step. And happy to share a mission, a common mission between the three parts, because I think we are really impacting the world. And maybe it's a call action for the investors, public administrations, and we need to transform more this sector. So we need to push in that direction.
Yeah. No, thank you very much for staying here with us and so on. And again, for us, the conclusion of this meeting is that in the coming years, the senior people will explode, and then we need to use technology to do efficient services and to be able to connect environments or ecosystems to make sure that the technology can boost the empowered of the seniors. And also to do it in a very social way, to do it with humanity, with respect to our loved ones, because the care of my father is the most important thing in my life. And it's very important that we do it with a lot of social values and so on. And these examples of three companies that are tackling this sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of day 2 here at the SANDBOX stage, and indeed here at South Summit. I can't believe that tomorrow, day 3, will be the final day. So we look forward to seeing you then. Have a lovely evening, and don't forget, check out the Street Fest on the app and find out where the party and the drinks and the fun is on this evening. Thank you.